Hello, my friends. We are back. Day three for our third party summit. This has been great. I'm tired. I'm tired. But it's been a great educational event. And we starting off the third day, our final day of the third party summit with a panel. I was also on as well. We did another version of this panel on the second day. And I like these panels because now we actually get to dive in deep into the issues. And we have a few topics that we are going to discuss today. Very happy to see some familiar faces I spoke with yesterday, a few people I'm speaking to for the very first time. Before we get started, I do want to get everyone a chance to give a proper introduction, just in case people are watching this who did not see you either yesterday or they seen you for the very first time. I'm going to start with John because he's to my right here. I'm going to give you a chance to introduce yourself, John, where you running your party affiliation, and where they can find you. Just a quick introduction before we get started. All right, make sure you check your audio. I can fix it for you.
There we go.
Yeah, there
Thank
you
you, Nick. I really appreciate you folks having me back on again today. I had a great time yesterday. My name is John Keating. I am a Green Party candidate, a member of the Sangamo Greens in Springfield, Illinois, running for the Illinois 13th District in the U.S. House. You can find my information right here behind me at changethe.us because that's what we're all trying to do is change what we're living in right now. So check out my information and you can find out how to donate to me at changethe.us. Thank you, guys.
Absolutely. Thank you, John. And I'm glad to have Jason back on the show as well. We was on a panel yesterday. I loved a lot of what I heard from you as well, Jason. Thank you for joining us again. Want to give a quick introduction, assuming we may have new viewers. So tell viewers where they can find your campaign and just give a quick introduction.
Thanks for having me, Nick. My name is Jason Kishinev. I'm running for Congress in California's 4th District, which used to be the 5th District, Napa Valley area. This is my 3rd congressional run. First time as a Green, second time as a Democrat, and now as an independent. I'm on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and my website is kishinev.com.
Thank you, Jason. And I also was on panel yesterday with Terrence. Glad to have you back on here as well. Want to get a quick introduction for people who are new to you. Where can they find your campaign? Where are you running, and what's your party affiliation? Thanks for joining us again, Terrence.
Thanks, Nick. Glad to be back with you, and good to see some familiar faces as well, and to meet you for the first time, Jonathan. Nice to be with you. So my name is Terrence Cudney. I'm running as an independent for State Senate in Massachusetts on the North Shore. I live in a little city called Gloucester, and you can find me at Cudney4MA, CUDNEY, the number 4MA on most social media, as well as Cudney4MA.com for my website. Psyched to get into some more topics today.
Absolutely. And I believe this is the first time that we had a chance to speak. Jonathan Howe, welcome to Revolutionary Blackout. Give a quick introduction for people who are new to you about your campaign, what party you're running, and where they can find you.
Yeah, well, thank you very much first for having me on. It's great to meet everybody here. It was great to meet everybody last night. My name is Jonathan Howe. I'm running in New York's 14th congressional district. It's currently represented by Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez. I'm running as a libertarian. I live in Queens, and I work in the Bronx as a public defender. My website is how2022.com, and you can find all my info there.
All right, thank you, Jonathan, and good to talk to you once again, Delilah. Welcome back to Revolutionary Blackout. Always good to have your voice on this network. For people who are new to you, where can they find you, and what's your party affiliation as well?
Thank you, Nick. It's always a pleasure to be here. I am Delilah Barrios. I am the Green Party candidate for governor of Texas. And you can find me on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. I'm trying. And our website is delilahfortexas.com. We've got our platform up on there. There's been some delays, but most of our platform is like all over all of our media. So anyway, thank you again for having me here.
Yeah, make sure you guys check out Delilah. And I am also joined by my wonderful co-host, honorary RBN member. Welcome to the show as well, Zoya's Love. Zoya's Life. How you doing, Zoya?
I'm awesome. Really happy to be here, and I love your intros. They're so wonderful. Thank you, guys. Thank you for being here, to the audience, to all the candidates, and to Nick.
I always took a lot of pride in being like the hype man out of the group, especially in my coaching days. I mean, that what you gotta do. You got hype your fighter up. That what you did. So We learning, we getting better out here. So we're gonna get right into the topics. We got a lot of good ones today. When I first got started out as an activist, a lot of people don't know. I actually started out my first organizing I ever did from the KC KC Sunrise movement that we have here, because there's been a lot of polls and a lot of research done that show that our generation has a ton of anxiety about the future, because pretty much, in my opinion, capitalism has sold out our generation, and you had a ton of corporations lie and pollute our environment, including the military-industrial complex. So this always been my top issue, right? So I want to go around and get your guys' thoughts on like what your guys' plan, what do you think the strategy should be in terms of approaching the climate change crisis? What's on your platform for climate change? We're gonna go in that same order as we did in the intro. So I'm gonna start with John. What's your thoughts on the climate crisis? What is your plan to address it, and what do you think strategies that a movement should endorse in challenging this problem?
So this is something that I'm really passionate about. I am running on the Green New Deal as introduced by Howie Hawkins that includes the Economic Bill of Rights. And here in Illinois, we have a lot of rural communities that have been left behind. Folks don't realize that these people are going through a lot of the same things that we are in the cities and in the urban areas. They just haven't got the attention from the government. They haven't got the programs, and the manufacturing has left. So we need to invest. One of the things that we're looking at here is regional light rail, which is going to take reliance off of fossil fuels in the area, as well as allow green manufacturing to happen in these rural communities again. And we really need to be 100% renewable by 2030. And if we can't meet that goal, if that's not something we're able to attain, then we're going to be at a point where we can't move back from, which we're already pretty much there.
Well said, John. I want to get Jason in this conversation. You can add anything to what John has said, or you also can add your vision, what you're running on regarding climate change, and what's your thought on how we should tackle this crisis.
Yeah, I like I said, my first run was as a Green Party candidate, and I also likewise support the Green New Deal as laid out by the Green Party, not the fake framework that was laid out by AOC. And yet there's this became a lot more complicated when the Michael Moore produced movie Planet of the Humans came out, and we started to realize that constantly mining for new electronic batteries and stuff, for lithium batteries, wasn't a great thing either. So we really have to develop those technologies to improve them. I'm not, I'm not sure where we go from there. I think that, converting to electric power is so far the best information that we have, but I think that we need to do even better than that. And I think that part of the process that often gets overlooked is that we have to find a way to get low-income people like myself electric cars, because I can't afford an electric car. $30,000 car, it doesn't help me if you give me a $5,000 rebate. I don't have $25,000.
Thank you for the input, Jason. And since this is technically a discussion, CJ also called it a debate. When you speak, you can also reply to anything anyone else has said. If you have anything you want to add, not necessarily just a disagreement. But I want to get Terrence in here as well. You can outline your vision on how you want to approach climate change, what's on your platform, and what you think strategies that we should engage in. And the reason why I asked that part, because it's not just having a platform, right? What's your strategy to help get there as well? Just to clarify that part. So I want to pass it to you, Terrence. Then we go Jonathan and Delilah afterwards.
Sure. So just to pick up off of something that Jason was saying. So there actually is technology out there to convert current gas-powered cars into electric cars. It's a technology that I'm starting to kind of explore and get a sense of, the economic viability of it, and whether or not our government can help finance that, or especially for lower income folks. So that's huge. But broadly with regard to the climate crisis, it's a bit of a cliche to say at this point, but the fact is, like, we're running out of time. The climate is changing right now. In my community in the North Shore of Massachusetts, we have a sewage plant we're building bigger and bigger walls around to prevent it from flooding our community with literally garbage and human waste. It's terrifying to imagine the kind of disease that we could inflict on our own community if we don't keep that sewage plant basically sustainable and from flooding. And I think also, again, it sort of goes without saying, we have to build climate resiliency on our coasts, designing infrastructure to manage flooding better. And I think this also will help to highlight just how expensive it is to build new infrastructure, and building more of it will, I hope, help guide people to realize how much cheaper converting to renewable energy is. That we can't just be concerned about, sort of dealing with the ramifications of climate change, but we should be, moving aggressively to change into a renewable energy economy. So some energy resources, renewable resources that I think we aren't exploiting enough in my area are offshore wind, tidal, and wave energy. I'm not poo-pooing solar, but in my community, we don't necessarily have as much sunlight as other parts of the country. Colorado, where I'm from, has 300 days of sunlight. We have nothing really approaching that here in Massachusetts. So cultivating these other types of renewable energy, I think, is very important. We've also seen climate change affect our economy in other ways. In Massachusetts on the South Shore, which is the other side of Boston from me, one of our major farming crops is cranberries. And we actually have had an excess amount of rainfall, which is the opposite problem from other places, which has resulted in massive amounts of cranberries rotting and basically not being able to, be exploited for eating. In addition to that, the other thing I like to say is we also need to absolutely decrease the price of riding public transit. In my community, that's commuter rail for those who commute into Boston. So that's huge. And the last thing I'll say is I also believe we need to strongly invest in seed desalination plants for drinking water, because frankly, we can. The technology exists, and because it's forward thinking and will help our inland neighbors. But I like to, in terms of the strategy, I like to try and frame this as, these are technologies that because we haven't been exploiting them enough, we don't realize just how much they can actually grow our economy. They can actually put more money in people's pockets by investing in these renewable markets instead of focusing on subsidizing oil and gas. So I think I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you for your input, Terrence. Now we can pass it to Jonathan. You can add your input or reply to anything anyone else said, or you also can add what's on your climate change platform, your strategy to get there, and your take on the overall crisis that we are facing.
Well, yeah, thank you. I see some comments actually saying, everyone here is more towards the left. Libertarians are seen as more towards the right. I don't think that's accurate. I think we are very much across the spectrum, left to right. But someone is asking, how do you bring this issue to the right? So, peace, justice, and a clean planet is my slogan for my campaign. And I think a big impact that my campaign could have, assuming I don't win, which is a possibility, is to remind people that there is a libertarian argument for the environment. We believe in bodily autonomy. We believe in private property. My body and property happen to be on the planet. I haven't used the word climate change in my entire campaign. And one reason is to reach out to the Republicans, but also to stay consistent with that, because climate change is it's a symptom of pollution. We're polluting the environment. And if you keep it a pollution, there's something going from somewhere onto your stuff or into someone else's stuff. Now you can market it as, this is assault, this is trespass, this is invasion of your property. We should be treating pollution, when a big oil company spills oil, we should count that as violent assault against everyone harmed. When the CEO of BP came and did an apology tour around America, while our government was essentially handing out money to the people that they harmed, we should have been looking at that and saying that guy should be in jail. Like, not only should he not be the CEO of BP, not only should he pay to clean up what they did, he should be in jail. His company, under his leadership, committed assault. So until we can actually break down the corporate protections, and I will just say this because a lot of people are skeptical of libertarians and corporate protections, I see corporations as government entities. They're not part of a free market because they don't face the consequences of their actions. Take the BP example. If I went over to my neighbor and I took my engine oil and I dumped it on him and his lawn, he would have multiple causes of action against me. I could get sent to jail for assault. I would have to pay for the cleanup. But when it happens to a corporation, they don't actually face any real consequences. So we need to move towards consequences. And one way that we can do that is make it much, much easier for people to sue as a class, because most environmental damage doesn't hurt you directly all that much, but it hurts all of us very much. And something I learned in law school that I was kind of surprised by, because it's not the popular narrative, is that it's very, very hard to do a class action lawsuit, especially over something environmental. So that's something that I would be pushing very, very hard for in Congress to open up. But beyond that, the easiest thing we can do to stop polluting the environment quite so much, we can do this very, very quickly, is just cut the military budget. Because the U.S. military is the largest polluter on the earth. And if we cut that by 10%, great. If we cut it by 50%, even better. Not only will we not be bombing people and blowing up the planet, we won't be idling our tanks in the middle of the desert and shooting smoke into the air. So those are two quick ways to do it. I have a much more extensive platform that will be going up on my website soon. But again, if I can help remind people, who see libertarians as right wing, which I don't think is accurate, but if I can help remind them, there is a libertarian argument for the environment. There is a private property argument for the environment. I think we can move the argument forward.
Yeah, what you said is very interesting, because I'm interested in ways to pull people from the right to what I call the left, right? And climate justice, fighting for climate change is one of them. And it's always interesting to see what strategies people can use to do that. And I was always been confused about like the climate change denialism that comes from the right, because conservatism started out being strong on the environment because it's about conserving the earth. A lot of people don't know Nixon is significantly to the left of the Democratic Party on climate change. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm going to talk my head. But I think he created EPA, right? If I'm on top of my head,
Yeah,
right?
I think so.
Yeah, so it's like I'm not saying he's great. I'm just saying he's to the left of anything we have now. But anyway, I want to get Delilah in here. There's still a lot I want to dive into that, but I want to get Delilah in here. Anything you want to add to the conversation, but you also can bring up your platform and your strategy towards climate change.
Yeah, no, these are a lot of good points were made. For me personally, as somebody who grew up very poor and close to like a high capitalistic market, it's been transformative for me to grow up and realize how useless money is, and how useless these laws are in place that don't protect the people. They're there to protect the corporations. So it was like I read a little bit about it on my website, but basically being exposed to multiple pollution, oil spills, there in Texas specifically, there have been towns that have been left dry from fracking, that have, people have to evacuate their homes just due to like plant explosions and chemicals not being handled properly. There's just a myriad of incidents in this state. So I think the climate change is something that people think about, but they don't think about it as much as they think about these, natural disasters. So like I'm trying to talk to people about those, because those are all still fresh in their memory, but they may not want to hear the word climate change or climate crisis. And that's just unfortunate. I think it's just because of lack of education, lack of community support and things like that. And then, the industry is mostly run by oil and gas in Texas. So these people are always with their hands out, ready for subsidies, ready to take money that they don't need. This time last year, how much was the barrel worth? Like nobody was traveling anywhere. It was worthless, and they still made billions of dollars of profits. So one of my top things that I'd like to do as a state representative, as the governor of Texas, is take their fossil fuel subsidies away from them. First and foremost, they're not doing anything helpful to the community. They're not doing anything helpful to the taxpayers. So that money needs to be reallocated. And everybody keeps bringing up the Green New Deal, and it's good. It's a good start. I recommend people reading the Red Deal, which is an indigenous organization who have come up with a broader consideration to tackle the climate crisis. I'm going to read a quote from their PDF. They say, we organize through education and agitation for revolutionary change. We encourage our relatives and comrades to believe in revolutionary change. We advocate for global decolonization. We agitate among the poor, the working classes, the colonized, and the dispossessed to instill the confidence to fight back and take control of our destinies. And so I recommend reading that book. Anybody who's concerned with the climate crisis, or has any historical education, will know that Indigenous people usually have the right path for maintaining a balance between nature and ourselves, because we don't see ourselves as removed from it. And I think it just takes a lot of practice with your perception to get to a place where you do actually feel like you belong on this continent, on this planet, and that you deserve to have a peaceful life, without pollution, without harm to yourself, your family, your children, your community. And I think once we get to that place where we are feeling that we deserve these rights, we can be better prepared to demand them. I'm a big advocate for direct action. So during Earth Day to May Day, we're going to be planning a lot of events so that we can talk to the public more about the things that they need to do to advocate for themselves and to stop these exploiters from contaminating all of their natural resources.
100%. Can I jump in there for a sec?
Absolutely.
Yeah, 100%. I think, it's a hard sell, but the reality is that the best answer may be becoming Luddites and detechnologizing. And I liked what Terrence said about tidal power, and I think geothermal needs to be explored as well. And I also wanted to say that one of the things that we deal with here in Napa, since we're talking about strategies, the way to appeal to the left that I use is by talking about, instead of climate change and global warming, just talking about clean air and clean water. And here in the north of the Napa Valley, we have a lot of vineyards, obviously, and they're deforesting our hillsides to put more and more vineyards in. We have like 795 vineyards, and every wealthy vineyard owner has kids, and their kids want to grow up and have their own vineyards. And so we're trying to put a cap on this. And we have a board of supervisors that takes money from the wine industry. And so they just kind of, when there's a violation of rule, they just change the rule for the wine industry. They keep allowing more deforestation, and the corruption is a really hard thing to get by, even at the local level.
Yeah, I think you brought up yesterday, Jason, about decolonizing. And so it's not, it's obviously something that people are more than willing to discuss. I don't care how you talk to constituents, just as long as they get to a point where they're willing to see some changes made. As far as, I think Jason, somebody was bringing up, class action lawsuits. India has some really interesting laws to protect the water. So, as far as like private rights of citizens, if we could get to a place where we can extend those rights to like animals and waterways and things like that, then legislatively you have more power to advocate. So yeah, that's just another angle. And then obviously investing heavily in renewable and public transportation is just a must for all areas.
And ending factory farming, like you said, including the animals.
There's been plenty of discussion brought up by a few of you guys about, and I'm glad you guys brought it up because I asked you guys about strategy, and I advocate for this as well. Using your words carefully and knowing who you are talking to, and you can. And I forgot which one you guys brought up, but how you can talk about climate crisis without even using the term climate crisis, because of it's unfortunate, but because our propaganda in this country is designed to divide, that alone became kind of a divisive term for people. But I talk to conservatives. I live in the red state myself. I talk to people who are significantly to my right. I acknowledge I'm to the left of most people, but I have them speaking. Like, I won't use the term socialist. I won't use the term capitalist. I won't use the term communist. But I will have them sounding like a Marxist. Like I'm like, yeah, don't you think it's unfair that Jeff Bezos doesn't pay Amazon workers? Yeah. Then most people, even people who are Republicans, if you have the conversation set up right, they'd be like, yeah, man, that's not right. Yeah, how about the military budget? Isn't it insane how much we spend on the military? Yeah, it's crazy. And 10 minutes, 15 minutes later, he sounds like a Marxist. I don't have to call him that. Maybe we become friends later. Maybe we have a few of those conversations. I told you guys about the story of Becky, this conservative who liked Bernie back in my area. I got to know her for a few weeks, and I didn't use these terms at first, but eventually I asked her, like, why aren't you a socialist? Because I talked to y'all like you agree with all my philosophy, but that's something you can put down the line. But it's all about strategy. There's some people they care more about like maintaining. I can't really describe it, like their group, certain litmus tests where they refuse to win people over because they have to use certain terms. I'm not even for that. By any means necessary, dragging people to the left. I want to get Zoya, my wonderful co-host, in here. Zoya, you can respond to anything anyone said. You can add your take on climate change as well, but you also can add a follow-up question as well because she's my co-host during this
Yeah,
segment. So if you have any follow-up, you can do that now.
I'm
And
going to
then
do all the things you said. Climate change did get me into activism even as a kid. I think, it's a very unifying issue. But a few things I want to bring up is until the 1940s in America, we had a great transit system. Then it was sabotaged to expand around the automobile. Rockefeller and Standard Oil bought up the entire red car line and proceeded to tear up the tracks. There's literal graveyards of these trolleys. In 1980, Standard Oil finally lost an antitrust lawsuit over it, and their fine was $5,000. $5,000 for transforming an efficient system into the polluting one we have now. Earth's temperature has risen by 0.32 degrees Fahrenheit per decade since 1981. The 10 warmest years on record have occurred since 2005. From 1981 to 2019, a new record was set every 3 years. The amount of future warming Earth will experience depends on how much carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases we emit in coming decades. Today, our activities add about 11 billion metric tons of carbon to the atmosphere each year. As long as we continue burning fossil fuels, things will get worse. If yearly emissions continue to increase rapidly, global temperature will be at least 5 degrees Fahrenheit warmer, which would cause mass droughts, famine, and unprecedented natural disasters. Meanwhile, our government subsidizes the companies who perpetuate and profit off these toxic practices. So this has to be one of our top issues until we reach net zero. And that's another reason I haven't completely given up on electoral and direct action, because this is a major issue that we have to keep fighting for. So thank you to all the candidates for laying out their paths to combat the climate crisis. Now to introduce our next topic, America has 5% of the global population and 25% of the global prison population. Cops kill 3 people per day and solve only 2% of major crime. Police budgets are largest share of city spending and cumulatively largest than most countries' military spending. So how do you guys plan to combat this other crisis of the police state? And we can go in the same order.
so we start with John.
All right. Thank you. This is something that unfortunately there aren't any easy or quick solutions to, because it's something that's so ingrained in the systems that we've built. One thing I actually highlighted recently is that Springfield, Illinois, where I'm at, is 120,000 people, and we have a police budget larger than 7 militarized nations. And one of the biggest things that we need to do is demilitarize the police and in the federal 1033 program and get these weapons of war off of the streets. During 2020, we encountered an MRAP that was ready to go with armed officers on it for peaceful protesters. And this is something that we saw across the country, and the police actions are emboldened when they have the ability to use this equipment that was meant for enemy combatants. We also need to address sorry guys, a lot. on this topic. It's just so heavy to see. One of the things that we're targeting right now is federal prohibition locally and trying to get a movement going, because there's still people being targeted by archaic policies that have been failed for generations, and decreasing our prison population isn't going to happen without rethinking how we police and reallocating the funds from our police forces to social services to resources to prevent these things from happening in the first place, because crime isn't a product of anything but a lack of access to resources and opportunity. And by addressing these communities with a militarized approach, then we're not addressing the issues that actually cause it in the first place.
Thank you, John. Let's go to Jason next. Jason, if you want to reply to Zoya's question, what your take on how you challenge the police state?
Yeah, we spoke about this briefly yesterday. This is like the number one issue why I ran for Congress in the first place. And I think that we never talk about how federally funding elections will actually take the power away from police unions to influence those elections. But I think that some real simple things we could do that should be pretty uncontroversial is to end mandatory minimums, but end civil asset forfeiture. I can't think of the term that allows police officers to do whatever they want.
Qualified immunity.
Yes, and qualified immunity. I mean, these things, they should be pretty uncontroversial. About a year ago, I did some research, maybe less than a year ago, and I added up because I would say, police in Europe kill less people than police in the United States, and people would say, well, there's there's less people in any given country, and just started talking about healthcare and went into police. But I added up the populations of Spain, Portugal, France, the United Kingdom, Ireland, Switzerland, Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, and I think Poland, maybe, like 11 countries. And it was about 30 million more people. And we still kill 20 times as many people in the United States, police do. So yeah, it's a real problem, and we need to totally transform our policing system. Police should be, kind of like we. I mean, I want to say like they used to be, but they weren't. They didn't used to be. kind of like neighborhood cops that aren't looking for a reason to prosecute you and throw you against the hood of a car and pat you down.
So essentially, what you're looking for, Jason, is how cops are portrayed in our media, the propaganda. It drives me crazy the amount of people who think police is like Rush Hour. Like, people think it's like these buddy cop movies. They watch Law and Order NCS. They see these witty exchanges and people are passionate about. That's not, guys. Grow up. That's not.
No,
grow up.
You know what? When Iceland, when they first kicked out their bankers and changed their government, there was like some image going around about these cops eating ice cream, saying hi to people, and like that's how cops should be if we're gonna have cops.
Absolutely.
But that's propaganda.
Yeah, I mean, and I know I've talked to you guys and I've talked to Awkward before. And, I'm totally down with the 10 demands to abolish police. But I don't think, most people freak out when you talk about abolishing police. Oh, my God. Well, what about, the violent crime? And even myself, we just had our catalytic converter stolen out of our car 2 days ago. And like, shit, that sucks,
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We have a response to that, and that's through the path of abolition, through education.
Yeah.
Through the path. But this is not about me, so I'm gonna allow you guys to speak on that, and I'm gonna allow Zoe to
but actually, let's just for people who are interested, Nick, me, and Awkward co-founded 10 Demands, and you can find more information on this at 10forjustice.com. Tons of resources and a path to abolition.
Yeah,
absolutely. And I want to get Terrence in this conversation as well. And this is kind of why I was looking forward to this kind of open discussion debate as well. So I love it. So Terrence, if you want to add anything you want to reply to, also what your vision on how we can combat the police state? What are your strategies on that?
Sure. So, like Jason said, we did get into this a little bit yesterday. So I'll try and kind of take a different tack on addressing the issue here today. So, number one, we hear the number 2% of serious cases actually get solved by police, and that actually comes from 4% of reported serious cases end in a conviction. And the idea of the study also says that about half of serious cases aren't reported. So that's how you get to that 2% number. So the fact is, yeah, our police system is failing. It's failing at its primary goal, and you don't double down on the system that's failing. And so, I think absolutely what has been said about demilitarizing the police and ending qualified immunity should be a given. I think another thing that I've been sort of exploring for the past couple of years, and I'm still learning very much, is the idea of talking about restorative justice. Our current system is a retributive system. It's a system that focuses on punishment. But we should be looking to restore our communities when a crime is committed and address the harm that gave rise to the crime in the first place. And I'm still kind of working on how to build that into my policy, but I think that's something that it sounds a little like kind of flower power, like to some people in my district, I'll admit. So I have to really do a lot of work on educating folks about it. But yeah, I think that's kind of a lot of the start is just sort of reframing the idea of law enforcement and just thinking about it thinking about it in an innovative way. So I'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you for that, Terrence. And Zoya, if you ever want to feel free to chime in and ask follow-up questions, you're free to do that as well. I also want to get Jonathan. Is there anything else you want to add to this conversation as well? I want to get you in your perspective on how you want to challenge the police state.
Yeah, well, I mean, I work in court. I'm a public defender in Bronx County Family Court. I see the effects of police actions in ways that a lot of people don't. Usually you think, okay, the police come, they take you, they put you in a cell, and then they let you go, and then you go to trial. But then they also take your kids away. And then you need a lawyer to represent you to get your kids back and to maintain your parental rights. And that's where I come in. And what it has taught me is that even though we're supposedly slowing down on the war on drugs, even though we have supposedly legalized marijuana here in New York, despite that, the war on drugs right now continues to be the most destructive and divisive policy in modern U.S. history. It needs to be totally ended with full legalization. Addiction should be treated as a disease. That's what it is. Decriminalization is the start, and that's what I would be pushing for, because I've pledged to only serve 2 terms if elected, and I don't think we would get to full legalization of all drugs in 4 years, but that would be what I'm aiming for. I always tell people that I don't worry about fentanyl being in my beer. Like, I don't have to worry about, like maybe they amped it up a little bit by putting a little bit of fentanyl in here. And yet any illicit drug, if it's in the gray market, even if it's decriminalized, you still have to worry about stuff like that. Unfortunately, I know people who have lost their lives because of things like that. They were taking what would have been a non-lethal dose of something, and then they died because they had fentanyl in it. And I've seen it personally. But this interacts with policing directly, because why are the police militarized? Why are they so heavily armed? They're ordered to go in, and they're ordered to bust up essentially drug cartels and gangs and drug dealers. It's something they don't need to be doing. It doesn't make our community safer. It doesn't make our country safer. And yet they're told to do it. And the people that they are going and arresting are usually very heavily armed. And it's essentially an arms race. They are going to continue to be more armed and more militarized until we end the war on drugs. So what I've been saying is that we defund the police by defunding the cartels, by ending the war on drugs. I think that's the first step that we need to take. It would massively reduce violence. It would massively reduce incarceration. And remember, one person incarcerated today is a family broken. It's a cycle of poverty. It starts a cycle of poverty from then on out. And usually you're already in the cycle of poverty before you even have your first police interaction. But then after that, I think the next big thing, we were just talking about how few cases actually go to trial. We need a lot more judges. We need fewer police and more judges. The reason cases don't go to trial is they say you're your trial will be in 3 years. You're on, you're being watched or monitored, or you're staying in jail until your trial. I'm sorry, we don't have enough judges for it. But if you take a plea, you can get out today. You get a record, but you have to take the plea. They essentially hang, a slow, backed up system over people's heads in order to get them to take a plea. And we need to stop making plea factories, which is essentially what our criminal courts are. I think a lot more people would go to trial if they could actually get a speedy trial, and a lot more people would get off. I don't think we would have the conviction rate we have now. And these are basic little changes that you can make, just increasing, staffing for judges. That would help a lot. There's obviously a much bigger long-term goal of just getting rid of the carceral system overall. But again, I've taken a 2-term pledge, and I'm trying to be realistic. So I think increasing judges, full legalization, that's where to push.
No, I actually liked a lot of what I heard there, and I'll tell you why. I'll tell you guys why. Because it's a road to abolition. That's what we talk about on our 10 demands. And this is why I tell people don't run away from the fiscal conversation. There are a lot of people say, "Oh, I don't like the slogan defund the police." Why will you even run from the fiscal conversation? Because think about what Jonathan said. Most people agree with decriminalizing marijuana. Most people agree with ending the drug war. Now, what increased police budgets significantly ever since the 1980s? The drug war. Police budgets more than doubled after the war on drugs because of Ronald Reagan, Joe Biden, and Bill Clinton. So if you are for ending the war on drugs, you must be de facto in support of what? Defunding the police. So I don't want to hear you saying you don't like the slogan. If you look at the polls, most people agree with it. Anyway, I want to get Delilah in here because I love the way you frame that, because I think that's as abolitionists, that's another great route we can take to help educate people. But Delilah, I want to get your thoughts on this conversation, how you will challenge the police state and what's on your platform.
Yeah, so Texas has probably the most incarcerated people per land mass. We've got people in ICE detention. We've got people in jail, county jails, prisons. We still have the death penalty here. So this is a struggle state for anybody who is trying to be or on a path to abolition. So I do try to keep well read on the subject and have a good grounding in what most communities feel and what they'd like to see. Most of the conversations I've had around defunding the police are positive. Once people really understand what defunding means, they really come around. I think another thing, and Jonathan brought it up, I guess because you're in the system, you see the harm done to families on a regular basis. But these agencies like CPS, they are also very corrupt, and so I think part of the problem is the cash bail system. There's a profit incentive there, and then also there's a profit incentive to continue to cage people, and there's an incentive to separate families. So we have to really cut that off at the root and address the financial corruption that is within these systems. So yeah, I do think, I mentioned yesterday that the military industrial complex and the prison industrial complex are related. I don't see a way where we can separate them at this point, considering how heavily funded and armed these two institutions are in our country. So for me, one of the biggest things that I try to tell people that I think we should support is defunding, and then cutting police budgets, and then also, you mentioned we need more judges, but I think we need more social workers, and I think we need more community police versus more, people making these judgments, because there is a path for redemption for everybody. I think most people have forgiveness in their hearts for whatever crimes people do. And if you really look at it, we were just talking about environmental racism. These people don't have to go to jail for their crimes, but the lawyers who represent indigenous tribes do. They have to wear ankle bracelets, because they're doing their jobs. So it's really more about, decriminalizing is important, but there's no accountability in these systems right now. These people are benefiting where others do not, and it's all capitalistic based. So we really have to push socialism on every front, and again, just more community education and more community involvement. And I can't tell you how many people don't know that our prison population is counted in our census numbers, but they don't have a right to vote. And so it's just all these biases and hypocrisy within the systems that I think we need to highlight those so everyday people understand the problems so we can all work together to solve them.
Well, so before we move on, I want to open the conversation up before we move on to the next topic. I think Terrence wants to chime in, and then anyone else can jump in. Yeah, I think so. Let's go, Terrence, John, and Jason. That's who I call my eye first. Go ahead, Terrence.
Yeah, I had one thing I just wanted to sort of quickly add, and this goes to the bit about law enforcement on the sort of the other end of it. When Jonathan was talking about judges, I think the other thing. So when we talk about healthcare, we talk about Medicare for all, which is the right approach for healthcare. Absolutely. One of the things we don't really talk about in the criminal justice system that has been sort of raised in some circles but isn't very well known is legal care for all. The idea that everyone should be entitled to, not just a lawyer, but a solid lawyer. And I'd be interested to hear if Jonathan has any thoughts on this as well, if there's time. But yeah, I think the idea that, sometimes you're assigned legal representation that doesn't fit your needs, that doesn't feel right. And a lot of people don't pursue, criminal charges against someone because they don't feel like they can afford the representation. And I think that's a huge problem. So I just wanted to kind of throw that into the mix.
Well, if I can just say real quick, I have about 70 cases right now, which is high for me. It's not the highest spent at my organization. I work in an organization where I have support. I have social workers on my team. I have family advocates. I have all that. So for me, it's a lot of work. I'm working more than full time doing it, but it's not crazy. I know independent attorneys because, my organization can't represent more than one party, so we need independent attorneys to do this, who have 400 or 500 cases. There is no way, no matter how good an attorney you are, there's no way you can give adequate representation with 500 cases. And they have to take it. There's no other people stepping up to take it. Part of the reason is they're getting the same pay they got 17 years ago, the last time the government increased their hourly pay. So they can't have fewer than 200 cases if they want to pay rent, but they can't handle 400, 500 cases. So many people out there, no matter how good your lawyer is, they're not getting fair representation because it's just not possible. There's not enough people in the system.
If I could just make a point too, I'm glad that you're working where you work. I'm sure it's a lot. But Terrence brought up healthcare, and I think that's also a big part of it. The community that suffers from mental health and addiction are underserved and brutalized more often than not. We've had a lot of people that have been murdered just because they're, cops got called and they're the wrong people to call if there's a crisis, and then you end up, with kids being harmed or worse. So I think that again, advocating for socialized medicine is also a path to abolition, because then we can take those people that don't belong in jail, that just need treatment, and take care of them instead of harm and abuse them.
If I could touch real quick, I agree.
Jason, you can go. You can go. Jason, you can go after John, just so we have order. But John, you can go, and then Jason after him.
So just a couple things that have been mentioned that I'm actually witnessing and experiencing directly right now. The fact that there's such an overload on cases that has pushed back the time that people go to trial, and it keeps people who are going to prove their innocence in jail because they can't afford bond to get out. But it also keeps people on the streets and with their rights that can afford to be out of jail for longer before receiving a conviction. In 2020, there was a gentleman that runs a Confederate flag stand here in Springfield that headbutted me on camera, and that was in August of 2020, and that case is still ongoing. He has yet to be convicted for his assault. And then the two sides of the legal system entirely for folks who have money and folks who don't. public defenders are absolutely overwhelmed. I am actually in the middle of a case right now. I connected to the previous story. I was falsely accused of burning down a Confederate flag stand here in Springfield, and yeah, it's circumstantial evidence based on me and this gentleman having issues in the past. If anybody would like to help me defend against this, because I have been able to secure a expensive attorney, if I would have had a public defender, they probably would have tried to have me plead out. But the donation link's pinned at Keating for Change on Twitter. But there's two different legal systems, and it's not just for people with money, for people without, people experiencing poverty, people without. It's for people of color and people who aren't. I am a felon from when I was 19 for spray painting, but that didn't keep me from getting any jobs. I was able to become a licensed insurance agent later. I was the assistant GM for a local baseball team. Like, these are things that I was able to avoid incarceration because of my privilege. And if I hadn't, my life would have been much different. And we're seeing people locked up and just seeing the effects of it. And that's one of the things that drives me so hard, is seeing where I would be if I didn't look like me.
So, yeah, I wanted to say I loved everything that Delilah said, and I hope the people of Texas aren't stupid and vote for her. The corporate prison system needs to be abolished. Prisons should not be for profit. And the cash bail system doesn't keep criminals off the streets. It only keeps poor people off the streets. So I live 2 minutes from Vallejo, California. I don't want to confuse anybody. I live in American Canyon. I live, right by Vallejo. And Vallejo, we have a lot of police violence issues here, unfortunately. It's been getting a little better the last year. But one of my friends here is a civil rights lawyer named Melissa. And one of the things that I've learned from her is that the police here, their psych evaluation upon hiring is just real. It's very brief and general, and they don't ask specifics about PTSD. And I think that that's another really simple thing that may save lives. And they're not drug tested. Police, when they kill somebody, are not drug tested. No police officer in Vallejo has been drug tested in the last 10 years. And they just added, last year, they just had the portion of their police contract that says they can be drug tested removed, even though they weren't using it anyway. So yeah, police should absolutely be drug tested every single time they kill somebody. That to me seems like a no-brainer, very non-controversial. And the police department in Vallejo has, because of the violence and the crime, has this really bad reputation. So no police officers in the area want to work in Vallejo, and the city council is kind of powerless to do anything about it because it's all up to the city manager, even though they appointed the city manager. And so their answer to improving the police department, thanks to police union money, is to give police officers a raise, a pay raise. They gave the murdering police officers a pay raise to make the police department a better place to work so that they can attract other police officers. And that is just like, it has pissed off the activist community so much that like 46% of the Vallejo city budget goes to the fucking police. So I'm going to pass with that.
Well said. Well said. I have one more thing I want to add, and I'll pass it to you, Zoya, and then you can do your follow up and add your statistics. Just one thing I want to add. I won't be too long because you guys hear me speak on this issue a lot. I had a conversation with my good friend Garland Nixon about this, about strategy, and why I refuse to run from the fiscal conversation, because I have like many topics, a Marxist point of view on this as well. I see the police state, I see the prison industrial complex as just one mechanism, just another tool that the capitalist class used to wage class war on the workers. And that's not exaggeration. Look at the wealth extraction. Look at the amount of wealth that they steal via civil asset forfeiture. Look at the amount of wealth they are stealing by the taxpayer by continuing to siphon money to their police budgets that do not justify themselves. So it's very interesting how fiscal conservatives understand the power of finance and wealth that goes to different public institutions. This is why they always try to defund education and many other public institutions, because they understand that this money is power, right? Now, I want to put things into perspective, and this is why I find it pretty ridiculous that anyone would run from the fiscal conversation, defunding the police. Do you guys know the NYPD police budget is larger than the military budget of Ukraine? You know, the country that's in war. To be fair, we have sent they have got a lot of military assistance, but it's literally 3 times larger than the DPRK military budget. At what point do we ask the ruling class to justify this? And I find a lot of people who are too cowardly to call this debate out and challenge the capitalist class. That's kind of a red flag. But that's the only thing I will add. I want to get to Zoya, and then she can ask for a follow-up, and then you guys can kind of chime in whatever you want. But I'll pass it to Zoya now.
Yes. And John, I'm glad you brought up your experience with the police. That's actually how I found you when I suggested you to CJ. So, and I want people to see that a lot of these candidates, they're not just running for office. They actually do direct action. They engage with the system. They do community service. So this isn't where they started. And even as a public defender like Jonathan, they are actually doing things, not just having fluffy platforms and platitudes. So I appreciate that about you guys. Now I want to introduce our next topic. So it's immigration. ICE was created in 2003 as part of the US government's response to 9/11 that included mass surveillance, racial profiling, and militarism. As part of the Department of Homeland Security, ICE is positioned to treat immigrants as a security threat, not as people who are part of our communities. ICE's purpose is to detain and deport immigrants, which tears apart families and communities across the US. In 2020, ICE deported an estimated 185,000 people and detained an average of 20,000 people per day. Especially egregious considering the dangers posed by COVID-19 to people detained amid unsanitary conditions and receiving inadequate health care. Today, ICE has an annual budget of $7.97 billion. Money that would be better spent if we invested in things that actually help our communities, help keep them safe, invest in education, healthcare, jobs, and infrastructure. How does your platform address this issue? And we can go in the same order.
Well, I walk around every day in a mask that says abolish ICE. First of all, we need to severely we need to look at our path for refugee status and to citizenship and open it up. These people are fleeing conflicts that we've started, and we're refusing to clean up our own mess. And that's one of my biggest issues with this. And then we see that ICE is committing human rights violations. It's completely abhorrent that people aren't more outraged that there were women forcibly given hysterectomies at an ICE facility. This is an organization that has no oversight other than Congress, and they're not doing their job. It needs to go now. We need to completely revisit and re-envision how we're treating the people that are coming into our country and making it great.
Yeah, they blamed that on Trump and then forgot about the whole system that led up to the forced hysterectomies, didn't they? For people need to understand that immigrants are not responsible for the economy's problems. The government is, right? The corporations are. They're not taking jobs that you want. Here in the Napa Valley, we have a lot of immigrants are out there picking grapes for the vineyards. A lot of the white middle class people, they're not going to go out there and pick the fucking grapes. So yeah, it's a pretty stupid cycle, if you ask me. ICE absolutely needs to be abolished. I think that Democrats need to stop talking about a path to citizenship and just fucking give people citizenship. If there's a problem with the papers, give them papers. right? It's a real simple answer. But the more complicated answer is that our foreign policy, we need to stop supporting these right-wing dictatorships, drug lords in places like Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, Chile, Argentina, that are creating these conditions that have people fleeing, right? Our policies in supporting these countries, um, I lost my train of thought there. We are preventing these countries from developing their own economic system, through our exploitation. And so we need to be helping these countries develop. And, we talk a lot about cutting the military budget and reducing bases, but we could also be talking about using the military in a positive way by, helping these places rebuild, digging wells, and in helping them develop their economies so that they can have better countries than they have now. Because the history shows that when they try to get rid of their fascist governments, we support we give them weapons to kill people. We support, Contra death squads and shit like that. And so it's all linked together, and it's all part of the military industrial complex. And we need to stop blaming people for, being refugees and seeking, people don't just pick up and leave their country and go to another country where they speak a totally different language because things might be a little better. It has to be pretty rough to do that, to make a trek like that. And so we need to be, more compassionate.
Well said. Let's get Terrence in there, and then we do Jonathan and Delilah afterwards.
Yeah, so I first have to admit that sometimes this feels like a bit of a conceptual issue for me, because it's one that I don't see every day. But I do have a number of friends that are immigration lawyers, and my partner's father is an immigrant from Mexico, who now takes it upon himself in his free time to help people process those papers and kind of get through the very difficult system that we have. And he does that out of the kindness of his heart. And I think that that's so great. And I say this, I've been saying this a bit, this panel so far, but I absolutely resonate with what the last two panelists said. I think, one of the things absolutely is, we when people talk about the fact that we're caging children and families at the border, a lot of establishment figures will say, when confronted with that, well, what else are we supposed to do? My answer to that is we need to build a system at the southern border on the basis that we just shouldn't be caging children or families, period, and figure out the solution that follows from there. I think we need a lot more immigration judges to process asylum claims. The fact is, it's legal to claim asylum, period. I think we've talked about a good bit here already, we need to end the war on drugs and decriminalize the use of drugs, period. And we need to, I think this has also been alluded to by the other panelists, we need to work with the government of Mexico to build a safer, more prosperous border on both sides of it. This is a wholly manufactured crisis on the basis of this war on drugs. And people forget, I mentioned this yesterday, people forget that it's also one of the most violent conflicts of the world in terms of number of deaths per year. And just sort of a final note here, and then I'll pass it on. Under our current system, immigrants don't really take away our jobs. They just do the jobs that we don't want to do for less money than we'd be willing to work for, which is unjust and terrible, but that's the current system for you. And so, when we talk about these sort of boogeymen about immigration, I think we need to confront some of this stuff head on, but I'll leave it there for now.
All right, Jonathan, you want to chime in next, and then we go to Delilah?
Yeah, I'll be pretty quick on this because the Libertarian Party has been pretty clear on migration since 1971 when we were founded. Immigration is a human right. Migration is a human right. We were against ICE 3 decades before it was ever created, but I wouldn't stop at ICE. I would vote to abolish the entire Department of Homeland Security. None of that is needed. In theory, the military is our Department of Homeland Security. The problem is they're all overseas. They're all stationed in Germany and Japan and Korea. If we cut them down, 90%, bring them all home, that's security. We have nuclear bombs. Let's not forget that. I think that migration should work pretty much the way it worked. In 2001, my family adopted my little sister, Katie. They flew her over here. They signed some paperwork. The judge said, hey, she's an American citizen now. It just worked just like that. I think that's much closer to what our immigration system should be. My wife is an immigrant. Obviously, it wasn't as easy for her or for her family to get citizenship here. Her dad is still not a citizen. The rest of her family is. So yeah, I think it should be much, much, much easier. And just to bring up what others have already touched on, but just family separation, we talked about it when it was on the border, when it was politically popular or unpopular, but it happens every day. I wouldn't have a job if it didn't happen every day. In the Bronx, it's several dozen families are separated. Children are maybe not into cages, but they're sent essentially to bunkers downtown in Manhattan. They're sent to strangers' homes. They're sent to places where we don't really know often what happens. Many of them run away from these places and are not seen again. But family separation happens every day. It's not just on the border. And if you live in a place and you're not aware of what's going on in your local family court, go watch, because you will probably be really, really shocked.
Well said, Jonathan. I want to get Delilah on your opinion on immigration, where you stand, and your platform on this issue.
Well, first, I just wanted to thank John, for acknowledging your privilege. Appreciate that. It's awesome. I think a lot of people don't feel comfortable doing that, and I think it's an important step, and so I'm grateful for that. For those of you who are not very familiar, Texas is obviously a huge hub of migration, and we have a lot of people locked away, as I mentioned before, in cages, separated from their families. In fact, today is the 2-year anniversary of Title 42, and President Biden has expelled over 1 million asylum seekers under that public health order. So they're just taking advantage of COVID and using it to expel people that they can't exploit. I think that there's a very clear difference in what kind of immigrants are easily accepted into our culture and what kind of immigrants are not. And it's founded in racism, it's founded in white supremacy. So all of our structures, the military industrial complex, the prison industrial complex, are based off of those facts or off of those systemic symptoms. And so without addressing racism and white supremacy within our culture, I don't know how successful we can be. I think it's a really important step. So platform-wise, I agree with abolishing ICE. I think it's wasting a lot of money. I think that there's plenty of ways that we can allow people to move here and allow them to find some peace and happiness and liberation. That's what many of us as citizens are still struggling for. Even though we were born here, we still don't have those rights. So human rights are not just fought for immigrants, they're fought for people who live here. And there are these structures that exploit people and make too much money off of exploiting these people that we need to start taking away their budgets. We need to start limiting their power. We need to start, really advocating for peace. And I can't look at something like what's happening in Ukraine and not see that that's the same thing that happened to people in Colombia, or that's the same thing that happened to people in Haiti. And our military industrial complex is the reason for many of these conflicts and many of the migration movements that the colonialism and capitalism destroys the global south, and then we brutalize these people for just simply trying to survive, even though we're the reason why their homes have been destroyed or there's too much conflict for them to live there safely. So I think it's a lot about just public awareness about our role as the United States in these conflicts all over the planet, and I think that with that in mind, you'll find a lot of people that feel more compassionate about immigrants coming here and less against them and less fearful of them, because if you can consider the people in Ukraine that are being bombed and harmed by neo-Nazis, you shouldn't think twice to consider the Black and brown people being brutalized on our shores as well.
Well said, Delilah. And I want to get a Zoe opportunity to offer any follow up, but I do want to quickly add um, my quick perspective on this. At RBN, we're not one of these people that just want to be like MSNBC light, like one of these independent media that kind of like MSNBC. Our job is to push and probe the Overton window to the left. I am an agent of chaos. That's what I'm here to do. So I made the case for open borders. I made a video about it, and I made a very passionate argument because I'm not one of those people that allow anyone to think for me. I look at history. I look at the Marxist theory I read, and even what Jonathan said is very interesting because I actually said on the channel multiple times that conservatives are hypocrites because if you look at the old school conservative libertarian train of thought, there was for open borders. And that's why I'm glad that Jonathan kind of just came on here and gave his perspective. Because the idea, and this came from my very base instinct, is if I kind of want to go to Mexico, I don't think you should tell me I shouldn't be able to go. So that's the instinct that led me to that decision. But I can make the argument why it's a pro-worker approach. Why if you're at least a leftist, as I define it, that should be your position. If companies can move, workers should be able to move. What is the thing that prevent people from moving across the border? What is the barrier that prevents immigration or moving across the border? Money, finance. That's why you got money in corporations that are able to go offshore. They're able to put their factories overseas because they can just pay for it. If you're a millionaire, if you're a billionaire, and you want to live in Paris, France, on a whim, what is the cost of you doing that? Just paying for it, right? So there is no real immigration system. The security is money, right? So that means the borders is by definition a control mechanism of the workers in a way to keep the lower class in check. That is by definition. So if you want to have harsh immigration policies, my argument is you must prevent the companies from moving. You got to be consistent across the borders. You got to keep the rich from moving. That's my position. If you can pay for movement, that movement should be available for everyone, or it becomes a class war mechanism. Now, also from my perspective, my background, I know there are a lot of people who are in love with nation states. I am an African descendant of slaves. I'm not in love with your nation states like you guys are. And also, it's very interesting that you guys didn't care about nation states and borders back when you guys took our ancestors away. So you guys forfeited that argument a long time ago because you guys didn't care about it back then. So anyway, that's just my 1-2 in that. I'm gonna pass it to Zoya, and then we can open the discussion.
Yeah, and I agree with everything Nick said. And we have to also consider our role, America's role in terrorizing and destabilizing these regions, which leads to people, forces them to flee their homes and come here. Also in 2020, 21 people died in ICE custody. And the agency has also been subject to more than 1,200 complaints of sexual and physical abuse. So, to the question, can ICE be abolished? Yes, the idea of abolishing a government agency isn't as radical as some may think. Donald Trump himself proposed eliminating 19 government agencies when he took office. And various administrations have created and dissolved agencies to respond to changing needs and politics. And there was an agency that was handling immigration before this. It was INS. So it is 100% possible this government overreach occurred after 9/11, along with other violations of our privacies under Patriot Act. So all of these issues are interrelated, domestic and foreign and everything. So I like how the candidates connect those as well. Let's introduce our next topic.
Let's go reverse order this time. Let's get Delilah in first for this one. But go ahead, Zoya. I just
So
want to change the order up.
yeah, let's make it exciting. Um, so the next topic is trans rights, and I often use the phrase that none of us are free until all of us are free, and I don't think people truly understand how poignant that is. So we have to care for all communities, including the trans community, which is disproportionately targeted for injustice and discrimination. So on trans rights being human rights, where do all of the candidates stand? And let's start with Delilah, like Nick said.
Yeah, good question. Good question. Trans rights are human rights. I will always align with poor, working class, underprivileged people, and those who are often denied rights that many other citizens have. I think it's really important. And I don't want to. I tried to make that very clear when I first joined Green Party, because in the past there were some issues where there were some transphobic people allowed in some of our spaces, and we had to really work hard to address that and make sure that we were preaching, we were acting on what we were preaching. And so yeah, I definitely ruffled some feathers right off the bat when I joined, because it was a very clear thing for me to advocate for trans rights as well as advocate for, all of the other LGBTQIA people and women and children and people of color, because we require that intersectionality in all of our policies and procedures. It's important because it's a core value for us. We have to make sure that everybody has a space where they're free from harassment and they're free to advocate for themselves. So it's a challenge. It's a challenge because I feel, especially in Green Party, I think a lot of people have mentioned, oh, I used to be green, or I used to, and I think that there's a really good reason for that, and it's a struggle because our party is very large. We're not just a national party, we're a global party, and so there's a lot of different factions within our system, and you'll find people who disagree and they'll say, oh, I don't agree with that, and we have to make sure that we are firm to say that's your opinion, but if your opinion means that you're denying other people's rights, then you don't have a place here. You don't get to say what your opinion is, and we're not going to align ourselves with your advocacy because you're refusing to align yourself with others. And it's hard, and it's a stubborn person has to do this, and that's why I'm here, because there's no place for hatred and bigotry in leftist spaces where we have to fight for each other. So trans rights are human rights. I would like to see more solidarity among these different groups. I know some folks in the Lavender Caucus, and we try to work together on issues. We did actually do a restorative justice seminar for some of our trans comrades who were being abused and bullied, and we had to make amends, and we had to take those steps to do that. And although it's work, it's very important and valid work. As a woman in the state, I don't know if you guys are aware of the heartbeat bill, but if you are pregnant and it's more than, I think, as soon as you can detect a fetal heart tone, which is usually 6 weeks, you can't get an abortion. We're sending patients out of the state to get medical care that they need. You can die from, not getting medical services when you need for an unplanned pregnancy. And I think that, with the aggression towards trans students, trans youth, and their families, we need to get together. You know what I mean? Like, even if you're a woman and you don't know what trans people are, come talk to us, because we want to help work together to make sure that we are all advocating for each other, because this trend is a very patriarchal, bigoted trend. And so it usually starts in Texas, and then it spreads elsewhere. So Missouri's got bills coming through. We've got anti-trans legislation all over the country right now, and we have to be vigilant and do that hard work and make sure that we are keeping up to date on the laws that are affecting people, and then we're offering people a place where they can be safe and supported too. And I think I am an activist at heart first, and being a politician only came with the terrain, because I noticed that we're limiting ourselves, especially politically. So it's my goal to make sure that all of us can work together for the same goals, which we would all benefit from. So if you can become an ally for trans, you are already an ally for women too. And I don't think people make that distinction, but it's very important to understand that that's a fact, because these laws are aimed at a certain type of people. And if we don't get together and rise up against it, I worry. I worry a lot for the future, to be quite honest.
Well said, Delilah. I would love to give Jonathan a chance to jump in, and the order got changed, but then Terrence, then Jason, then John.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to build off what you were saying, Delilah, about the heartbeat bill for a minute, because I even know people who are pro-life who are terrified by that heartbeat bill. It's essentially a bounty hunter bill. It
Yeah.
didn't make it illegal to get an abortion. It just made it so that some random person could sue you and get a ton of money if they turn you in for getting an abortion after that time. And it's this roundabout way to get government enforcement of something that the government is not allowed to enforce. The Supreme Court was pretty, or has been fairly clear on that. So yeah, the heartbeat bill, all these vigilante, civil lawsuit bills. I think this is a terrifying trend, and all of us need to be pushing back against that. But to get to the trans rights issue, yeah, trans rights are human rights. All humans have the same rights. It's very, very simple. I'm again proud to be part of a party that has recognized that since we were founded in 1971, that the trans rights are human rights. But that doesn't mean that we don't run into some of the same issues that Delilah was just talking about. Sometimes spaces in the Libertarian Party are not necessarily safe for trans people. It's not something that I have to deal with. There's no space that I'm going to walk into where I'm going to feel like I'm going to be attacked, or I'm going to be targeted, or I'm going to be dehumanized. But there are still places, even in the Libertarian Party, 51 years after we said that trans rights are human rights, where there are still places where there's issues, and it's something we all have to work on. Like, each individual has to work on it, and you have to call people out when they're acting inappropriately. I will say this: the Libertarian Party, we don't have a ton of electoral victories, but last year we did have 100, I think it was 155 electoral victories, including Ashley Shade. I believe she was our first trans woman elected, and she was elected, oh God, out in Western Mass, somewhere in the Berkshires. And I went on her website and I looked around and I saw her slogan was compassion, education, and love. And I was like, oh, that's a great slogan. How can I make that a little more federal looking? How can I modify it to sound a little bit more like AOC and appeal to my electorate? So I ended up with peace, justice, and a clean planet. But I absolutely stole the basis of my campaign platform and slogan from Ashley Shade. So if you don't know Ashley, look into her. She's a wonderful activist. And yeah, trans rights are human rights.
I think I said Terrence next, right? Let's go Terrence next, and then Jason and John.
Yeah, so I guess one of the fortunate things about running as an independent is I don't have to worry about issues within my party. It breaks my heart to hear kind of the issues that your parties have gone through, but very glad to hear that you guys are on the right side of the issue on that. That's awesome. So the fact is, this is one thing where I can say pretty unequivocally, what in Massachusetts we're at the forefront of the issue with transgender rights. Although I admit we had a mixed record until just a couple of years ago. We've definitely done some catching up as a state to get to where we are. And I, by the way, I cordially invite anyone to share with me areas for improvement that they see in my state and in my district, and I'll strongly consider how to apply them in my platform. But just to kind of run through some of the issues where we have been at the forefront. Massachusetts doesn't require gender affirming surgery to alter it on your birth certificate. We have a third gender option on our driver's license. We prohibit discrimination in the workplace in both public and private employment based on gender identity. We prohibit housing discrimination based on gender identity. We have, of course, banned conversion therapy. We recognize gender identity in law for state hate crimes. And what else? We prohibit discrimination against transgender people in terms of health insurance coverage, but this is one area that we could use some work, which is that we absolutely need to pass Medicare for all, or a single payer system that ensures insurance companies can't deny gender affirming surgery. So I think that that's very much a national issue that we need to resolve to assure that, in fact, yes, trans rights are human rights. And by the way, I might just plug for RBN. I believe it was Friday. You heard from some Green Party officials, and one of them was, I believe, one of the chairs of the Lavender Greens, and I really appreciated their take I actually didn't catch their pronouns, but their take on this issue and kind of how to approach it in a way that's accessible to people that might not be familiar with the language. So yeah, I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you, Terrence. We'll go with Jason and John after that.
The trans rights or human rights shouldn't even have to be said, right? Because we're all humans and we all have rights. So, yeah, I've got a couple of transgender friends in Vallejo, and some of the things, like talking to my friends, like some of the things that I've learned, like I didn't even realize existed. That like some of the gay community doesn't accept transgender people fully don't see them as equals in the LGBTQ community. I mean, that wasn't even something that I even conceived of happening. And that transgender people get targeted by police and by ICE for sexual assault was not something I ever even conceived of. So yeah, we combat these things by I forget Terrence's or somebody's, the other person's slogan, compassion and education. We need to be able to, we have to have the education. It needs to be everywhere, about all these communities so that they aren't so marginalized that police know that they can get away with victimizing people, or ICE, which is basically police.
Well said, Jason. John, floor is yours.
I mean, unequivocally and unapologetically, trans rights are human rights. We're actually in the process right now through the stories with sports that people have been latching on to for transmesic positions. We have been having the conversation with a number of local business owners in the last few days and have educated a few that originally posted in transmesic ways or supported a transmesic statement. Whoop. Knocking my lights over. Sorry, guys. One big thing that we've been having a conversation about here locally, at least, is the change in verbiage. Transphobia is a phobia is an irrational hatred, and I think that we're giving these folks too much of a benefit of a doubt by giving them an irrational fear. Whereas it's actually it's transmesia, it's homomesia, it's an irrational hatred. It's not an irrational fear. So allowing these folks to claim an anxiety disorder is the reason for not liking somebody or advocating against their right to exist is doing a disservice and devaluing the people that we care about. But it's definitely important to fight for. I have a couple trans activists that I fought next to that are the fiercest activists and allies for all communities that I've ever met. And we have to unequivocally stand up for communities that are still under attack. Just yesterday, the body of Elise Mallory was discovered in Lake Michigan, and we're still seeing violence and trans individuals drawn to self-harm by the hatred and vitriol, and we have to unequivocally oppose it at every turn.
Well said, John. And there was a lot of great things that was said here. And on the issue of trans rights, critical solidarity, and because the same concept that I explained when I talk about critical solidarity, I expect people to have with the Black community, because otherwise it's dividing the workers. Period. There are a lot of people who they were like, "Oh, we shouldn't be talking about social justice issues. We don't want to talk about these issues because we want to have a working class movement." No, if you're not showing critical solidarity to trans people, you are dividing the workers. That's what you guys have to understand. That's basic Marxist theory. If you are class conscious, if you want to build a worker class movement, you by default must stand in solidarity with trans people, with Muslims, Black community, Latinos. I can go on, and there's just people. You guys understand the concept, right? So I don't even have to make the morality argument, right? Because I could easily do that. Everyone, I think we all should be on board with that. But I can make the, like, if you're like some callous bastard or whatever, I can still explain to you the logic. If you're like a Marxist, why it would be ridiculous not to have critical solidarity with trans people. So that's the only thing. That's what I'm gonna add. I'm gonna pass it to Zoya. Actually, let's go Terrence. I think you had your hand up, so let's go Terrence, and then we can open it up and then go Zoya.
Yeah, I just wanted to sort of touch on one thing that I think other people have touched on, but sort of add to it, which is just the education piece on trans rights and on acknowledging trans rights and getting people to understand trans rights. I think there's a degree to which we need to, especially for people of older generations, we have to exercise a little bit of compassion for them to help kind of bring them along in this conversation, and basically correct them, but correct them with compassion when they stumble on these things. And so I think the education piece, especially for people of older generations, is really critical. And I don't necessarily have the best idea yet of how to go about doing that, but I think at the very least approaching it with a spirit of compassion for people that just don't get it yet is I think really important. So I just wanted to throw that in there.
I just, if I can add, I know you brought up healthcare before, and I don't know if you all are familiar, but I've been a healthcare worker for 18 years, and it's actually a faith-based ministry. But we were doing education and training with our staff like 5 years ago about trans people and preferring pronouns and things like that. And I did a podcast recently, and they were asking about gay marriage, and they're like, why is that even on your platform? And I'm like, well, because it's not, it's still a problem. Most people still get married out of the state for their own safety and for their own comfort. So yeah, I think it's really important to understand that we can address this on a healthcare standpoint to kind of break the bias and make sure that people do have their human rights and they are able to advocate for themselves as patients for what procedures and medicines they need. And so I'm a big supporter of patient privacy. And it's because, I think that there's a path for breaking down these cycles of abuse that our society allows through medicine.
Well said. I want to pass it to Zoya. Zoya, if you want to chime in or add any follow-up questions as well. I know we're getting close to transitioning to our next segment. My Revolutionary Blackout brother CJ asked some great questions. So if you're watching, we're about to get to him, my brother. We're about to get to him. So Zoya, I'll pass it to you.
Yes, so we collected some questions from the audience. The first one we're going to go with is, as a high school math teacher in Florida, I wanted to know your thoughts on how to combat the anti-critical race theory rhetoric that demonizes educators as a whole.
For this part, I would leave it to an open panel. If anyone start interrupting, then I will kind of dictate the conversation. But so I'll leave it open panel for this part of the conversation.
I feel like I can address that since Texas and Florida are kind of similar in a lot of ways. I know a lot of teachers, and I know how hard y'all work. And so this is just an extra political thing that you do not need to be dealing with right now. And so I am sorry that that the right and these bigoted lawmakers are putting extra stress on your plate. As far as addressing concerns, you have to consider that the people who are coming to you saying that they're concerned about critical race theory are, first of all, not informed, and they don't know what they're repeating, and it's a fear tactic used by conservatives to get us to stop working together. So try to address them with that in your mind, that this person does not know what critical race theory is, first of all. And secondly, just I think one of the best things, especially as a parent, is if I came to a teacher with a question, that they just assured me that my child is what's important to them, that they're not trying to get involved with politics. They're just trying to be good teachers and be part of the community. They want their children to be cared for. And that's not going to change regardless of what the political environment may or may not be at the time. And I hope that more people are willing to talk about this and just acknowledge their lack of information before they come to you to make accusations. And I just wish you the best with that. And I hope that your community will rally behind you and support you in this.
I think that the problem is propaganda. The people that don't know what they're talking about are pretty sure they do know what they're talking about. And I was really hoping for that you'd have a better answer than me, because I have this problem all the time. And people, well, how do you feel about critical race theory? And I'm like, teachers are not teaching students, to blame each other. Do you understand that this country was created by genociding Native Americans? Do you understand that this country was built on slavery and that the Black community went through sharecropping and was even denied access to suburbs when they were created, and all these things? But in schools they're teaching our children communism, and they're teaching each other to hate each other and blame on my white kids, and I'm like, and I don't have a good answer.
Hey, they know what they're doing.
I cannot talk to people like that.
They know what they're doing. They pretend otherwise, but I really do think they know what they're doing. We are living in an empire in decline. You have capitalists who can't defend their system, so they got to ban Marxism. Why you ban Marxism from schools? Because you are not confident in your ability to challenge a critique of capitalism. Do you want to chime in, Jason? I think you did, right?
What's that?
Sorry, Jason. But anyway, my point was the reason why they banned Marxism and critical race theory and these things for schools is the same ideology that came from, and once again, as a history nerd, you can tie history to what's going on today. That's the same thing that happened with book burning. If you guys think critical race theory is so dumb and so stupid, then it wouldn't win people over, and thus you wouldn't feel the need to ban it, which is greatly ironic coming from these hypocrites who I have no tolerance for, because these same people will say, oh, I'm a free speech fighter. I'm a free speech warrior. I'm for the First Amendment. These right-wing hypocrites, no, they are not. Because do you know the consequences of this? There have been Black authors who was banned and censored. Because if you're Black in America, what do you write about? You're more likely to write about race. So they was and once again, these are not people that was even like critical race theory professors, just people Black writing about being Black in America. Right. Tell me more about how you're a free speech advocate if you support this. But sorry, I didn't mean hijack. I'll pass it back to the panel.
Not at all. These are the people that they're teaching our children to hate America. They don't want their kids to learn the actual history of America. They just want their children to be indoctrinated into this fucking white supremacist system. And, and on the one hand, they're not wrong that, CRT is going to lead towards communism because we're trying to have equality here. But, that's not really what they're interested in.
If critical race theory is like a lens to see things through, to look at history through, to look at events through, what lens was it? What theory was it that I was taught history? Like what is this like pilgrim, buckle hat, turkey party with the Native, and like everyone was Squanto and they put the fish. What lens was that?
It was the lens that benefits this middle row right here.
Yeah, it's the yeah. Oh wow, I didn't even look at that. I call it the non-critical colonialist theory is essentially what I was taught growing up. This whole idea that we came here and we're like, oh, we made this continent so much better. We bought Louisiana and we moved west. Thank goodness. For God, whatever that was. I mean, I know they're not teaching critical race theory really in schools, but if they were, it would be better than that. Like it would be way better than that. That's the most twisted, disgusting view of our history you could possibly put forward. I would rather our kids be divided by race, if that's what they're doing, than to believe that we actually came here and sat down and had a party with the Native Americans and everyone got along. That's just not true, and it is dangerous to teach people that.
I love that you brought that up. Sorry, I won't pass it. I'll pass it to you. Go ahead, John.
Fine. And that's something that growing up, I didn't realize the difference from history that we were taught. And I think that I actually got the better end of the stick than most areas because I'm from Springfield, Illinois, the home of Lincoln. So at least we saw some things about slavery and the Civil War that were actually taught because we had history here that we were immersed in. but I can't imagine what it was like, what it'd be like growing up in Texas for a child there, Delilah. And it's the view we've had for it is a view from colonization, a view from colonizers, and that's not something that we can continue to look at it through if we actually want to see what happened and if we want people to not repeat the same mistakes and shit that we've gone through already.
Yeah,
I just wanted to add, I mean, no teacher is teaching critical race theory to your children. That's not happening. And the fact that people think that it's happening is an indicator of what kind of legislation, what kind of division is going on in your community. And it's less to do with any kind of teaching formats anybody's using and more to do with what kind of propaganda is being pushed onto your community right now. And then the reason why is usually, there's some financial angle that people are trying to, if you got the working class divided and worried about critical race theory, they're not going to notice when you add more taxes to them or you don't, you know what I'm saying? And like, I just feel so bad for like conservative people that don't understand that they're being used and exploited and lied to on a regular basis with such efficacy that this tactic is trying to be used internationally, now. I mean, nobody's teaching that to your kids, and that's just the first fact that needs to be addressed. Students, schools should be the ones addressing the parents. It shouldn't be individual teachers being harassed after school, after they've been working all day, going to pick up their kid. That's not something that's happening to your student. And I think that, it would be nice if the schools were addressing it fairly and responsibly, but they're not. And so, I just feel for people going through it. I just really think if you get your community behind you, you'll have a lot better success, at least being your own advocate. Sorry to jump in. It's not even a thing.
I love you stole the point exactly what I was about to make. Americans need revolutionary discipline, right? This whole thing is about dividing the workers. I always go back to that because I can easily make the emotional plea, which I think should work. I think that should work. But I was like, all right, what can I say to people who just don't care, who are just callous? And that's the argument that we have to make. And when it comes to like critical race theory, another point that you guys are making is the idea that they teach us in schools is so absurd. Because I often do segments and I often talk about the failures of my public education. So the idea that they're teaching kids, especially black kids in school, critical race theory is. Do you guys want to know what I learned in school? For one, they completely whitewashed MLK. They told me they was like Malcolm X was the bad guy. He was the radical who had bad strategy. And also, no mention of Fred Hampton at all. I didn't learn him. I told you guys, I embarrassed myself. I told you guys, I didn't know who Fred Hampton was until I was like 22, 23. I was like, who? What? Black? What? Because they did not teach us that in school. I didn't skip that part. I didn't skip that grade. They just didn't teach us that. So what are you guys even talking about with critical race theory? It never made sense. Even on face value, knowing what I did. When I graduated from high school, when I went through my late teenage, early 20 years, I had to undo everything I learned in high school. I'll talk about that many times. I'm not going to go into it. But that shows the idea that critical race theory is taking over schools. I think they know that's ridiculous. And that's why I said in the beginning, I think they know what they're doing. I don't trust capitalist intentions. I think they do this to divide the workers. So anyway, I want to pass it back to Terrence and Delilah, and then we got a few more questions we really got to get to.
Can I just say real quick that Cryptician in the chat, I saw your super chat, and that's on the next segment, and I'll make sure that we circle back to it.
Yeah, we are running kind of behind, so let's get to the super chat, and then you got, and I'll open it right back up to you guys. So this is one of them. I think this is one you just shot out actually. This one has say Delilah and Keaton. What strategy do you think would be effective at gaining Black American appeal and support away from Democrats? So I think, like you said, I do think that the next segment. So if you don't mind, Kryptonian, we can't say that to the next part. If you're not, I don't know who's not on that segment. Anyone want to chime in on that? Who's not a part of that segment?
I do.
I'll hit on it real quick before we move on to it. I think that a mistake that most third parties make and most campaigns make is trying to appeal to Democrats. The disenfranchised voter part, the portion of voters that are disenfranchised and don't vote in the working class is massive. And when we energize the working class and bring them to the Green Party, then the Democrats that agree and are farther left-leaning, they'll trickle in with them. But those aren't the voters that matter. Those are the ones that are oftentimes complicit in the systems and continuing the systems. We need to reach out to the people and get in the actual communities with direct actions to speak to and re-enfranchise the people who have been fucked by the system for so long.
I was hoping that Ajamu Baraka would run for president in 2020. And I think that if he runs for president, he has an awesome voice, and he could really reach the Black community more than most people I have ever heard.
People like, Nick, why haven't you have a John Mubraka on the show? I'm like, I've been trying. There's no one else. I would like more as a guest than that man. So trust me, guys, I have tried. I've seen your comments. You guys been like, why are you guys not trying? Anyway. Yeah.
If the audience wants to see him on, tag him on Twitter, tell him to come on Revolutionary Blackout Network. You guys can help us make this happen.
The power's in your hands.
I'll do that.
He actually has worked on some projects that GPAX has. I'm a member of GPAX. It's a Green Party Peace Action. And so as far as like civil disobedience and things like that, he's willing to participate in things like that and offer a voice. I will definitely try to get in touch with people in that section and see if they can get you all together, because it'd be great to have him on here. I don't know that I'm on the next segment, but I think it's probably a valid point not trying to pander to Democrats or any other group. I think just showing up to these communities and hearing people is helpful, but don't stop there. They don't want an appearance. They want your consideration. They want you to ally yourselves. Solidarity is a verb. It's not a word that you use to make yourself seem convenient. You have to show up, and you have to seriously show that you're aligned, and not just with your platform, but like with your community service and your direct action, and the things that you're working on are what tells community what you're about. It's not important to have all of these ads and all of these expenses on marketing yourself when you can just do the work. So that's my take on it. That's how I feel.
Yeah, for the love of God, do not kneel with a kente cloth, or you're done. You're never coming back on here again. I will do a segment against you. You're done. I'm telling you, don't do it. But anyway, I'm opening up the panel.
Also, for people who might not know this, but Ajuma Baraka was the vice presidential nominee in 2016 for the Green Party. And that just, to address Howie's appearance yesterday, Howie is not the entirety of the Green Party. We have excellent Green Party candidates here, a lot of excellent volunteers on the ground. So, keep an open mind and don't give up on third parties. But that brings me to the last segment, which is American elections. And I'm going to combine sort of all the questions into one, and then the candidates can address them. American elections, what do you guys think of paper ballots? If Democrats and Republicans control the elections, how can a third party ever get a fair shake? And is the United States a democracy?
What was the last part?
Go ahead, Jason.
What was the last part?
If the United States is a democracy.
Oh,
and
United States.
We're going to go with 2 minutes each, please.
Okay, the United States is not a democracy. It is an oligarchy. It's a kleptocracy. I definitely support paper ballots. It's going to, like anything, like any kind of change like that, it's going to take massive numbers of people on the ground to make any kind of change. I think that we have to have multiple parties like they do in other countries. We have to have paper ballots. We have to have a national holiday of Election Day. We have to have automatic registration at 18. The list goes on, and I don't think we have time, so I'm going to pass.
Delilah, we can go to you next.
Sure. Yeah, I think paper ballots are ideal. I think taking money away from the system, would be ideal. We need publicly funded elections, and we're as third parties, we're kind of pushed out of the public's eye intentionally, so that they don't have real options that would benefit them. I think that obviously I'm aware that we are not a democracy in this country. It is an oligarchy, and you know, ever closely resembling a fascist police state, depending on what's going on in your locale. So that's just an unfortunate fact, and I know a lot of people aren't comfortable with it, but it's true. So yeah, paper ballots, automatic registration. I think same day registration would be a benefit to a lot of people, especially working class. Some polls here in Texas are not. It's not easy for everybody to vote. I mean, they'll reject mail-in ballots. You have to have disability paperwork. Often, it's hard. We need to make it easier, more accessible, and less capitalistic to really be. I think that we do have a shot as a third party in Texas because we do have ballot access, but that could change. I could get sued off the ballot or something crazy could happen. So, yeah, I think we just need more education and more advocacy groups pushing for fair elections. And a lot of people that are saying that they push for fair elections are biased and they only want to help the Democrats or the Republicans. And so it isn't fair, but I think we have a chance of fighting against it.
I can go next.
Yeah.
Oh,
Terrence
sorry.
and John. Because you volunteered. Terrence and John.
Sure. So yeah, I mean, we absolutely do live in an oligarchic system, not a democracy. I've been pushing the hashtag real democracy because I think that that's something that we really need to, we need to do everything we can to make sure that we are more a democratic system than we are now, because we're certainly going in the wrong direction. I think, having multiple parties is absolutely important. When it comes to paper ballots, I think, yes, absolutely, that should be the way to go. One of the things that's terrible, as we're sort of basically under the impression that we're coming out of a pandemic, despite the fact that it's still killing many people a day. In Massachusetts, we have let mail-in voting, what they call no excuse mail-in voting, expire. And so, 8 months from today, everyone's going to have to go to the polls regardless of, the state of the pandemic, which is a real problem. And so the notion that it was a breath of fresh air when suddenly we had, no excuse mail-in voting. And so I think we absolutely need to get that back. Gosh, there was a lot to that question, and I'd love to I'd love to spend just another hour just on this question, because I think we've got the right panel here to talk about it. But yeah, I mean, we don't live in a democracy. Absolutely, we need to do more to do that. In fact, actually, I believe this is a little bit of a hot take. I actually believe our state borders, the way they're constructed, are kind of a higher level of gerrymandering. That force people into thinking that states are blue states or red states, when often there's parts of states that are one way and parts of states that are another way. And so we're sort of propagandized into this notion that the way that the system is formed is good and proper and it doesn't need change, when in fact it's very much the opposite. So I'll leave it there for now, but thanks so much.
All right, so I will try and get as much in this 2 minutes as I can. I 100% believe that we need paper ballots. I also believe that we need universal mail-in voting. Everybody that's registered to vote needs to get a ballot and a ballot package with information about all the candidates. We need federally funded elections. We also need a lifetime ban on lobbying for elected officials. Once we get money out of politics, then the issue of term limits won't be a problem, because once we remove the financial and status incentive, then we don't have to worry about also pushing out good legislators. As far as gerrymandering, I'm going to bounce off of Terrence's mention there. We definitely need independent election committees to draw borders. The district that I'm running for in Illinois goes directly down the middle and is entirely surrounded by a second district. They took the Democratic cities and college towns and left the rural area to gain another seat in Illinois this election. They're saying that it's supposed to be +7, and the fact that they do that, we know, is just another way of tilting the scale. And we need fair ballot access. Republicans disenfranchise individuals. The Democrats disenfranchise entire parties. Every single party or every single third party candidate in 2020 that was on the ballot with me was sued to get off the ballot by a Democrat, despite having the requisite number of signatures. They were just looking for any way to knock people out because they want to limit the dissemination of the ideas. They aren't worried about taking votes away from individuals. They just don't want Medicare for all. They don't want a Green New Deal. They don't want fair elections put on in the conversation. We also need multi-member districts. 100,000 people is far too many for one person to represent and actually be able to talk to them.
Let's get Jonathan here as well.
Yeah, I'll try to be quick. I go a little different than what John just put out as far as term limits. I agree we need to get money out of politics and that term limits kind of are part of that, but I would say just go for term limits first. One reason is that we can self-impose. I've taken a pledge. I'll only serve 2 terms if elected. I've asked all my opponents to do the same. They haven't yet, especially Ocasio-Cortez has not yet. But I saw a Republican who's running for U.S. Senate here in the primary who cut and pasted the language from my site and put it on his site about a 2-term pledge. So now that's 6-year term, so it's a little different. But that was great. And if maybe 10% of people start doing it this election and then 25 next time, we can get that ball rolling. But someone else brought up ballot access. Yeah, we had ballot access. The Libertarian Party had it here during the middle of COVID, during the lockdown in May. They increased the number of signatures you need, and they increased the number of votes you needed in the next election. So we lost ballot access retroactively. We have to fight to get it back. So I need 3,500 signatures. The people running for like governor and U.S. Senate, Larry Sharp and Tom Queter, who will be on later, they need 45,000. And like you said, we need to get double that because they're all going to be challenged. And the way it is set up is so corrupt. So right now is petitioning time for people who are part of a recognized party. So right now, AOC, who raised $7 million last quarter, I raised about 1,000. She raised $7 million. She has paid petitioners out on my corner right now getting signatures, way more than she needs to get on the ballot, because each person who signs hers is not allowed to sign mine because they've already signed one for the same office. So they're going to go out and they're going to get 50 or 60,000 signatures around here. And all those people are going to be ineligible to sign my petition. It's going to be much, much harder for me. She's definitely already hit it. But the way they set it up, they get to go first. We don't get to start till April. So yeah, in addition to that, paper ballots or blockchain voting, so you can trust and verify. You can verify that your vote was actually counted. I think if we're going to do mail-in ballots, there's going to be conspiracy theories unless we have a way to check your vote. And I think a blockchain could be a way to do that. Nonpartisan primaries, ranked choice voting, star voting, really any other voting, then many people have brought up good ideas here. I won't go into all of them. But yeah, the big thing is if you're watching this and any of these candidates are in your district or near you, or you can make an hour drive to get to them and they need help petitioning and getting signatures, do it. None of us are raising enough money. Right? None of us have enough money to run a campaign, but we need to get signatures to be on the ballot. That's important. People need to see us on the ballot. So find a local campaign, sign up, and help us, please.
I think we got to get Jason here, right?
Sure. I wanted to, JB put a comment up there and I wanted to agree. And I think a couple of people hate it too. It needs to be easier to get on the ballot. It needs to cost less. I think one of the guys was in the panel yesterday from Kentucky had to get 400 signatures. For in California, you had to get 1,358, and that was less than last election, which was 2,000, and that was down from 3,000 a couple of elections before that. So it absolutely needs to be easier to get on the ballot. And I'm a little bit more sketchy on the mail-in ballots. I think we have to have them for people who want them, but I'm a little concerned about putting my thing down and putting it in the mail and just trusting that nobody's going to alter it. I want to do it in person myself.
Absolutely.
One last thing ranked choice voting and proportional representation would help a lot.
Well said. I appreciate everyone for watching. That was an amazing segment. I'm very hyped for the next show that we have planned. My dear friends, I'm gonna be off. You guys will see me. I think I'm gonna join the conversation with Dr. Jill Stein later tonight. But I'm looking forward to this next segment. We're gonna have Ron Bacone, my great friend Pat as well join us here as well. I think we're waiting for JB, right? I think JB's hosting this. Let me make sure.
I just want to say these summits
Here
take
it
a
is.
lot of work and organizing.
Yeah. Oh, there he goes. Okay, there he goes.
I see you guys. I see you guys later this evening. Thank you guys for watching. Let me put JB in here. There you go. How you doing, JB? My brother. Man, I'm so hyped for this show, man.
Baby.
I'm so hyped for this show.
My dear Lady Z and Chocolate Thunder, so good to see you both
don't
in
you
here
start.
today.
Don't you start, man.
No, yo, I'm gonna start. I'm gonna start. All right, because when I see Lady Z and Chocolate Thunder, I love y'all.
Oh, you. Anyway, I gotta go. JB's about to kill it, guys. I'll be watching as well. I'll see you guys later tonight.
All right, see you later. All right. Zoya, are you sticking around with me or are you going to?
Completely up to you, but whether I am or not, I wanted to express my deep, genuine appreciation to RBN for putting this together. I think people want real change and solutions, and these discussions are vital. We're addressing every possible path forward, and I want to ask people to keep an open mind, make suggestions, because the left needs solidarity and a path forward. So just some appreciation to the entire RBN network and team. Everybody, please like, subscribe, follow, share this with your friends, because I think we've been unpacking a lot of things that people have been having circular discussions about for years. And I'd like to see them come to an end and for us to create a path forward.
Definitely. Now, Zoya, you are welcome to stay and stick around if you like. If you feel like jumping out at any time, that's your prerogative. But it's always welcome to have you here because you're family. I would like to bring in our other guests as well. We have with us Mr. Ron Placone and Mr. Patrick Coates joining us for the discussion today. It is so good to have you gentlemen here on this third-party summit. It is good to see your smiling faces as well. And how are you doing?
Oh, I just would like to advocate for a nickname like Lady Z or Chocolate Thunder. I feel coming on as Pat is not doing me good enough service for my grifting career as a podcaster.
Okay, I'm gonna have to think of something.
I'm gonna call you Peter Douche. Is that okay?
That works. That always works.
Pat, hi.
Zoya.
I love Pat.
I was just thinking of you because we both worked on the third party stuff. Remember with
yes.
And we were just talking about ranked
that. And ranked choice
voting.
Yes, I was thinking of you about that too. And hi, Ron. I never met you. But yeah, Pat, it's definitely all been coming up. We did a whole segment on star voting versus ranked choice voting.
Nice.
By the way, Patrick, that mug just like glowed in the light. It was just like a holy chalice for some reason it just looked like it was glowing. I'm like, what are you sipping on? Let me have some. Just kidding. So this is actually going to be talking about building alliances as well as some issues within within third parties. That's what the subject of this is about. And just a question to either one of you. What does building alliances mean to you? And I'm gonna start in clockwise order. So if you can go first.
Sure. So
and then Zoya after that.
So To me, I mean, let's start like I'm of the belief, and I think a lot of other people have like said this or something similar to this as well. I think if somehow, and I know like I'm going to sound a bit like kumbaya right now and a bit idealistic, but I do think it is the truth. I think if every kind of lefty third party can somehow get under the same umbrella,
Mhm.
that's kind of our only chance at being a force to be reckoned with the way the system is in the United States. We still need to change a lot of the rules, but we're going to have an easier time changing those rules if somehow pretty much every kind of lefty effort can get under one umbrella electorally, at least to start to change the system. Then when we have more proportional representation,
Mhm.
we can break off into a bunch of parties like other countries have. And I would love to have that world someday. But I think until then, we really need to be a force to be reckoned with to kind of topple over the way the power structure is right now. So I think that a way to really do that is to kind of think like, well, where do we have things in common? And at the end of the day, we have at least 90% of things in common. And I think that alliances can be formed around causes. I mean, me
Mhm.
personally, and I've gotten to talk about this at various summits y'all have hosted. I'm all about a digital bill of rights. I think that's something that needs to be
Yeah.
developed. I think that, especially these days, I
Mhm.
mean, when you see all the catastrophic bills in that realm that are being written and proposed by people who either don't understand the internet, don't want to
Sure.
understand the internet, or are being paid not to understand it. And they're doing these bills that could mean the end of stuff like this. It could mean the end of media democracy. And that's not an embellishment.
Yeah.
I think now more than ever, we need solid legislation that kind of meets the moment of our day and age. And
Mhm.
everybody kind of agrees on that. It's just a matter of getting something like this done. And I think when you have something like that, I would want it to be endorsed by the Greens, by PSL, by SEP, by SA, by Peoples, by, I mean, different environmental groups and stuff like that. So I
Mhm.
think that's the sort of thing, like when you talk about building alliances, it's finding these cause based initiatives that we all have in
Mhm.
common.
Mhm. So to you, Zoya, what does building alliances for third parties mean to you?
Yeah, well, to address what Ron brought up, that definitely would be an amazing strategy and is very necessary. Unfortunately, due to my experience engaging with these parties, there's a lot of tribalism. People are unwilling to move on certain issues and
Mhm.
they just refuse to cooperate. And that's sort of a personification of what we see in the left as a whole. People are
Yeah.
unwilling to set their differences aside in order to come together on, let's say, Medicare for all,
Yes.
or any other topic that the left definitely agrees on. But people want to factionalize and have this bandwagon mentality and insurmountable purity tests because people are very multifaceted. You're never going to find
Yeah.
perfect allies. You're never
Yeah.
going to find someone that agrees with you 100%. And
I'm
there's
a perfect
really,
ally.
well, except you, JD. um, so people have too much ego in this movement. People
It's true.
want to be right more than they want to get things done. And as an organizer, it's very draining
Yeah.
because I actually engage with all sides. And there's
Yeah.
certain things that I just will not bring up at all because I know they're divisive for people. And I just
Mhm.
don't see the value in discussing these things, even which podcast you watch. I mean, it's getting into the realm of the ridiculous.
Yeah.
When people started going, "Oh, you're a Dorite," oh my God, these are not the things that matter. I think we're too desensitized to the violence in our system, to the reality of how many people we're losing to death, how many people are in the streets, how many children are going hungry. These are the issues that matter. I am willing
Yeah.
to swallow my pride. I am willing to engage with people I might not agree with in order to move forward. Now, that does not mean working with Nazis. That does not mean this red brown alliance thing that has been put out to discredit activists. Obviously, we have to still have some standards and maintain safety in our spaces. But overall, on the left, the differences are petty. And
Yeah.
I would really like to see this summit move people past that. Even in the chat, I see people fighting over nuances. These are things we can fight over later. And people who dismiss electoral outright, I understand it. I understand the frustration. I understand the futility we're all feeling. But honestly, just checking a box one day a year is not that much of an effort to make. I'm not asking anybody to donate money that they don't have to politicians because they have been disappointing. But people tend to go, let's burn it all down, let's have a revolution. Where is this revolution? And I'm saying this to you as somebody, I'm 41 years old. I've been organizing since I was a teenager. I would love a revolution. I know that's the only way we're going to get systemic change. So I want to be clear on that. But until I see the momentum, until I see the real organizing, which I definitely am trying to make possible, until then, I am not just going to wait for perfection or sit on my hands, because we can accomplish things with ballot initiatives. We can get people into positions of power that pass legislation that matters. That's how we legalized marijuana in California, which means people don't go to prison for it anymore. And that might not impact the entire system. It might not be everything that we need, but it is going to dramatically alter lives, especially of the most marginalized communities. We also just banned the use of rubber bullets for protesting in California. I don't know about you, but that makes a huge difference to me next time I'm out in the streets. So we have to engage with the system because it is what we have. And we have to be honest with what's possible in engaging with the system. And it is incrementalism. That is the reality. This system is rigged, and all we can get by engaging with it is incrementalism. But incrementalism changes people's lives. And I don't think it should be a stopping point. I don't think it's what we should settle for. But I think it is something we need to realize has power and impacts people's lives.
Thank you so much for that, Zoya. Very well said. Pat, your views on third party and what it means to build alliances.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ron and Zoya pretty much spoke for me in a sense, because I have the same sentiment. I think ultimately for third parties to work, we need to get past the narrative that you have to be a Green or an MPP supporter or a DSA member. You know, all these groups have so much more in common than they have differences. And I think a lot of our job on the left could be shaping that narrative. I mean, that's the one power we have with reaching audiences and podcasting and whatever you want to call what I do. Yeah. But I think so. We're not going to have the perfect third party. So whatever third party has any potential, we should support. I mean, in the perfect world, MPP to me, when they came out the gates, they had star power. They had marketing and branding and things that really the public, to vote for a third party, they need to see viability. They need to believe it can work. They need to believe we can all get behind it and they have a chance. And so when I saw MPP, I thought they brought that to the table, unlike Greens had in the past, unlike some of these other third parties had. But ultimately, we need the best of all those worlds. So if you don't support the Green Party, but you're an MPP person, I don't think you need to necessarily badmouth MPP or Green Party. You know, none of these other groups need to be your enemies, because it's very rare that any of these two groups are going to come up in an election, even a local election, against each other. And I mean, MPP isn't even there yet, but I mean, we need to find some unity across ideals. We can get together on issues. We don't want Nazis in our midst, but that's a red herring that's really kind of irrelevant to our growth on the left. So
yeah, you know, it's something that I'm sorry, were you saying something else?
No, go on.
Okay. One of the things that I've expressed, I'm not sure if I expressed it on a live or was I expressed in a private conversation? I think it was a private conversation. But I said to a friend, the Democrats have solidarity with each other when it comes to these things. The moment when something goes down that they have to vote on something, even if it's for austerity, even if it's for war, even if it's for screwing over the working people, they have unity. Why don't we? And I think that's something that we have to it's kind of like a come to Jesus moment or come to Thor moment if you go that way. But what I mean is a lot of times we talk about unification, but then it will be one thing that bothers us out of the other 85 to 90% of what we agree on, and we tend to just let that bring a wedge between us. um I I'm at the point right now where I see no viability within the duopoly. However, if you are in third party and if you're using direct action as your model in order to pursue to change things, and just because you're in a third party doesn't mean you have to be put in office in order to make change. I'm going to make that abundantly clear. You can also use that platform in order to make change in a direct action type of way in between the time or during the time you're also running for office. So that's what I mean. So if you can do that, then it's like you can still use the electoral politics avenue as that hammer, as I stated on my channel about a week and a half ago, while you're applying the muscle from the arm of direct action. You know what I mean? I don't know if that makes any sense. Feel free to cut me off if you have
Well,
anything to add.
I do think you can really change the narrative without winning an election. You can focus on the issues that these
Hmm.
candidates need to represent if they win. I mean,
Hmm.
and that's why so many third party candidates are excluded from the debate stage. I mean,
Hmm.
some of these candidates, they never, like Nancy Pelosi, never has to even debate.
It's
So when you
true.
have a third party candidate get in the mix and challenge both parties, I mean, that's the only person that could be
Hmm.
standing up to corporate interest in a lot of these
Hmm.
cases.
Yeah, definitely. Um, so, and your thoughts, Ron?
Well, I mean, I think that a lot of us get into the habit, and of course, this is like a third party centric thing, but I think a lot of us get into the habit where we don't always take a step back and realize that, like in the toolkit of change, electoralism is just one of those tools. And
Hmm.
to be honest, it's a tool that we all often over amplify. I'm guilty of that myself. I've tried to make the effort to get away with or to get away from that on my show,
Hmm.
because there's so many other things that you can do. Everything from protests, strikes, ballot initiatives.
Hmm.
There's so many and just cause-based initiatives and campaigning around that. And
Yeah.
also the other thing about electoralism that I think some of us forget, and I'm guilty of this too, is
Hmm.
we forget about localism. I'm not going to sit here and say that local politics doesn't have any corruption in it. Of course it does. Half the people are just real estate developers. But
Yeah.
there's a lot more transparency. There's a lot
Hmm.
more of a chance. When I look at, I can use myself as an example. The only election I'm really, really stoked about right now is in my district. There's a guy running. His name's Brian Odega. He's a young lefty, and
Hmm.
he's got a shot, and he's really building a lot in the district. And I'm super excited for him. I mean, there's only a handful of people I've given money, and he's one of them. And then there's one other person I've given money to, even. So I think that sometimes we don't forget how all of those other things scratch the back of electoralism. So when you see parties that are making these efforts outside of strict electoralism, and to go on what you were saying, Pat, it goes beyond just winning an election. I mean, you look at like the Green Party, and there's reasons to criticize the Green Party, just like any other organization. But
Yeah.
you look at what they've done for ranked choice voting. You look at what they've done for, honestly, just a Green New Deal. I mean, that was they spun the record first here in the United States on the Green New Deal. The Green New Deal is the eco-socialist Green New Deal that that they were really the pioneers of. So when you think about these things and how that has really shifted, just public opinion and just the conversations we're having, that is something of significance. And I think sometimes people forget about that. It goes under the radar. And when you look at that and when you think about, okay, well, they have been able to win locally as well. If we could somehow harness all that and kind of move as sort of one united front to the best of our ability, doesn't mean we're not going to have disagreements here and there. Of course we are. But, going off what some of y'all were saying, I often feel like the left, we still are, whether we want to admit it or not, we still are the smallest group politically in the United States by far, by far. Bernie taught us that we're not as small as we thought we were, but we're still really freaking small. We're just like, oh, there's more of us than we realize, but we're still freaking the smallest group politically. It seems kind of counterproductive to tear apart somebody who you disagree with on 5% of things. Meanwhile, there's 90% of the country who's not on board with your ideas yet. I'd rather try to win that 90% over personally.
True.
So yeah, I guess that's where I'm at.
Yeah. Zoya, your thoughts, please?
Yeah, definitely. Strongly agree with what Ron is saying. Some people do make electoral politics their entire identity, and it is just one tool in the toolkit. And we do have to face it as that, and then engage in all of the other things that are available, including general strikes, including mutual aid, things like just community gardens to create community. Because if you genuinely want a revolution and systemic change, we are going to have to build that. That is not instantly available to us today. But meanwhile, I do support engaging in electoral politics. And I think it's also important, to Ron's point, to teach people. How many people do we know that came on board as a result of Bernie's campaign? How many people do we know that were liberals? Even Nick at some point, he was an Obama supporter. A lot of Ryan Knight was a Warren supporter. And I remember the hostility that he was facing when he did decide to support Bernie. And then the hostility he was facing when he decided to go even more left of that. There's too much of that. We're not willing to have, revolutionary discipline and engage with each other in good faith. And if somebody isn't exactly where you are yet, teach them, bring them along, because I truly believe that our stances and policies are just. And if they're presented correctly and factually to people, they will naturally want to come along, because we see this in poll after poll. Most people are dissatisfied with the system. Most people don't like Democrats or Republicans and disapprove of Congress. So they just need the information, and people are hungry for actual solutions. Part of the reason we have this infighting and rage is because people are aimless. They don't know where to put that energy. They want change, they're desperate for it, and they just don't know where to go. So that's why I appreciate this network hosting these kind of dialogues, so that we can actually think of strategies in moving us forward. And I came from a communist country, the USSR. So I was born left. But how many people in your lives are just not there yet? And, Lenin himself, if somebody wants to be such a purist and a communist, Lenin himself talked about the importance of engaging with people who aren't there yet. And not coming at it from a condescending perspective, but rather offering an invitation and modeling that behavior in practice. We are not going to bring people on board by shaming them, by attacking them, and by labeling them. I actually never put a rose in my profile when I supported Bernie. I've never attached any sort of label to myself ever, because as a longtime organizer, I know movements get co-opted. I know labels that are popular today won't be popular tomorrow. Or, I mean, liberals at one point were just anti-war activists in the 60s. So we see how terminology gets co-opted, and then too much energy is wasted on debating words. But we need actions. So I would really love for people to evolve on these things.
That's true. Just wanted to thank Justin for the super chat. It says ranked choice voting is what will allow the left to unite electorally because the fear of greater evil that scares so many into voting blue will be a thing of the past. This is the linchpin. Thank you so much for that.
Well, and we've
Yeah.
seen.
No,
Oh,
go
sorry.
ahead,
Go ahead, Pat. No.
Well, I just want to say I agree completely. I mean, it's clearly the issues that we fight for on the left are universally popular. It's the viability of the candidates bringing them to the table that the general public doesn't believe in yet. Our normie Dem friends, I mean, obviously we can look to Bernie in the last election. He would have won if people thought he would have beaten Trump, but the media was able to convince them that he couldn't beat Trump. So we need to convince people, and we need to clear a pathway through ranked choice voting, for example, to make these candidates more viable, to make a third party option more viable. Yeah. I mean, the last presidential candidate we had, third party candidate, was Ross Perot back in 90 something. I don't know what it was.
94.
He got like almost 20% of the popular vote, but still won 0 electoral votes, and this was a bazillionaire, with all the money. So it wasn't funding that kept him there. But after that, the Commission for Presidential Debates said, now you need 15% to qualify for the debates. So, we have to realize that the Democratic Party and the Republican Party are going to do everything within their power. They're going to change all the rules. They're going to try to exclude anyone who comes from the left. So for the left to be fighting with itself on these issues, we really need to put that aside. And if you want unity, that's your unity.
Mm-hmm. What is a viable solution for us individually to start doing in order to kind of quell this infighting that we see between people on the left or people between different factions of third parties? What do you think, Ron Placone? What is that solution that kind of you can see? I guess it's more of like, would it be more of us providing the example and just continue to talk about it? What do you think is one of the best ways? I think I kind of gave a little bit of an answer, but go ahead.
I think honestly, the best thing we can do: tweet as much as possible and block anybody who pisses you off. Just tweet as much. No, just kidding. I think that. Well, first of all, I think that when it comes to third parties, especially, I mean, I had Jill Stein on my show recently, and she just straight up said it, where I was just like, what can we do to kind of really foster, third party growth? And she goes, you got to join one. And I mean, really, at the end of the day, and I mean, I can't speak for anyone else here, but I personally am going through a bit of a transition as far as like, what am I going to do next in this realm? Like I'm thinking about green entering, and I think at the end of the day, there's something to be said for that, because it's like when you are, in a third party and you're really, I mean, that doesn't mean you have to agree with every single thing that comes out of it, but it does mean that like you're really there trying to make it better, trying to give your take on things and trying to have input. And I think that's very substantial. And it kind of takes everything just sort of off Twitter. And I think the other thing too, I mean, Zoya brilliantly mentioned, just ego and how people are just so, they just kind of let their, their ego driven, whatever, get so hung up in all this. And I think we all catch ourselves doing that at times. I think it's human nature. But I think at the end of the day, everyone needs to take a step back and realize we have been losing collectively for about 100 years.
Yes.
100 years. That's a long fucking time. The leftist and losing since before any of us were born. And if we don't really change, they'll be losing long after all of us are dead. And hey, we might not even be on this freaking planet anymore at that point. But we've been losing a long freaking time. Now, of course, some of that is totally by design. In fact, a lot of it is. But some of it is because, well, we're just too busy tearing each other apart, getting so hyper tribal about everything. And you look at the last time everybody was able to come together some. Doesn't mean they agreed on everything. I mean, look, Emma Goldman, Lucy Parsons, they didn't all agree on everything. They had their differences. It's well documented. But you know what? There was a time where the socialists and the labor and the communists and the anarchists and the unions, they all kind of got together just enough. And they had a common goal just enough. And you know what happened when that happened? The New Deal happened. Because FDR saw them all outside and thought, oh, shit, I better tell my rich friends they're going to give up some or they're going to give up all. Their choice. And we didn't get the New Deal because FDR was some nice guy who felt like being charitable. He was a freaking moderate. We got the New Deal because FDR at least had some foresight, which is more than you could say for Joe Biden, but he at least had the foresight to go, oh, yeah, they're pissed off. We can't get away with much anymore. We got to do something. And we got a New Deal. So if we could somehow just get along just enough that we could all be in a room for a solid 20 minutes, we're primed for another New Deal and hopefully one that really just abandons capitalism and leaves it in the dust. And I know that's kind of a bold demand, but you know what? We're in a bold time because the freaking climate's collapsing.
Yeah. Okay, so I hate to let my inner nerd or inner geek out in front of everybody. I'm sorry, my geek is showing. But this kind of reminds me of Avengers. Now hear me out. Hear me out. Okay. I see you laughing, Pat. It's okay. I laugh at myself too. Now, I mean, I'm okay with people laughing at me. But remember in that part in Avengers where they're in a helicarrier and they're all arguing with each other. Now, it's a really great scene because they show how it's just like one big take where they're all arguing each other and they're going after each other. And you find out that it's all part of Loki's plan, right? To divide them so that he can conquer. And it gets to a point where then outside of the helicarrier, you know, Hawkeye takes a arrow and then shoots it, and it blows up one of the engines at the helicarrier. And they finally snap out of it and wake up and like, okay, we got to work together. You put on the suit, basically. It feels like we're all standing in that lab, arguing with one another. And we're saying, put on the suit. Let's go a few rounds. Until that one thing that blows up, and then we go, yeah, we got to put on the suit because we got to work together. We've been having that explosion happen over and over and over and over, and it feels like we're still in that lab arguing with one another. When are we going to look at each other and say, hey, we got to come together because Loki, aka capitalism, is trying to destroy us all? So I kind of wanted to put it like that. And please feel free to laugh at what I just said. Zoya, I know you laughing in the background, even though you're, you're muted. She's cracking up in the background. She got herself muted.
Jay, I have some good news for you that you might like this, but I don't know if you're aware of this, but in the time this panel has been going on, 5 new Batman movies have already been made and released. We're at a new Batman movie an hour at this point. So there have been like 6 throughout the weekend, man. So you got a lot of stuff to watch. I haven't seen the new one yet. I heard it's good.
I heard it's really good.
But we get a new one all the time now. We just get a new one constantly.
Yeah, but everybody knows that Batman would actually be the real man if he actually redistributed the wealth of Gotham. Then you wouldn't have to deal with all that bullshit. But
So, entertainment is America's top export. Uh,
Mhm,
and I truly feel like it's part of the distraction that
mhm,
allows complacency. Uh,
mm,
I'm not hating on anybody, decompressing or enjoying themselves.
mhm,
Life is short and you have to do it. But I think that this system by design is meant to distract us. And
mhm,
even when we see everything that's happening, and it's now we're so inundated with information that it becomes overwhelming for people, and they just tune out and they
mm,
want to disconnect and just order some Uber Eats, watch the new Batman, decompress, and just not deal with it because
yeah,
that's easier. And that's
it is.
part of what's been happening is that there's like almost too many problems for people to handle, and they seem too big
Yeah.
for any one person to overcome. So
Mhm,
that's why I urge people to have some personal accountability in your life. You can't by yourself change the entire world. Those are illusions of grandeur. But you
yeah,
can change things locally in your community. You
yeah,
can impact people's lives, whether it's your loved ones or your neighbors or even
mhm,
strangers. You can go
mhm,
volunteer in soup kitchens. You can start growing community gardens. You can donate your clothes. There's a lot of things that you can be doing that seem to be small but make a huge difference in people's lives. And while
mhm,
you're doing that, you can build community. You can engage with people on politics, and
mhm,
you can build movements out of that. So I
yeah,
think no action is too small. And
mhm,
rather than people just giving up, it is important to still do the little things because you never know how you're going to change someone's life.
mhm. To back up your what you just said, Zoya, and I tend to say this, whenever I can. It's you don't have to change the entire world. You just do it to somebody's world. You just improve somebody's world, even in just a small way, because that could influence them to usher in change too. Um, because it's kind of like a paying it forward, isn't that right, Pat?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're talking about third parties here, but I think in a sense DSA has got that part of it right. Like DSA
Hmm.
is really
Hmm.
a strong local organization in a lot of places, and
Hmm.
that's how they're bringing in through mutual aid
Hmm.
um, and efforts like that. That's how they're bringing in people to support DSA. And so back to what Ron was saying via Marianne, I appreciate that because I'm somebody who's been very third party agnostic in a
Hmm.
sense, like looking for my perfect third party. I don't really want to
Gotcha.
say I love the Greens or I want to support DSA. I have problems with all the groups. Like,
Hmm.
all of us lefties tend to do that. But
Yeah.
um, but I like the idea of joining, maybe I'll join DSA and the Green Party. I've been
Hmm.
on the outside, but I think maybe that's how we get our unity. We go to DSA events and we say, I like the Greens. We spread our word that the Greens are doing well and we should ally with the Greens. We get more of that infusion among these leftist groups
Hmm.
somehow. I think would benefit us all. But absolutely, to what Zoe was saying, mutual aid is critical. Local elections are critical. Local efforts are critical. You change someone's lives through a local mutual aid effort of some sort, and those people will be allies forever.
Hmm. Yeah. Pat, sorry, Rom.
Um, yeah, I think if mutual aid's the topic that we're going towards next, yeah, I mean that's especially where I live in Los Angeles. I mean that is infinitely essential right now, and it is one of those things where it's like you will see some results,
Yeah.
and that is encouraging. I mean, when you have these victories, even if they're small victories, um, you know, it goes a long way and it really keeps you it really just keeps you moving. I mean, I live in the San Pedro neighborhood in Los Angeles, and there's a mutual aid effort here, and it's a pretty significant one, and you can like buy stuff on their wish list and volunteer your time, and it's pretty well organized, which is awesome. I'm thankful for it, and I try to help out as much as I possibly can. And they put an end. There was this organization that was it was a developer, and they were trying to drive houseless people out of the area. So they were just playing music. And what they did was they played the theme from Barney 24 hours a day to try to drive these people out. Yeah, I mean, brutal, dude. Like, that was the song they picked. Like, it was like, geez, that is just cruel. And the group was successful in ending it. I mean, the group put it to an end, and we just flooded them with phone calls and flooded them. And you know, the receptionist who had to deal with it all. I mean, it's not like it was their fault. It's not like they were responsible for making that happen. So, you know, people were polite, or at least I was, and I was like, look, I know this ain't your fault, but you got to take this message down. Stop it. What this company doing is inhumane. It's disgusting. And stop it. And enough people did that. They had to stop. And I think they might have even left the neighborhood. So, you know, I mean, you see stuff like that where you can kind of take your community back to the best of your ability. And that's infinitely important. I mean, right now, it's like there's development happening in my neighborhood, like so many other neighborhoods in the world. And if community members aren't kind of vigilant on this, aren't kind of keeping an eye, asking these people, what are you trying to do? Where are you trying to go? Are you going to be, you know, good here and there? Look, we got to be real with ourselves that it's like we're not going to stop, you know, some of these developers from coming in, especially in a place like Los Angeles. But we can do everything in our power to maintain our neighborhoods. And you don't accomplish that if you just sit at home.
Yeah.
And Rob, if everyone did just that, what you're saying, then the world would already be a better place. If everybody would just engage locally and take responsibility for where they're at, that would be a massive change.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it's like, I house you, you house me.
No.
That'd be a better song. I'm on board with that song.
But I wanted to ask this question. As far as and you can answer this, Ron, especially about the collective action that you guys did in your area. Was there any emphasis on, oh, you're with this particular third party? Oh yeah, I'm not going to work with you. You're with that third party? I don't know. Oh,
Not
you're
at
with
all.
them?
Yeah, not at all, man. I mean, it was by Street Watch LA, and it was I believe they're the South Bay chapter is the specific name of their chapter, because it's not just San Pedro, it's the area. And Street Watch they're not directly DSA, but they're like loosely affiliated with the DSA, but they're not really involved. Like, they don't endorse any candidates or anything like that directly. They are just all about mutual aid. They are all about the community. They are all about service. You know, I couldn't tell you what political party anyone that I've ever encountered with there is in or not in. I have no clue. You know, again, a lot of the local races that I'm excited about, which, you know, the big one is my city council guy. Our local elections are non-affiliated. So I don't even know what political party he's in. Like, I have no idea. I don't care. So yeah, I mean, there's none of that. I mean, it's just all about mutual aid, and they're doing some incredible things. And that effort I mentioned, you know, I want to be fully transparent here and give credit where it's due. I was not like in any way like a leader there. I just, you know, heard about it. I amplified it to the best of my ability. Whenever they ask me to retweet something, I do. I buy stuff for them whenever I'm able. You know, I do what I can to help, and I do direct actions when I can too. But I was certainly not a leader on that. I was just lucky enough to live in a neighborhood where that demand was made known to me, and I could do my part to help. So, you know, shout out to them for making that available to me.
Yeah. And Patrick, I think one of the things that I think I'm trying to get at is focus on the policy and the action and where we agree, and everything else kind of fills in the gaps. Is it, you know, kind of, is that, you know, do you see it that same way?
I mean, I think that's where it should be. I think we need to tune out voices that are trying to work against that. But on a local level, like you said, you don't see that on a local level. On a local level, no one cares if you're green or whatever. You know, you can be a libertarian. You're feeding people at a soup kitchen. Nobody gives a shit. You know, who cares? So,
Yeah.
You know, I think that's a good way for third parties to grow, though. I do think that's something we can learn from DSA. Is that DSA is strategically implementing that as a strategy, and I think that's, you know, that goes back to geez. Well, anyway, it's socialist thinking for ages is basically, you know, bring people up in the local level.
Yeah.
And you know, and whether the beauty of that strategy is, regardless of electoral politics, you're still building something locally. So that's the important part. You can't lose in that strategy. You can lose if you put all your eggs into electoral politics, because anyone we elect, even our heroes, are going to get co-opted somewhat by working within the system.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Before I go to you, Zoya, I just want to read these 2 super chats that just came in. So I'm gonna make sure I get the first one. Wait, I'll just go here. All right. So thanks to Ethan. Good to see you. It was nice to have you on yesterday. Ethan says, sorry I couldn't make it today. I hope RBN makes this a regular thing. We need a third-party coalition. Thank you so much. Hopefully we'll have you back on when we do another one of these too, Ethan. So it was good to see you and hear from you yesterday. Also from Critician, says Green Party by far has the best infrastructure and history of local success, more than any other leftist organization, which provides a huge advantage of resources for leftists to build and coalesce in. Actually, you know what? That's an interesting point, because could it possibly be an advantageous thing for us to utilize that and cross-pollinate between third parties so that we can grow that infrastructure in other parties? You know, it's just a question that I would like to ask. But Zoya, your thoughts?
So Howie Hawkins was the PSL presidential candidate too, and that's
Oh,
Chama's party. Just for people who didn't know, there is some cross pollination, but again, I think we need an attitude shift on the left in general. Like, what's your priority? To drag John 69 on Twitter and own him, or to punch up at the establishment? Because another sad thing that I see, and Pat has been in groups with me when we were pushing leftist candidates, when there was an appetite for that, and other causes. And when we engage in that, in some sort of action, it barely gets any engagement. But if I make a funny meme about AOC or whoever, it's going to go viral. So we really, I don't know what the right wording for it is, whether it's maturity or revolutionary discipline. Choose whatever vocabulary you want, but I think we need to get more serious, because just in general, on the left, we are not being serious. We are way too easy to divide. Every issue I see come up, whether it was COVID or now with Ukraine, whatever comes up, it easily divides people. I see people who have been friends for years blocking each other.
Yeah.
Even though they've agreed for years, stood beside each other for years, one thing comes up, they're just unwilling to agree to disagree, and that's it.
Yeah.
I think we really need to move past this and this kind of tribal mentality. And when we do that, then there's going to be a real chance for these parties to unite, because these parties are a reflection of us. Part of the reason they're saturated with ego and stay so divided is because that's what their constituents want.
Let me ask you this. Do you think it's because many of us on the left, particularly, think that because we have some of the answers, that we think we have all the answers? Ron, if you can start with that, answer that question.
Well, I mean, again, I'll kind of go back to something I said prior. I think we all need to realize that we don't have all the answers, because again, we have a pretty solid losing freaking track record. You know, I mean, if we were a sports team, we'd be about 100 for the past 100 seasons, just about. So I feel like when that's the case, you have to have some humility to realize what you're up against. I mean, I think a lot of times it's like we take things out on each other when really it's like, well, no, it's the system that's kind of screwing, everything over. And we need to realize what we're up against. We need to realize where the real conflict is and who the true or just what the true enemy is. And the real enemy is capitalism. The real enemy is the duopoly. The real enemy is a Wall Street owned society. The real enemy is the war economy. That's the real freaking enemy. It's not the person who you disagree with a little bit on Twitter. It's not the person, it's not like what podcast do you or don't you listen to. And I realize there's a little bit of irony here because being a podcaster myself and someone who, writes scripts and makes films and stuff, I get it. But like, there's a lot of people, especially people who are actually boots on the ground doing the work for direct action and cause-based initiatives. They don't freaking listen to any podcasts. They don't want to. Or if they do, it's just a podcast of something totally unrelated that they're just, doing for entertainment purposes or whatever. They don't want to hear about all these isms. They don't want to hear about these divides on Twitter. They don't give a shit. And honestly, I want to reach those people. And with stuff like this, those are the people I want to reach. And those are the people I want to build those bridges. And for everyone else who's hung up on the petty bullshit, just kick it off to the side. It doesn't freaking matter. It doesn't matter. At the end of this, we all die. I don't know if you got the memo, but at the end of this, we all die. And
this podcast? Shit. It's that soon. I thought I had a week at least.
No, I mean, it's just at the end of the day, man.
No fly zone.
I think at the end of the day, we all just want to leave the world a little bit better than how we found it. And like that's not an easy thing to do. That's really a lot harder than it sounds. But let's just kind of focus on getting there instead of tearing each other down. Really, is kind of where I'm at.
Yeah. Before I go to you, Pat, I just want to make sure I get to the super chat from Zom G Ruler says, I guess it's the Oh My God Ruler. Duopoly equals they live. Independence, wear the glasses. Thank you so much for that super chat, by the way. I want to make sure I got to it.
And that's obviously referring to the propaganda of the media. They live for people that are. Do younger people even know what that's about? I mean, it really was a good lesson in the media controlling people. It was a movie back in the 80s, was it? I don't know.
Which movie?
They Live.
They Live.
That's when that guy puts on glasses and it reveals like obey and all of this messaging that's underneath the advertising.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I never seen it.
Like,
no, we really need a reboot of that movie because it's so pertinent. It's so relevant. Anyway.
Yeah. And that's one of the things. Oh, by the way, I wanted to get back to my question about is it because we think we know everything instead of knowing, we know a lot, you know what I mean? As far as the answers are concerned, what is the kind of egotistical stigma that some of us on the left may possess sometimes, Patrick?
Well, I mean, I'm guilty of it as well sometimes, but I mean, I really think it's important. And I try to not treat somebody that has a disagreement on the left with me the same way I would treat someone on the hard right who has a disagreement. I mean, we can disagree on even COVID and have a conversation about it if we engage correctly.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're just out to dunk on people and slam people into the ground, that's not helping us on the left. I mean, I agree with everything you guys have said. We need to get past that sort of I'm in this little sliver of the minority. Where like all third parties are a minority party. So like the idea that we need to go to war with the other minority groups is kind of it has that same flavor to me.
Yeah.
As a white
So
guy, I can speak for all minority groups. So
I got you.
let me white explain it to you.
Zoya, your thoughts, please.
Uh, so one thing I'll say about DSA is they're definitely co-opted in leadership. So what I urge DSA members, and there's certainly an amazing amount of great volunteers, is to use DSA to organize locally, and then leave DSA. Stop paying the dues, save the money for your community, and work together. We don't necessarily need these big organizations in order to do work in our communities. It is valuable because DSA has become massive. But I think we have to be careful for things that deter us from pursuing our policy goals, that try to ultimately steer us towards the same system. Um, and there is definitely a need, like every topic, there's nuance, of course. So
Of course.
there is a need to weed out bad faith actors sometimes. So, like, for instance, the people that were attacking the Medicare for All march, people who
Mhm.
actually punch down at organizers. So there will always be a need to expose certain people simply because they drain energy, and our energy is finite. But
Mhm.
I urge everyone to start finding the people doing the work in your community and
Mhm.
join them. No matter where they are, even if it's DSA, it honestly ultimately does not matter. I just want people to start doing the work because it is very easy to be angry and
Yeah.
write online, but
Mhm.
it is much harder to start doing the work. And once you start doing the work, you develop a lot more respect, even for people that disagree with you. And then you can have conversation and you can grow together. When
Mhm.
you're busy doing the work, these divides typically organically dissolve. Like Ron was sharing his experience with doing mutual aid. I've had the same experience. In real life, organizers, they don't stop to do these purity tests. They're not
Yeah.
going to ask you, do you watch Jimmy Dore or not? Before they start getting to work, because these things are comical, and
Yeah.
it's surreal to me how much energy it takes up online. And I do think some of it is by design, and I do think that some of it is artificially created to destroy our momentum and our movement. So we have to be careful. But the thing I ask of everybody is, before you engage with something, to ask yourself, what is your intention in doing so? And what is going to be the outcome? Because
Mhm.
if you really stay in tune and connected to what your intention is and what's the outcome, then you're not going to engage in most things that are petty and distractions from what we need to be doing.
Yeah. Thank you so much. There is also another super chat from Critition says, the Green Party can be reformed as needed or if needed. Let's use that as a resource, tool, or opportunity instead of just throwing them away. Thank you so much, Critition, for that. We are almost finished. If each of you can give us your parting words and where they can find you uh, in about 30 seconds or so. We can start off with Ron.
Well, you can find me at ronplacone.com, and I'm on all social media at ronplacone. I got some tour dates coming up in April if you want to check that out. If you're in Canada or the Northeast, that's where I'm going, and that's all at ronplacone.com. And my parting words, to keep it brief: peace, love, and a general strike.
All right. Thank you so much, Ron. And to you, Patrick.
You can find me with my co-host who couldn't make it, unfortunately, today, Lila, at Punch Up Pod. We have a show on Wednesdays at 5 p.m. Eastern Pacific, where we drink a lot of alcohol and talk politics. But parting words, I mean, I think local action is great. Strikes beget strikes. Let's all support all the strikes. Let's do a better job amplifying all these strikes. That's where we can gain some worker power and change other things and get us healthcare.
All right. And the lady is closing it out. Zoya, please give us your closing thoughts as well as where they can find you.
I'm just on Twitter. I'm part of 10 Demands, at 10 Demands. You can follow them to learn what that org is about.
Mm-hmm.
But really, what I would like to ask from everybody is some revolutionary solidarity.
Yeah.
And if you're lost, if you're hopeless, and you just don't know where to put your energy, start seeking it out. It's out there. There are many incredible organizers already on Twitter begging for attention, and their projects and their actions are getting like 2 to 3 likes.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of amplifying the things that hurt us and pain, let's start amplifying the things that can actually deliver results and do good. I ask all of you, I beg all of you to please start supporting organizers and activists. Don't punch down, and please have revolutionary solidarity, even when it's challenging. Lots of love to everyone.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much to all three of you. And also, best wishes to Lila out there. We love you. And hopefully, you can make it next time. Also, I want to give a shout out to Miss Margaret Kimberly. I was supposed to be on with her earlier today, but she had a death in the family. So I just want to wish Margaret Kimberly a heartfelt condolences, and our hearts are with you and love and solidarity with you as well. So that ends this hour. By the way, all three of y'all gonna be on my channel sometime soon, new in the future, quickly. You know, we
Say the
got
word.
time. Yeah. I know where y'all live. I'm just kidding. But yeah, it was so good to have every single one of you on. As we can bring in the new people that are coming in to take over this hour, we have our host, the hostess with the mostest, Sabrina Salvati, coming in. Yes, her bangs look better than mine. Yes, I don't have bangs, and yes, I can tell you that she's killing the game in the bang gang. Okay, so Sabby, I'm handing it off to you.
All right, all right. We go
All
ahead
right.
and bring in Ryan as well.
Ryan!
Hey, everybody.
Ryan, hi.
Hi, Ryan. No, just kidding. I never got to meet Ryan on screen, so I just wanted to say hello before I leave. And so it was good seeing you. All
You
right.
too.
You
And
fresh,
great job.
beautiful people, you.
Yes.
Bye.
Bye, JB.
Bye-bye. Mwah, forehead kisses. Love you.
All right, guys. Josana will be here in a second. She's just running a few minutes late. But this panel is about media in reference to third-party candidates. And I think this should be a really good discussion. I want to give everyone a chance to introduce themselves. So I know you all have met Zoya. She's been rocking with us for most of the day. But Zoya, for people who just tuned in, can you go ahead and tell everybody who you are and where they can find you?
I'm just on Twitter, Zoya's Love. I was born in the USSR, then I was a refugee to this country, and I've been an activist and organizer since I was a teenager. So I was born as a leftist, but I still think that compassion is my main reason for staying in activism, and I try to sustain that grace in everything that I engage with.
Awesome. Ryan?
My name is Ryan Knight. I am an activist, and I host a show called Amped Up. It's a podcast. You can find it wherever you get your podcasts. And I also just actually launched a new show with Rob Bermudez it's on Callin, and it's called Unruly. And we look at U.S. and global affairs. We interview candidates, third-party candidates, actually. And that's it. I'm excited to be here. You guys have done a great job. Thank you so much for hosting this summit. I've paid attention. I've followed along this weekend, and it's just nice for people, I think, to see that like we could have more than just two corrupt corporate parties that continue to serve themselves and their corporate donors at all of our expense. So just commend Sabrina and all the work that Revolutionary Blackout Network has been doing to give the people a voice. and to give third parties and direct action and strikes and protest and the working class a voice again in this country, because we don't have a voice in our political process and in the media as well. You know, we don't have a voice. You turn on CNN or Fox News, and it's always from a ruling class perspective. It's never from a working class perspective. So keep up the great work, and I'm excited to be here, guys.
Awesome. Chuck?
Hey, great to be here, Sabrina. Very happy. I echo Ryan's points. Never before, particularly in media, is the duopoly so glaring that we see here. The pro-war, pro-drumbeat to war voices on TV. And more than ever, we need other voices, more than ever. So I really thank you, and I thank Revolutionary Blackout for bringing folks together to know that we're not all operating in silos. We're not just voices in the wind, but there are a lot of people who have this point of view, who are scared to speak up, but think like we do and need permission to speak up and speak the truth that they know is correct.
Awesome. So first question is in reference to exposure to third-party candidates. I know this is something that has been very difficult for people that have run third party. It's just a reality of the matter. They don't get much exposure from mainstream media, hardly if any. They don't hardly get any exposure from independent media. And I want to get everyone's opinions on the panel about that. Why do you feel these candidates are not given that exposure across media platforms, both mainstream and independent? And I'll start with Ryan.
Well, look, this is how both corporate parties and the corporate media protect themselves and their interests. They exclude third-party candidates or anyone with a view that supports the people and not the oligarchy is excluded from debates. And we've seen this. We see this at all levels of our government and of elections, from the local level to the state level, and of course the federal level, where media companies will hold debates. Usually it's media companies, it's the local media for a local race, and for the national races, for the big presidential election, it'll be like CNN or MSNBC or Fox News. And what they do is they intentionally leave third-party candidates out of the debates, and they just allow the two parties who both are funded by big business and the ruling class to debate. And so what we've seen in America is the political thought that dominates corporate media is just politics that benefit one people. And that's the the ruling class, and not the working class. And this is very intentional. And one thing I always say that, look, if these two corporate parties and the media apparatuses that back them up, if they're so confident in their positions, then why not allow third-party candidates come to the debate and defend the policies that you believe in against other parties? And the other thing that I find highly ironic is the two parties who claim to believe in quote-unquote free markets don't support healthy competition when it comes to political office. They only support, they both just support debates against each other, against the two duopoly, against the two ruling class parties. And so I just don't think that's ever a kind of politics that's going to benefit the majority of the people. It's not the kind of politics that's going to turn this nation around and deliver the dignity and justice that we all deserve. And again, this is very intentional. The corporate media and both parties exclude third parties for a reason. They don't want someone up on that debate stage who's actually talking about everyday issues and talking about policies that would put more money in the pockets of working people. And if you notice too, when you turn on corporate media, it's always, they're talking about issues that oh my gosh, can you believe Trump said this? Or, oh my God, look what Pelosi did. It's always like these ridiculous issues that people that are on the front lines that can't afford to pay rent and don't have health care, they don't give a crap on what Trump said or what Pelosi did. She ripped up his speech. What they care about are policies that are going to improve their lives. But this is how they control thought in America. It's how they control the people, and they get everyone to just obey this decrepit capitalist oligarchic system that continues to funnel wealth up to the ruling class at the expense of all the rest of us and at the expense of our planet. So excluding third parties from debates is duopoly 101 on how they protect their power and prevent the people from having real power in this country.
Yes, and a great example of that was Princess Blanding. She was a third-party candidate running for governor of Virginia. She met all the requirements to get on the ballot. She got on the ballot, and when she showed up to the debates, they told her that she could not debate. She went viral because of that video that she posted on Twitter. But that is a perfect example of what Ryan is talking about. Zoya?
I just want to thank Ryan for everything that he does. For those of you who might not know, Ryan came over to the left from the Warren campaign to the Bernie campaign. And at that time, we were all still supporting leftist candidates. And Ryan did a lot to help leftist candidates. So he's not a bad faith actor. He just observed the situation and made honest conclusions based on the candidate's performance that we did help get into power. And I think that's where a lot of people are at. And watching Ryan's evolution has been inspirational, and I think is a good example for everybody to see where people can start or where people can end up. But what I really was disheartened by is how many people attacked Ryan for simply stating the truth, which is that both parties are the same. They serve the same corporate interests. And unfortunately, the people that we have gone into office have been endorsing the duopoly's actions. And I don't want to, call out any progressive candidates or elected politicians because it's not about them. But the reason that third parties are so important is because we're not getting anything by electing more progressives. First of all, even if you subscribe to that plan, how many years, how many more decades would we actually need to have enough progressives to have a majority? Because right now, that's what's being used as an excuse for them to not perform, to not fulfill the things that they ran on. And the reason why we gave them our grassroots money was because they're supposed to be working for us. And I do not feel like they represent my interests. And I do not feel like they are fighting for any of our policies. So therefore, Green parties, not just Green Party, but all third parties represent a way that we can disrupt the duopoly. And even if they don't win initially, they will shift the conversation and they will bring our policies to the forefront, and they will definitely hold politicians accountable, including those that we thought would represent us. So we have to build that movement. Really, the only thing stopping from third parties winning is the belief that there's some sort of spoiler and that they don't stand a chance. Even though, and I already mentioned this, but George Washington had no party affiliation. He was an independent. And 12 times in history, which is 21% of presidential elections, third parties did get more than 5% of the vote. So it's not as impossible as the media has convinced people to think. And unfortunately, in the last 2 decades, third party voting has only declined. And that is because of this major, I'm sorry, but I call it a psyop that the system has perpetrated on the populace. Why is anybody voting for what they don't want? Don't you realize if you vote for something you don't want, you're going to get it? And that is what we're seeing with Biden right now. I know a lot of people, I don't want to judge them, that were bullied or pressured or scared, had Trump derangement syndrome, and they decided to vote for Biden. So all that energy from Dem exit, Bernie to vest went into suddenly, well, I'm going to hold my nose and vote for Biden. And look at what we have right now. If we objectively compare Biden and Trump policies, they're, easily the same, if not worse. And that is just an objective observation. It doesn't mean that I'm suddenly a Republican or a right winger or not a leftist anymore. I am a leftist. I am consistent, but I have to be honest in what we are seeing. And the corruption is preventing real change.
Agreed. And I want to remind everybody that Ross Perot, who ran as third party candidate, actually captured 20% of the vote. So you can make a change running as a third party candidate. Chuck, how do you feel about the media and third party candidates?
I want to piggyback for a second on Zoya's objective analysis point because I think it's really important. And I was pumping my fist last session when Zoya was speaking about this revolutionary solidarity. I was quietly doing that back here. And some of that objective analysis is that I cover protests in the street, particularly in DC. And 9 days after Trump was elected, we had thousands of liberals right here in DC saying no Muslim ban, fighting his immigration policies by the thousands. Well, you know what? Joe Biden kept those immigration policies not only in place, not only Stephen Miller's Title 42 in place and deporting Haitians and other undocumented people by the thousands, but upped the immigration budget by $312 million. Not only did Joe Biden, after the greatest uprising, civil rights uprising in decades, if not ever, in the post-George Floyd era, not only did he say fund the police, fund the police, fund the police, but he did so by the tune of $87 million. Not only did he increase Trump's military budget, co-sign it, he increased it by about $30 billion, and that was before Ukraine. So when we have an objective analysis, and we looked at math, not speeches, not rhetoric, not Uncle Joe, then there's an actual statistical basis to what we're talking about. And if you're going to disagree with that, then you need to come with some math to disagree with that. To your point about the third party candidates, it even goes further than that. If you watch the 2020 primaries, if there was a fringe candidate who dared to say something outside the box, like there was one time Marianne Williamson talked about the regime change efforts in Latin America. And in about a second, the moderator just turned the camera away put on music and wrapped it up like, Ms. Williamson, you're not supposed to say that in front of all these millions of people. So if you know that you're going to get cut off as a Democrat sort of outside candidate, what do you think that says about third party candidates?
100%. 100%. I want to bring this up because there was something I have noticed, and we were talking about this a couple of days ago. If you are voting for people on the issues, let's just focus strictly on the issues, and you voted for progressives going into the Democratic Party, and some people want to do this time around as well. If you have third party candidates running on the same issues that the progressive Democratic candidates are running on, why would you not vote for the third party candidate? And I think this is where I feel like we fell into that trap with Bernie Sanders. We fell into that trap with some like AOC, some of the squad members, where we were focusing more on a celebrity type figure and not so much focusing on the issues. And I think we need to bring it back to the issues. And if it's about the issues, why are some of the people on left independent media, why are they not platforming some of these third party candidates that are running on those same progressive issues as the progressives running through the Democratic Party? And I'm going to go back up to Ryan.
Well, that's a great question. And I think this gets to the fundamental kind of issue at stake here. And I think people have to start asking themselves the same question I asked myself 2.5 years ago when I kind of had my political awakening. And that is, what is the role of the Democratic Party in our capitalist oligarchy? Because a lot of people seem confused about this, especially the people who insist that we should be spending all of our energy, our time, and our resources in trying to reform or move the Democratic Party left. And why I say there's a fundamental misunderstanding of who the Democratic Party really is. Because if you look, the Democratic Party right now, they're telling us loudly and clearly that they don't want to be a left party through their actions. Look what the Democrats are doing. Are they using, right now they control the entire government. They have the House, the Senate, and the White House. Are they using their power to fight for and pass Medicare for all? No. Are they using their power to pass and fight for a living wage? No. Are they using their power to try to reform the police and cut the military budget? No, they're doing the opposite. They are funding the police even more, and they're giving more money to the military, as Chuck pointed out. Are they using their power to pass reparations or to write off student loan debt or No, or to establish like a universal basic income, any policy that would give the working class and the poor power in this country. No, they're not doing any of that. Nothing has gotten better with the Democrats controlling the entire government. That's our first clue. And if you want to think about the second clue is, look at the states where Democrats have supermajorities. States like California, states like New York. In California, the Democrats control the entire legislature, and they won't even bring a single-payer health care bill to a vote in California. And that's because the Democrats do not exist to serve the people. That's the big lie, people. The Democrats exist to stop any real movement in this country to the left, and they are the GOP's greatest ally in preserving and maintaining our capitalist oligarchy. So the Democrats are not a left party. They're not a progressive party. They're definitely not a socialist party. The Democrats are a right-wing capitalist and imperialist party. Trying to reform them is fool's gold. They cannot be reformed. That is like trying to say you're going to move Wall Street left, or you're going to try to move oligarchs like Jeff Bezos left, or you're going to move giant corporations left. You can't do it, So you can't move the Democratic Party left because you can't move the powerful special interest groups who fund the Democratic Party left. It's an impossible feat. So I think it's important for us should we continue to waste all our time, energy, and resources into a party and look at the Democrats right now. The fact that nothing is getting better for the people, and what is the Democrats' message right now, despite the fact that they have all the power? Their message to the people right now is you need to vote harder for us. They are literally telling people that people should fight for them and vote for them when they aren't fighting for us. And the reason they do this is because they feel entitled to people's votes. And that is why, if you want to see any real change in this country, you can't vote for the Democratic Party. You have to stand up and fight back against the Democratic Party. And if you don't believe me, I want people to look back at progressive giants in this country, someone like a Henry Wallace. I started reading a lot when I woke up. And about 70 years ago, Henry Wallace said something very simple. He said, both the Democrat and Republican parties serve big business and the ruling class. Now, the only difference is the Republican Party admits it. The Democratic Party attempts to conceal it. Well, here we are, all these over 70 years later, and the Democrats are still playing the same game. They are pandering to us when it's election season, saying healthcare is a human right. But the moment they get power, they fight against the actual policy, Medicare for all, to make healthcare a human right. So the Democrats who are in front of the camera on CNN pandering for your votes during election season, that's not who the Democrats are. Who the Democrats are, who anyone is our actions. People are their actions. They are what they do. And what the Democrats do when they have power is they fight against progressive policies, and they fight to protect the status quo and to enrich their corporate donors. The same thing the Republicans do. So this nonsense about, oh my God, you have to vote Democrats or Republicans will win and destroy democracy. Guess what? We don't have democracy in America. We have an oligarchy, and we have two parties that represent the ruling class. And if we want a party, a movement, or any change in this country for the working class and for the people, that's never going to come from the two parties who support the ruling class. It's never going to come from the CEOs or the ruling class. It has to come from the people. And that's why it's so important to have forums like this for people to start to wake up to see what's really going on. Because the Democrats, it'll be the year 2050, and the Democrats are going to be using that same talking point. You got to vote for us or Republicans will win. And I'm over here like, who cares? My whole life, whether it's Republicans or Democrats in power, the wars continue, the economic inequality continues, the racial injustice continues, and it all continues because they both serve the same interests. So I think this is a real opportunity in our country for the people to stop being divided by these two parties, start coming together and realizing that, we do have the power. The only way to fight back against corporate power is people power, but it's not going to work, like you said, Sabrina, if we continue to put all of our energy and time into trying to move a Democratic Party left that is telling us loudly and clearly that they don't want to be a left party. They don't want to fight for policies that help the working class. They want to continue to work for the ruling class and continue to deceive the people. So we got to fight against them, and we got to fight for something better. We got to fight for the dignity and justice that we all deserve, and that's never coming in the Democratic Party, ever.
Agreed. Well said. And I do want to remind everyone that a lot of times we hear this talking point that we can't vote for third party candidates because they're not viable or it's not a viable option. I want to remind everyone that Jill Stein was on the ballot in 48 states. So that excuse, it just doesn't even fly with me. I think the problem that we're running into is that these candidates are not being given a platform. Even in independent media, a lot of times they're not spoken about. They're not even mentioned. Look how many people didn't even mention Princess Blanding, and she went viral on Twitter. So this is a big part of the problem. I want to welcome Josana is here. Hi, Josana.
Hi, everyone. Hi. I'm so sorry I came in late, but also so happy I came in when you were speaking, Ryan. I was listening to it because I had a question that I wanted to pose to the panel. I am a person, so I'm a foreigner. I'm from Brazil. I live in the US. I've never understood pretty much the electoral system here because it seems just pretty corrupt and there's nothing that can be done. So in my mind, it doesn't fit the fact that the country doesn't even have anti-corruption laws. There are applied. So I was wondering, in my country, we have 44 political parties to pick and choose from in elections. These parties, they can make alliances, and then you're going to vote. Let's say Lula is making a very bad alliance right now against Bolsonaro. He's aligning with a guy that he's like history enemy. So they are both getting together to make one group to win the election. So the parties can make a group, a third group, and win the elections. This is a different electoral system because it's one person, one vote. So and you win in numbers. Sorry, New York. And you win in numbers, right? One person, one vote, one unity, one vote. So the question I had in my mind, because I don't see reform through electoral politics here, because sometimes in South America, we can vote for a comrade, a person that in the military government was arrested because they were fighting the guerrilla. So you have the luck. They are half sold, but they will bring reform. They will, like Lula, I can say from Brazil, like, no, even not just Brazil, I can say from Uruguay, Pepe Mujica changed the whole Uruguayan economy system, like social, and the country is like it's like a oasis in the middle of the desert of South America right now. So they right now in the present moment have not a socialist government, but the reforms that Pepe Mujica was able to bring to the country, they made the deep change in the system. So we have this thing down there that we can vote for people that were actual comrades, and they are actually gonna walk the talk, right? They are not just selling themselves because they are from the US and that's their profession. They are a politician. And I learned here that you can also be an activist. That's like, so I'm just the outsider that's trying to learn her own ways into the culture. And I think it's really fun that I follow on YouTube and a leftist YouTube political discussion. It's good for me. I'm learning. So my questions are always very naive, but from the genuine place of wanting to understand, what would it be? Like, what do you believe that we could do? Could we vote for like getting mass and vote for third party? Do you think electoral politics in the US is the way of change, of forcing reforms? Or do you think electoral reform is what we want? Because a system can only be overcame by reforms that we pressure for them to happen, and they are pressuring the system, and then transformation happens, right? Revolution happens. So what is it for us right now in the US when we don't even have the basic human right of universal health care. Electoral politics reform.
Well, okay, so let me go to Chuck and Zoya because they didn't get a chance to respond yet. Chuck, go ahead and reply to Josana's question. Like, what do you think is the path forward? And then also you can answer the previous question about
Sure.
why do you think the left media is not promoting these candidates?
Well, left media and Ryan hit the nail on the head. They have no interest of that in that. I don't believe reform is possible within the two-party system. Others have already spoke upon that. And I'm even divided whether you go a third party. I mean, within the duopoly, go a third party or revolution. I don't know. I'm desperate. I'm in a desperate situation, like so many other people, willing to grasp at straws, willing to try can the squad work as a voting bloc? That failed. I'm willing to try something else that might fail. So I'm not really sure. I would say a start. It's worth trying. When you had a good discussion on ranked choice voting, and to me, ranked choice voting is like the bare minimum. It's the low hanging fruit that even any liberal should want to say, yeah, ranked choice voting. If they called it no spoiler voting, I think it might get a lot more support from people, because all those people who slammed Jill Stein and all of that, well, you have an answer. Stop being bitter. Go and fight for ranked choice voting the way Maine has it, the way Alaska has it, the way about 20 cities have it. It's a real easy win right there, and we could pull that argument off the table entirely. And then the second part of that is, if you get 5% of the vote, you get public funding for the next election. I don't know if that could help get the ball rolling, but it seems to me if 39 states are not battleground states, that even the people who maybe wouldn't be in the camp of a third party might say, okay, even using those 39 non-battleground states, vote who you want to vote for, get that 5% and see where we can go in next election. I don't know if that's the path forward, but I can't see any reason why we shouldn't even try to plant those seeds.
Well said. Zoya?
Yeah, I want to address a couple of things. First of all, Ryan is always on point. But Chris Hedges wrote a great article about Democrats being the most effective evil. Why? Because they're good at co-opting legitimate causes. They co-opted the Green New Deal from the Green Party and watered it down. And that is what the establishment often does. When they see some momentum behind third parties, they will just co-opt their policies and water them down. And look at the kids in cages. They're still in cages, but Democrat cages are somehow acceptable. As long as it's not Trump, a huge chunk of the population will justify every horrific policy Trump had if it's Biden doing it. And that's just intellectually dishonest. Biden could cancel student debt with the stroke of a pen. Instead, they invent rotating villains so they can scapegoat our demands. Lobbyists write the laws, that's a fact. Politicians are just actors at this point, whose role it is to make us accept these defeats in some fake red versus blue game. And I think that people should know that the framers of the Constitution, and part of the reason why things are the way that they are, is because they did not believe in direct democracy. They were afraid of mob rule. So everything in the Constitution, in the design of our government, is actually to prevent the representation of the masses. They just had Shea Rebellion, which was a worker uprising. So when they were writing the Constitution, they wanted to curb dissent. And that's why the way our government is designed, people's choices are not really represented. Even for the presidency, the executive branch, we don't vote for that directly. There's an electoral college just in case we're too dumb to know what we want that will make the choice for us. In Congress, Senate gets only 2 seats, and then House of Representatives is the only thing that really truly represents the population. And even in that, they rig that process so that our voices are not heard. So this system is working exactly the way it was intended to. I think it's really important for people to realize that. It is not failing, it's working. And the rich are getting richer. The wealth gap is growing under every single administration, red or blue. And people are tuned into it like it's some sort of team sport where they have lost all objectivity and they're just cheering for, as Sabrina put it, their favorite celebrity. And that curbs any honest discussion. So I keep saying Green Party instead of third party, but the third parties really present an opposition to that. And it's only one thing in the toolbox, as Ron Placone said on the last segment. It's only one tool. It can't be where we stop because we do live in a rigged system. It is completely rigged. Look at how they're trying to remove third party threats from the ballot. So because we're working in a rigged system, whatever avenue we take that takes sometimes years for us to organize or get momentum behind, the establishment thinks of a way to completely deflate it or co-opt it. And that's what we observe all the time. So there's a real need, and it's not an either or. I don't think that we have to make the choice of what path we engage in. Definitely on election day, do your research, know who you're voting for, support the correct ballot initiatives. A lot gets done through ballot initiatives, not just politicians. I honestly think that the presidency is lost, but in local elections, you can make a huge difference. I think we can get more trauma savants into power, and that would be an incredible thing for us as a whole. But after that, after you check that box on your mail-in ballot, minimal effort involved in that, you have to engage in all the other paths, which is general strike, withholding your consumer dollars. You vote for things every day with how you spend your money, and engaging in your community and becoming independent of the system, even in small ways like community gardens.
Yeah, 100% agreed. I want to shout out some of these super chats and then I'll go to the next question. Thanks for the super chat. Oz says, Ryan dropped the mic, 100% truth. Thank you, Cryptician. Yes, Sabby, the combo of self-defeatism, media blackout, and a lack of responsible self-education of political interest is the left's biggest obstacles. And thank you for this one as well. We need a combo of electoral politics, activism, community organizing, and media outreach to be successful, not just one, the other, or buck the system. Thank you so much for that. Zoya, you just brought up a good point.
I want to jump in really fast.
Yeah, I wanted to jump in too. Sorry.
I just wanted to respond to really quick because I think what Zoya was hitting on it, but I think, look, the reason the left and the working class have no power in this country is because we keep giving all our power away to these two corrupt parties. And so what we need to do is fight back against the system. We need to fight back against the duopoly. And there are different ways to fight back against the system. Now, the reason you can't reform the system from within by voting for Democrats or Republicans is because it's like, why are the politicians and political parties who have all the power, they're never going to reform a system that they are profiting off of, right? They're never going to pass ranked choice voting. They're never going to pass publicly funded elections. Look what the Democratic Party did when it tried to say it's For the People Act. They called it the For the People Act, and it literally made it harder for third parties to get funding. So even legislation that they're trying to say is for democracy or for the people is actually anti-democratic and is for the duopoly and is just to protect their power. The Democrats go on TV and say that they fight back against voter suppression. Well, they might fight back against GOP voter suppression, but then they engage in their own form of voter suppression, which is suppressing people's right to voter choice. People have the right to go on election day and have more than two candidates on the ballot than just two candidates who both represent corporations. So right now, the American people don't even have a real choice on election day in most ballots because it's just either you're voting for the blue corporate party or the red corporate party. So what we need is, like you said, Josanna, we need full-scale change. We need to completely change the system. And because the politicians won't do that, what we have to do is challenge the only thing these corrupt parties care about, and that is their power. And you can challenge their power two ways. You can challenge them electorally through a third party, and you can also challenge their power by getting in the streets and building solidarity amongst your comrades and fighting back through protests and like a general strike. You can withhold your labor. And that's really, I think, when you look at this back at the history of this nation, we have seen major change, usually by challenging the politicians in the streets, right? And the civil rights movement, and the labor movement, after the Great Depression, we saw we saw a huge uprising in the labor movement, and we saw a few things get done. Again, with this legislation, we also saw some bad things happen because, again, the parties are there to preserve the system and to protect the ruling class. But this idea, I don't think we should pit third parties against direct actions and strikes. I think we're at a moment in history where we have to do it all. We have to challenge power and dissent from these two corrupt parties in every way possible. And so, and unfortunately, because we live in this duopoly and because it has so much power, a lot of people, you have to meet people where they are. And unfortunately, when it comes to politics, a lot of people are still playing the duopoly game because they haven't figured out yet that it's rigged against them, that it doesn't matter which party you vote for, you're getting the same system. That is a system that exploits your labor to enrich the handful of oligarchs that control the American economy. So the people have to keep realizing that, like, at its essence, we do have the power, because we can make all of this corruption in Washington, D.C. stop if we come together and withhold our labor and start to protest back against this system and make specific demands, right? Like the Black Lives Matter movement was incredible. It was the largest racial justice movement in history. However, they did have specific demands, but they made one fatal mistake. They allowed the Democratic Party to co-opt them. And all of a sudden, the Black Lives Matter protest turned into, oh, you just got to vote for Kamala and Joe 2020. And it's like, no, you vote for Democrats and you're going to get a party that's going to betray you every time. And I reached a point where I'd rather someone tell me who they are. Like the Republicans, they're honest about their corruption. They're like, yeah, we're giving billionaires tax breaks. Yeah, we're greedy capitalists, deal with it. Whereas the Democrats, they deceive us by saying, oh, liberty and justice for all. But really, it's a lie. And they say that to us, and then they get power and they stab us in the back. So for me, it's like we need to fight both for third parties and meet people where they are, using third-party politics to educate the electorate about this corruption, and also in tandem with direct action and with strikes. And the last thing I'll say is I had a third-party candidate on my show a few months ago, and I think he was a part of the summit. His name is Jose. Anyways, he was like Princess Blanding, who I also had on my program, who's fantastic. He was excluded from one of the debates, from one of the duopoly debates. And what they told him, he's running for office in San Diego. They said to him that he was not a quote unquote viable candidate because he didn't raise enough money. And why that's so significant is because look at how the duopoly is defining viability. They're defining it by how much money a candidate raises. They're defining it by the very thing that has corrupted our politics in the first place, which is corporate money and which is big money. So they're excluding third parties because they don't have enough money. But yet we see that it's money that's corrupting the entire political process in the first place, because the people with all the money, the ruling class, they have all the power and they control the politicians who then write the laws that are rigged against the workers and for the CEOs. And so the entire system is corrupt. It will not reform itself. And that is why through third parties and, building a revolution through strikes and direct action and mutual aid is how we're eventually going to get rid of this corrupt system.
I just want to say something really quick, Josana. I'm gonna pass it to you. I think another thing I'm trying to get people to do is I think we need to start shifting our focus more to local politics instead of politics on the federal level, because that's where we can actually implement change. I've seen that happen multiple times here in Massachusetts through ballot initiatives. And I think those local candidates, people running for mayor, running for governor, running for city council, they also need to be given a platform, a media platform. And a lot of times they're ignored and people only focus on the people who are running on the federal level. So I just wanted to add that, but I'll pass it to you, Josana.
Josana, can I add something really quick, just to Ryan's point and things that are being said in the chat? I'm not a pessimist. I'm a realist. The things that I'm sharing with you guys, they actually pain me. I wish that things were different. But in decades of organizing, I engaged with the system deeply. I've met with senators and governors and mayors and had the unfortunate pleasure of them telling me how bought they are. Them telling me that if they don't follow the party line, that the party will literally destroy them and just replace them. So when I tell you the system is rigged, it's not a theory, it's from direct experience. But the power of protest, it is very valid. And I want to bring up in 1969 that 89 to 400 people took over Alcatraz for 19 months, and they got their policy demands met. And that's just a handful of people with sustained actions. Part of the mistake of the George Floyd protests was that we stopped protesting. We should have kept going until our policy positions were met. Thank you, Josan.
It's a thank you, Zoya. I just wanted I wrote, but why though? Because like part of the fact that people say Josana is like she doesn't know anything, she doesn't want anything, is because I'm not from here. And to be quite honest, as a person that was always abused by the USA, I kind of care little for internal problems in this country. I feel like I'm here as a voice of the many, many billions of people that wanted to have a voice to speak to people from the United States to, hey, you've got to wake up. We are in despair because of you, you know? So my voice was always, it's always going to come from that place. Even though I live here, migrated here, maybe that's the reason. Because when I write, but why though, is like to me sometimes to be watching Republicans, Democrats, like I don't even discuss Republicans because I really don't care about them. The only reason I even discuss Democrats is, first of all, once they fooled me, once AOC fooled me, once Bernie Sanders fooled me, and I believed if these people got to power, Ilhan Omar, if they got to power, Cory Bush, they were going to do something. They were going to bring their revolutionary blood into their mandates. Oh, I guess not. They were the liberal MLK was talking about when he was in jail, because he was able to see when he was put in jail, he was able to see how we cannot trust people that wants to serve the system that's created by the white man. The system that is created by white supremacy is made to support and serve white supremacy. So Josana has no place. She has to be hated or whatever, not even exist, which I think it's pretty much the case. So when I write why though, is why are we still discussing these things? Because when I ask the electoral politics and electoral reform question, it's a rhetoric question. Because I know already that this country is lacking in reforms. This country is lacking in action. And there is a person I admire and love and I fangirl all the time, is Afeni. You all know Afeni. And she's like, 2022 is the year of action. Is the year of the direct action. And we keep on seeing the apathy of people of America. Like bringing up the war. You know, the Russians, they're against war. They're on the streets in a country that if you say you do not like, say that sentence, you in jail. And you were white because you're from Russia and still you in jail. So like what I see is the like apathy of American people. And I feel like it doesn't matter. And look, I have a couple of candidates that I know and I love them and I trust them. But I'm pretty sure that once they enter the system, third party, independent, Democrat, they have to sell their soul. It has to be left at the door. And I don't, and the things that makes me like when you said however, and I was like, however, Black lives were saved by Jim Crow Joe. How on earth can you stop a movement for Black lives when the man that created a crime bill is elected president. Wow. Wow. How can you be Stacey Abrams and fight for the election of this man? How can you believe this man is going to buy anything but like anything that's not yours? So this man is going to give you money for your vote? He's psychologically torturing you into getting your vote. And on top of that, in this current system right now, your vote don't matter at all. So that's why, like, I feel like local elections and local candidates, I'm sorry, I know you're in the beginning, like right there, it's still very honest and glued to your heart. It's the beginning of your career in the USA Enterprises. That's the how to say, the person that gets coffee, intern stage. Because I have to speak corporate. I'm not corporate at all. I'm an artist. But like, I have to speak corporate because this country is so corporate, and that's where you start. Actually, online activism lately. That's where you start. And then you go to a third party, and then you go up, and then you go up, and then children all around Yemen, Palestine, Somalia, Iran, Iraq, Brazil, Chile, dying so you can go up in your career. I'm sorry, I spoke too much.
Oh, don't be sorry.
No, you
No,
hit it
do
all.
not be
You
sorry.
said it
I
all.
was
That
feeling
was-
that in my soul, Josana, as
Yeah.
well as your cat. But I want to add, thank you, everyone. And there was so much there with 1,000 thoughts in my head. But I want to talk a little bit about protest, direct action, because that's what I cover every day. I met Afeni in the streets and on the front line against a police line in DC, one of thousands of protesters who were in DC. And you can go to historically about protest, and one of the most famous protests is the Montgomery bus boycott. And in the Montgomery bus boycott, had the boycotters stopped after 365 days, after a year, and say, we gave it a good shot, let's pack it in, let's go home. Well, then it wouldn't have worked, because it took a year and 15 days for it to be successful. And my view is often that it's not that the protests don't work, it's that they're not strong enough and they're not long enough. And let's be clear what happened in 2020. Joe Biden extinguished the protest. His victory on November 7th extinguished the protest, because let's remember what happened during those months. We saw increase for defunding the police in polls. We saw Colorado have qualified immunity overnight. It did not take a George Floyd justice bill. It took people in the streets. We saw schools and colleges all across the country get rid of police out of their universities, cancel their contracts. We saw Seattle, we saw Austin start to cut some of their funding and reroute it to homeless, start that process, a little bit of that in Minneapolis too. And then Joe Biden got elected and people went home. And on November 7th, there were thousands of white liberals in the streets in DC. And then a week later, Nazis came to town, Trumpers came to town, and they were nowhere to be found. And when you take November and you take December, those were dress rehearsals for January 6th. If people don't know that outside of DC, a lot of people don't know that. So the liberals went home to this quote unquote fake resistance was no longer resistance. So then there was no more resistance to these horrible policies. So now you can say fund the police, fund the police, fund the police, not have a backlash. Now you can increase ICE funding and deport thousands of people and not have a backlash and people in the streets. Now you can go to war and have Democrats raising their fist on the brink of World War III and no resistance in the streets. So the problem isn't that there's protests. There's a problem is we stopped protesting, and Joe Biden's election had a lot to do with that. So when we look at the equation, it's not just Republicans versus Democrats, it's Republicans and versus Democrats minus a protest movement who would come out if Trump did the same exact thing.
Right. They made it a left-right issue instead of, it was actually a human rights issue, what happened to George Floyd. And the media, again, this goes back to mainstream media, they're the ones who amplified this and turned it into a left right issue and said, this is why we need to get Trump out. Look what's happening. And people fell for it. So it's just unfortunate. It's 4:53. I want to make sure we get closing statements from everyone. So I'll just go next to Zoya.
Thank you. So I think we need to be honest about where we are at and pursue all paths. I often say this, but it's not a competition. You don't have to choose. Third party voting is a valid strategy, but we won't get systemic change without getting in the streets. I've been consistent on that. That's just the truth. I support fighting on all fronts. So, comrades, friends, family, choose a path that resonates with you and do it. Just don't let your passion and compassion end online. Let it start here.
Awesome. Ryan?
I just want to say thank you to the Revolutionary Blackout Network for putting together this summit and bringing together candidates and activists and people who really want to live in a country where we have more than just two corrupt parties who continue to pit us against each other while they are rigging the system against us to benefit themselves and their corporate donors. And I was really moved by what, I don't want to mess up your name, but it's Josana. Okay, I was really moved by what you said, and I think you represent a lot of the global community and just, you know, how it feels to live under the oppressive boot of the American empire. And I think that, you know, look, one of the biggest things holding back change in this country is the comfortable liberal. Or as MLK called him, the white moderate. You know, you look back at MLK's work and Malcolm X's work, and they both talked about the complicity, not of they're very clear about, you know, you can see the racism of the KKK, you can see the racism of the far right and of neo-Nazis, but there's that also the complicity that maybe isn't so obvious, and that's the complicity of people who are comfortable with the status quo, even though the status quo is killing millions of people abroad and people in our own country as well. And that's where they talk about the moderate and the liberal. And I think much of our politics, unfortunately, is driven by, oh, you know, we can't have that change because that would make, you know, moderates uncomfortable. You know, and so much of politics, and I think it's very intentional from the ruling class. I think the ruling class knows when the workers start to rise up and marginalized communities start to fight for their basic human rights and dignity. One of the first things the ruling class does is, instead of like actually giving dignity to everyone and to the people at the bottom, which haven't had a real win in this country in a really long time, they pay the managerial class a little bit more, right? They pay the upper middle class a little bit more to tell everyone to calm down. You know, stop. You know, everyone just needs to calm down, go back to, you know, and stop all this like uprising. And that's really, honestly, what the role of the Democratic Party has always been. People like Nancy Pelosi, they tell people just calm down. No, like, we should not calm down. We need to disrupt the status quo. We need to fight back against this corrupt system. We should not obey any longer. And what we need is building movements, whether it's third parties or strikes. We need to build them, and we need to be able to have solidarity and trust amongst our fellows. So many movements get co-opted. So many politicians say they got our back. I am over here still waiting for AOC and the squad to fight back against Biden and Pelosi and the corrupt establishment, because they ran their campaigns on fighting back against the establishment. And so I'm over here like, well, when's the fighting going to begin? Because all we've seen is them completely walk back their progressive campaign promises and defend Joe Biden and defend Nancy Pelosi, vote for Nancy Pelosi for speaker when she's way past her time and she needs to go. She should have gone years ago. But again, this all happens because people keep selling out to the system because it benefits them, even though the benefit for them is hurting millions of people in our own country and worldwide. So thank you for being a voice for all the people that live under the boot of this empire. And, you know, look, I believe just in dignity and justice for all people. And I believe the only way we get there is by coming together and building movements and parties that are independent of the two corporate parties and having specific demands like Medicare for all, reparations, a living wage, UBI, student debt cancellation. I think you really have to be specific in what you're asking for, because if not, they co-opt it, they give you a few platitudes, and they say, go back, and they continue to force people to live under this oppressive system. I think enough is enough, and it's time for better.
All right, we
Sorry
got
for
2
taking so much
minutes
time.
to the next panel. Chuck, closing statement.
Thank you, Sabrina. Really appreciate you. Appreciate Ryan, Josana, and your cat, Zoya. I really appreciate it because we need more efforts like this to bring like-minded folks together. They have a media empire, and we have a bunch of Patreon accounts. And unless we sort of consolidate and talk to each other, our rocks will have to come together to beat their tanks. So let's keep doing this. And I'm very appreciative and very humbled to be in this space.
Awesome. Let's go ahead and start bringing in the
And I
next-
was saying, while you bring people in, hi CJ. I just want to thank you
Hello.
very much, and thank you CJ for putting this panel together. It's freaking
Absolutely.
amazing and necessary that we are able. This is the reason why they're gonna talk back to us. We are bringing in the education they on purpose lack. And I want to thank you, Sabi, because like if I can do a little bit of a panel, I feel like it's because I'm like watching Sabi and learning from her. So I just want to say thank you all very much. This like so nice. Zoya, I know already. So nice to meet you, Ryan and Chuck. And I am just gonna promote I am Tita hashtag. We are in our last push to bring Tita to safety. So if you can help, that would be amazing.
Cool. All right.
Absolutely. Thank you,
Bye,
ladies.
everyone. Thank you.
And we will be now begin our next candidate, or actually our last candidate debate. Let's give some people a chance to get in because they were locked out. And I'm sorry, let me get you out here. Sorry here. Yeah, they're locked out of from joining us. So I'm going to give them a couple of moments to join the other candidates. If you're watching, because we still had some people in, you were locked out from getting in. Okay, I'll say 2 more people added. So what we're going to be doing next is our candidate debate. Well, I'm calling it that, but it is actually, where is it here? Right here. So this is what's next. Candidate debate number 4. This is our last candidate debate. So last opportunity for you to see some of the candidates and hear their views on some topics. Let me go ahead and share what today's or what this oops, let's stop this here. What this topic is going to be, or this session is going to be about. Let's put that on screen here. So today's topics, or for this segment, is healthcare, reparations, student loan debt, the Democratic Party and Republican parties. So there we go. So I'm going to begin to bring you in. Let's stop sharing that. So, oops, did something wrong there. Hopefully that doesn't do anything. All right, so there we go. Now I'm bringing everybody in here. Okay, there we go. 1 second. Somebody is messaging me, guys. Sorry for being late. Okay, so I knew I did something wrong. So let me figure out how to get. There we go. Now I figured out how to get this the right way. So, welcome candidates. A lot of faces I've seen. Multiple panels. Let me go ahead and shut this off because they're having a conversation. RBN is having a meeting conversation right now. So. Like I said, welcome again. A lot of you have been on a bunch of these panels for candidates, so that's great because people get a chance to actually hear your point of view. So let's begin. There he goes. I was waiting for the other moderator, who is Anthony Zinkas, and we're gonna put him up next to me just so everybody knows he's one of the moderators and not a candidate. So there we go. All right, how you doing, Professor?
Pretty good. I am not a candidate.
Right, and we just want to make sure there's no confusion. And if you didn't get a chance to see, I did kind of shout out what the topics will be. Both of you and I will be asking questions during this segment, but this is the topic just to reflect reparations, student loan debt, healthcare, Democrats and Republicans. That is the topic for this segment. So we're gonna pretty much play it by not play it by ear, but just kind of go up the line. I'm gonna start from the bottom of the topic list and end with reparations. So let's do this here. Actually, let's stop sharing and let's change this. There we go.
1 second.
Alrighty. So can you hear me? Okay, good. All right, so let's get right into it, and let's start with the two duopoly parties, the two corporate parties. Sort of like the whole reason why we're even having this event. The whole reason why all of you are running is because the two parties, the existing major parties, corporate parties that's been around the longest, are both terrible, equally terrible. So I'm going to start at the bottom. I'll start with Terrence, and then we'll go to Jason right next to him, and then we'll go to the middle row. But Terrence, so we're going to take each party one at a time, just so we can get a clear understanding about what everybody's views are on the each party. So let's start with the Republican Party. So the question is, what is your assessment of the Republican Party? This is all wrapped into one sort of. I'm gonna, a couple of questions all wrapped into one part. What is your assessment of the Republican Party? Do you believe the Republican Party is fulfilling the needs and wants of their constituents, their voting constituents? So those are the two two-part questions for this first segment here, or this first round of questions. Terrence.
Sure. So, hi, everybody. It's nice to see a lot of familiar faces once more and to see some new ones. Nice to meet you, Thomas and Anthony. Yeah, so when it comes to the Republican Party, so I as I've mentioned before, I'm running for state office in Massachusetts. So I look at this through the lens of my state. And the fact is, I think at this stage, the Republican Party isn't particularly representative of any real movement in Massachusetts, and especially in my district, I don't think. My sense is that most folks who think they strongly associate with the Republican Party or conservatives in my district would actually probably prefer a strong libertarian party, which is to say libertarians of the right, rather than the Republican Party as it stands. And so I guess, to take it more broadly, the fact is that it is Trump's party now. We have to accept that fact. And I have to admit, I'm not super thrilled about that. I don't like the bigotry against white people, non-white people, non-cisgender people, non-heterosexual people, or people of the so-called global South in total. I don't like the rhetorical feints towards populism that he makes, followed by consolidation of wealth and power towards the rich and powerful. And I don't like the moves to bolster the police state. The fact is there's very little that I can say that I like about politicians in the Republican Party. That said, I do think there are elements of the Republican Party that might just be genuinely populist, genuinely committed to combating things like the police state, and so on. And so I could definitely see myself working with those folks. And I guess the last thing I'll say for now is I also like to differentiate between Republican politicians and Republican voters. I don't begrudge anyone their vote. I think the vote is a very personal thing, and it's your choice whether you share it. How you talk about it in the public square. I think many voters are genuinely terrified of the direction that our country's going in, economically speaking, and want to provide for their families and feel safe. And many voted for Trump in hopes of blowing up the system and building something better atop it. And I, to be honest, I can empathize with that. And so I guess really at the end of the day, the way that I empathize with Republicans is I want to be an oppositional voice to the establishment as well. And as a result, I think I can represent them better than many Republican politicians can, including my opponent in my state. I'm running against a quote unquote moderate Republican. So I think that's where I'll leave it for now.
Absolutely. And Jason, same question, assessment of the GOP, and do you think they're delivering for their voters or constituents?
So my assessment is that there are kind of two wings of the GOP. They're a little split. Maybe there's three. There's the Trump wing, and then there's the neocons, and then there's kind of a libertarian element as well that kind of runs as Republican. And the voters, I think, there are different kind of Republican voters as well. Some Republicans, I think, are Republican because they see the Democrat Party as more corrupt. I think that there are a lot of Trump supporters, and I think I've had interesting conversations with them, and I don't quite grasp why they don't like Joe Biden because the policy doesn't seem very different to me. You know, and then there's the libertarian element. So I think that some Republican voters are coming from a religious perspective where they're thinking of family values and not wanting to support abortion or not wanting their tax dollars to pay for abortion. And some Republican voters are coming from not wanting their tax dollars to pay for, welfare if people are lazy and not willing to work. And I don't necessarily agree with those positions, but I can understand where that comes from. And then there's like the Thomas Massey, Rand Paul group, which doesn't want to pay for any social spending at all, but they're anti-war, strangely. So I mean, there are issues where you can work with the right, anti-war. There's definitely a lot of anti-war Republicans. There's definitely, anti-corruption issues you could work on. Most Republican voters that I've talked to don't necessarily feel like the Republican Party is great and representative of them. They just feel like they're better than the Democrat Party.
So it's like both constituencies are just settling, is what you're saying. So Republican voters aren't all giddy for Republicans.
I mean, I know we're not talking about Democrats yet, but it's almost like whichever party is the ruling party proves the other one correct when they criticize their corruption. Right? So
I get it. All right, so let's go to John, and then we'll go to Delilah in that direction there. So John, what say you? What is your assessment of the Republican Party? So we're talking about the party in that part, and then do you think the Republican Party, let me add that in there, represent the Republican voters? Are they delivering on what they're promising to their voters?
All right. Well, thank you, Jay, for having me on another segment here. I really appreciate it. I think that the left could learn a lot from the American right and the Republican Party regarding unity around specific issues. That's one thing they do better than us is they have their key issues. They have abortion, they have voting rights, they have immigration, and it doesn't really matter what else those candidates say, as long as they know that they're going to be on that position. That's a ticket that they're comfortable pushing. We need to, I think that we can learn a lot from messaging around that and having unified policy like they do on the right. As far as the voters, I think that all you have to look at to see if they're serving their constituents or not is the rural poverty numbers. The poverty numbers in historically red states are astronomical, and these people have been left behind. And that's something I sold insurance in rural communities during 2015, 2016 when Trump was elected. And a lot of folks don't realize that these issues affect both sides. It's not something that just affects folks in the city. Medicare for all is something that affects rural voters. And I think that if we have more candidates on the left that position these things in terms that they understand that their neighbors are losing their family farms, that we can convince them that it's a working class solidarity issue. It's not a left versus right. It's the working class has to work together because they're not being served by the people that they're electing right now.
Absolutely. And let's bring in Delilah. Delilah, same question. What is your overall take on the GOP? And then, do you think are the GOP delivering what they promised to their voters?
Yeah, it's a really important question, especially for me as a candidate for Texas governor. The GOP, it's not the Trump party down here. Abbott has a lot of public support. He actually got more votes during the primaries than O'Rourke did. Just a general, like large, like more people voted for him. And I think that what often goes unnoticed is that these people are capable of enacting good policies that their constituents like. Unfortunately, some of those policies go against human rights. For instance, patients who might find themselves pregnant and needing abortion care and things like that. But again, with his base, they're pleased with that. They think that that's fair. So in a respect, I do think that they deliver on their promises, but I do think that they lie just as much as the Democratic Party does to their constituents about where their priorities lie. They'll often, say that they don't, support raising taxes, but then they go on ahead and do that anyway. And so for a demographic like Texas, the rural voters are private landowners. A lot of them are not exactly wealthy, but well off enough to be conservative as far as where they want their money to be spent. You know what I'm saying? So it's their considerations are always being up front and center with the GOP down here. So it's a bit of a different bag down here. But yeah, I think it's important for leftists to understand that the base who vote for these people are pretty satisfied with what they're getting.
That's a unique question, a unique dynamic that I'm going to come back to for another question. But let's go to Jonathan. Let's bring him in for the same question. Your assessment of the GOP establishment or elected officials, and then do you think the GOP establishment or Republican establishment is delivering for their constituency?
I wouldn't say they're delivering because we are where we are now. So no. But I want to build off what Delilah was saying. In 2016, I have several brothers and sisters. I have a dad. I have a stepmom. All of them voted for third parties. They all voted third party. But by 2020, all of them voted for a Republican or Democrat. I was the only person in my entire family who voted third party. And it's because they scare you into it. It is always the most important election of our lifetime. It's always the one time you can't waste your vote. And so when it comes to delivering, like they've delivered for their donors in that way, and that they've consolidated the vote yet again. 2016, I'm pretty sure, other than Ross Perot, was one of the best years for third parties. The Libertarian Party, I think, got 4%. The Green Party did great, comparatively. And it's almost all been lost because of these fear tactics, whether it's over COVID, whether it's over war with Russia. And the point of saying that is that we have to understand that people are afraid, and when we're coming to talk to them about third parties, we have to understand they're afraid to waste their vote and that something horrible might happen. We might get another Donald Trump, or we might get another Joe Biden. It might be the worst thing, ever, because it's the most important election ever. But since you asked specifically about the GOP, I think all of us at one point have been part of a major party. I tried to do what Jason was kind of alluding to earlier. I joined the GOP when I was first, turned 18. I campaigned for Ron Paul. I really tried to push, libertarian style politics, peace, and ending the war on drugs and that type of thing within the GOP. And I did that for a long time, 2007 all the way through 2012, and we didn't get much for it. I think some Republicans are more comfortable with ending the war on drugs, or at least decriminalizing cannabis. I think that is one thing that the Ron Paul campaign helped with in the Republican Party. But as far as a meaningful difference from this infiltration, this libertarian infiltration of the party, I don't think it's worked. And that's why I'm committed to only running third party, only ever voting third party. I haven't voted for a major party in a general election, I think, ever at this point, but at least for the last 10 years. And I don't plan to ever do it. I'll write someone in if I have to. But yeah, if we're trying to change from the inside, it's just going way too slow, and we don't have time. People are suffering now.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And we're going to bring in Thomas, last candidate to answer this question before we move to the next question. What is your assessment of the establishment GOP, and do you think the establishment GOP is delivering for their voters?
Thomas Queter, by the way, if anybody's wondering about the pronunciation. Are they delivering for their voters? That's an interesting concept. You see, in 2020, I ran against a Republican for state senate as a libertarian here in New York. I took almost 14,000 votes. And is he delivering? 2020 was an interesting year. During the pandemic, during all the uproar, during the lockdowns, we saw our property taxes in my area go up astronomically. I had one little old lady who farms goats. Her property taxes went up $10,000. Right? That's a big hike in 1 year. My opponent, on the other hand, was spending tax money on his campaign. Doesn't sound legal, does it? But there's a nice, interesting loophole. You know those political mailers you get? Every seated politician sends one down every once in a while. In New York, they're allowed to send them out up to a certain point. And he only mailed out 2. And those 2 were very close to that point. And they were basically bragging about the things he's done or can say he did. That's to the tune of almost $250,000. That's a lot of money to anybody who's suffering and downtrodden in this state. So is he conserving with tax money? No, it's not. He also made statements that he wouldn't stand up for gun rights, and yet he still won. So is he delivering to his voters? No, I don't think he is. He likes to step into various positions to take a photo and then leave. And you see this a lot in both parties. I have to admit, it's not just one or the other. You're going to find that my criticisms of both parties are going to be very similar. So what is a Republican senator in New York going to do to serve his constituents? Well, what I saw was vitriolic, emotional pulling messaging. It gets people all riled up, and a voting record that doesn't match it. So when we consider Republicans, and I know we're going to talk about Democrats later, but also Democrats, we have to consider, are they actually doing what they say? Are they any different? I was at a candidates forum with my Republican opponent and a Democrat who was running for assembly for like the 3rd or 6th time. And their answers were identical, literally identical. The only difference being the Democrat could actually form her own answers, and my Republican opponent had memorized answers and some kid in the corner holding up numbered cue cards so that he could remember what to say. And is that serving the community? And New York's another interesting animal. They work for 6 months of the year, and they get paid over $120,000 a year for that. The rest is left for their campaigning. They spend an awful lot of our money campaigning. I don't think that's conservative. I don't think that really works to any of the things that the Republican Party is supposed to stand for. And it's hard to tell what they stand for a lot, especially a national platform. You see it changes almost every cycle. They'll tweak it based on whatever they think can win, which isn't very principled and doesn't really keep a message that stays strong and moves forward. It's hard to move forward on something if we're just constantly changing it to win. So no, I don't.
Absolutely. Great point. Next question, we're going to go to Professor for the next question. So the floor is yours, Professor.
Thank you. Excellent beginning to this. And Thomas, I'm a New Yorker as well. You're upstate, or what we can consider upstate, correct?
Yes, unfortunately, I am stuck in Shenango County. There is nothing here. I hope my internet holds.
They need you. And I think it's interesting. I just want to make a quick comment about I love the fact that we opened with this question, because the polarity of the two parties, especially in the last 10 years, has been such that we are discouraged as voters and candidates from reaching out to people who might vote for the opposing candidate. And that's not how you win elections. Calling the people who may support your opponent a basket of deplorables didn't help Hillary win, and she lost. So I like that we started, CJ, great start. I'm just going to take the easy road here. I'm going to ask, do you think, candidates, that Democrats have kept their promises? Actually, I'll amend my question. They haven't, and we know it. But in what ways have Democrats' broken promises inspired your campaign and your decision to run? I'm going to start. I'm looking at the boxes here. Let's start with Delilah.
Thank you, Professor Zenkus. That's a good question. Yeah, I used to volunteer for Bernie Sanders' campaign, and I remember the enthusiasm and the excitement. A potential socialist candidate fighting for Medicare for all, living wage for all, like just everything is a reasonable thing that he platformed on. And we had a lot of happy support for him as a candidate. Unfortunately, the Democrat running for governor as well endorsed Joe Biden right before our primary. And so that had a big impact on how people voted. I think a lot of people that wanted to vote for Bernie decided against it last minute and voted for Biden. And so, as you mentioned, Democrats do not deliver on their promises. Joe Biden is only doing more for the right than any Trump or otherwise, grand old party candidate would have done. He's doing perhaps even worse, at least in the polls. And he's not even a populist candidate. So it's really shameful that that the working class and the poor classes were disregarded in such a way. I think it really highlighted to me, like, I knew he was going to run for governor. I knew that that's exactly the person that I was going to be going against, and I wanted that because he's a liar. And people put a lot of their money and their time and energy just for him to flip flop on policies, just to take oil lobbyist money and just change his opinion depending on what questions are being asked or who's asking them. So for myself, for my family and my community, I made that decision to run, to offer a better option to the poor and working classes, somebody who's going to be consistent with where their values are.
Thank you, Delilah. I need to see this. Okay, thank you, CJ. So let's jump to Jason. Same question. How have the Democrats' broken promises inspired you to decide, I'm going to be a candidate? And I just want to throw out, for those that haven't run for office, it's not easy. I know people who have. So I have profound respect for it. What would motivate you to do this to yourself? But how have those broken promises inspired you to say, try to do something different?
Well, there are years and decades of watching the Democrats pretend to stand for working families and just, putting more on people's plate that didn't materialize, talking about a pathway to citizenship that, they haven't really done. They just use as a political football. But the main reason that I ran was to oppose state-sponsored violence. And, like every time a police officer in Vallejo, California takes somebody's life, our congressperson comes there and he makes this speech about how the families deserve justice, but it's all these vague general terms, and they never do shit about it. And so that is the main reason that I ran for Congress. But in 2016, when we saw Bernie Sanders get cheated by the Democrats, that is when I really saw that it was necessary for people to step forward, because them talking about supporting democracy is another one of their bullshit lies, because they don't fucking stand for democracy. You know what's in HR 1? They want to take away third parties and make sure that everybody's corporate sponsored. And so democracy and police violence and the peace movement is dead. You know, there's like no anti-war movement because the Democrats are, you know, talking about human rights while they're invading other countries and sitting on Syria's wheat field and starving people on purpose. Breaks my heart.
Thank you, Jason. Same question, Terrence.
Sure. So my answer pretty simply is that they're not fighting for the issues that I care about, and often they're rhetorically kind of gesturing at the policies that I care about and then not delivering on them. For me, two of those are universal health care, Medicare for all, and a robust fight against climate change. I think we these are things that we keep saying. You know, we talk, people in the Democratic Party talk about, you know, following the science. Well, the science says that our planet is in trouble, and the science says that we need to you know, take care of people's health. If you know, one person's health affects other people's health. I feel like we've learned that in spades with this pandemic that we've had. And the fact is, in Massachusetts, you know, there's not even really a semblance of a duopoly in our state, in the sense that you know, in the seat in the Massachusetts Senate that I'm running for, that legislature, that part of the legislature is 97% Democrat, 37 out of 40 people, and they can't get a universal health care bill out of committee to save their lives. And so, you know, I think that you know, kind of the proof's in the pudding. You know, I basically saw no real move in the systemic change lane that we absolutely need to move in. I think Jason's right to, you know, speak to the lack of democracy as exemplified by a party that has the same root in its name. We absolutely do not have democracy in this country, and we need to do better. So I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you. And talking about the interconnectedness of issues is so important. Better jump to Jonathan C. Howe. New York 14. Where's New York 14, Jonathan?
It is the Bronx and Queens. It's northern Queens and the Bronx. It's where AOC is currently the congressman.
All right, we'll have to link up because I would love to help out. Jonathan, that's the question for you. How have the broken promises and policies, sometimes it's their kept promises that are also terrible, of the Democrats inspired you to run? What are the specifics? What's the meat and potatoes of, like, sorry, vegans, of where you want to jump into this and what got you going?
Yeah, I mean, what really pushed me over the edge, because I never wanted to run for office. It's such a dirty thing to do. You know, that's how it should be thought of. You know, career politics should be a horrible slur if you call someone a career politician. But what really got me was, you know, my congresswoman is Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez. She, you know, I moved into this district and she was the representative. And when she was either silent or supported the largest upward transfer of wealth during whichever one it was, the CARES Act, the first COVID Act, when she didn't push back against it, when she later, 2 weeks later, came out and said, "Oh, I technically voted no," she didn't. It's recorded. You can hear. She didn't say anything. That was a huge disappointment. I didn't expect much from, you know, a Democrat, but she was supposedly the most radical member, and then she, you know, allowed that to go through, and then supported all the rest of it, which was essentially just a handout to corporations. You know, she's complaining now that, you know, private equity is buying up all the homes in America. Well, where do you think that came from? How do you think we allowed that? Which policy of yours or of our governments do you think accelerated that? And that was one of them. But then it was also Democrats who claimed to care about, you know, bodily autonomy and medical privacy, who came out in favor of mandates in the city. That also drove me to run. That really lit the fire yet again. You know, Richie Torres, who's the neighboring congressman in the Bronx, is saying that people who aren't vaccinated shouldn't be allowed to fly. You know, he represents an area of the Bronx which is largely, you know, there's a large population of young black men. And in the Bronx, when he said that, less than 50% of young black men in his district were vaccinated. So he essentially wanted to put 50% of young black men in his district on a no-fly list. Who is that helping? And what they eventually did is said, you just can't work. You just can't get a job. You just can't go to the restaurant. All of that. They did that for 6 months. So in solidarity, I did not take part in the vaccine passport system. I was vaccinated, but I didn't eat out for 6 months. So I just didn't go anywhere because I'm not going to participate in something that all of my friends and neighbors cannot participate in. But have they delivered on anything? I would say, yeah, they kind of have, but just really delayed. One of my favorite clips on the internet, if you go, it's 1988 when Ron Paul was running as a libertarian for president. He was on the Morton Downey Jr. show. Morton Downey Jr. would just like yell at people and blow smoke in their face, literally. And you're just like, what, really, really, vulgar daytime TV. He was saying, oh, Ron Paul, you just want to legalize all drugs so you can do coke on the White House desk and all this crazy stuff. And there were all these Democrat politicians there who were saying, no, we need the military in the streets. We need a police state to stop drugs. Like, that's what we need. Charlie Rangel called into the show and it's like, we need to lock down the city until we get rid of drugs. And look, that's where we are. We have a police state. We have a militarized police. It's 33 years late, but they got what they promised back in 1988.
Wow. And if you say stuff like that in a debate, I mean, and let's just acknowledge there was a lot of coke in Congress in the 80s and 90s, a ton of it. And thank you so much, Jonathan. They're all drug addicts and psychos. So we'll go to, let's go to Thomas. Thomas Quiter, 2 New Yorkers in a row. Same question for you, sir.
Yes, that's Queter, though, please. Think French.
It's Queter.
Yep, Thomas Daniel Queter, never quitter, rarely quieter. So
you're on, Mr. Q.
What do I think of the Democratic Party? Interesting story. When I joined the Libertarian Party and sought to form the county committee for Shenango, which it did, there was an argument over whether or not I was a Democrat. A huge argument over whether or not, can you imagine why? Now, I was never a Democrat, never a Republican, until I became a Libertarian. I was always independently registered. I have one of the most independent thinking patterns you can imagine. And largely, it's because of the Democratic Party. New York is the home of the beginning of the disability rights movement, and it suppresses disability rights at every turn. Recently, our budget was cut. There are programs that are working for adults with disabilities like autism and the like, taking them out of programs that are working for them and instead housing them in institutions where we house the murderers and rapists that are not fit for trial. Can you imagine what that environment must be like? I don't think that's right. We see restrictions on welfare. I have a fun story about that when we get to the healthcare issue, but if we restrict people's ability to even just to save what they get in that welfare check, we're reducing their ability to find upward mobility. I'm a prime candidate for a lack of upward mobility. Now, what good is our welfare system doing? If you might have heard it called the welfare trap, I like to call it the welfare gap, because what you get to survive comfortably on welfare is right here. What you need to earn to survive equally comfortably is right here. And nobody jumps out and gets a job right here, right? Your first job is never over here. Healthcare is a big part of that because the price has been kind of finagled upward lately. And, I can't abide by anyone who uses identity politics in a nefarious manner. I heard a lot of the African-American community talking about how the Democrats aren't helping them. I've heard about a lot of the disability community, how the Democrats are helping them. I've lived it. And all of these programs that they pushed don't work. I know in Philadelphia there was a specific program to help paraplegics who became paraplegic from a gunshot wound. That program existed for years, spent millions of dollars every year, never even reached out to or helped a single person. There's your Democratic Party. It's mired in bureaucracy, it's mired in regulation, and it's mired in inefficiency. I'm not against all regulation. I'm not against all bureaucracy, but I am against unnecessary regulation and bureaucracy. The best example that I can give you out of New York is that a disability aide, that's essentially a nursemaid that comes to your home. All the jobs from the hospital that we don't like to think of, they have to do those, as well as cleaning and dishes and things like that. It costs our state an average of over $35 an hour to pay for that. That sounds nice. That's a perfect job to get $35 an hour. It's a caring job. We want those carers to be happy. Well, sadly, what the worker actually gets is closer to $13 an hour. Now, I have to ask anybody out there, under that kind of a system that's so mired in bureaucracy and regulation that drives the price up to that degree and pays the workers so little, do you want to come bathe me for $13 an hour? I don't think you do. And that's why, despite being beholden to disability welfare, I'm running for U.S. Senate here in New York. Things need to change. Things need to change for the better. We need to approach antiquated legislation as well as new and innovative legislation.
Thank you so much, Thomas Queter, fellow New Yorker. I got your name right. Amazing. And let's round up this round of questions with it's John, right? All of a sudden the names disappeared for me. I don't know why.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. I was trying to put that comment up. There you
John from Illinois 13. Why the hell would you do this to yourself?
Oh man. So I came into, like most folks, into politics through not a traditional route. I've been an activist for years, and at the beginning of 2020, I gained prominency in my area for advocating in favor of public health precautions. And some of you might have seen me on Reddit or one of the meme sites as the Dicks Out for COVID guy. But once I had this platform, we were looking, and the state rep that in my area, Sue Shearer in the 96th in Illinois, had been problematic for years, and she'd voted against marriage equality. She had voted in favor of numerous expansions on law enforcement and allowing them to be militarized. She voted against lifting cannabis prohibition in Illinois and decriminalization. She didn't just vote against legalization. She voted against decriminalization and expunging records. And
Wait,
she's
a Democrat?
And she's a Democrat. So we decided that was something that needed to be vocally spoken about and brought up. So I ran a campaign that was heavy on police reform, and it actually ended up Illinois ended up passing a police reform bill at the beginning of the year. At the beginning of 2021, that included about 75% of the things that I'd been asking for. The only thing they didn't give us was ending qualified immunity in the state and cash bail at that time, which was attached later. And she ended up being the deciding vote. So that's why it's important for me, because had it not been for the direct and constant pressure that we'd placed on her, that bill might not have passed. And when looking to the 2022 election cycle, I was seeing the candidates that were being fielded by the major parties, and the leading Democrat has over $1 million in her war chest. She just came out of the OMB office working for Biden, had previously worked for Governor Pritzker in Illinois. And we knew that she's not even from Illinois, the 13th, which they gerrymandered to include all the college towns. She's from Peoria, which is north of here. So we have somebody who's coming in that's not going to be advocating for Medicare for all, that's not going to be advocating heavily enough for climate action and bringing green renewable manufacturing to rural Illinois. And that was something that, despite the uphill battle of just 5,000 signatures in Illinois to get on the ballot versus the 400 that's required of the major parties, just the uphill battle of that, let alone somebody who by the first of the year had nearly $1 million in their war chest, is going to be a strong fight. But we need these things talked about. We need a voice for the working class that's not disconnected.
Thank you, candidates. I got to everybody, right? So I'm turning it over to CJ.
Yeah, and we're switching to the next topic. We could come back to this, so just so you know, when we go off one, it doesn't mean we may not come back. So let's go to student loan debt. So, we're here for a third-party summit because Democrats and Republicans can't seem to get their act together, and they haven't been able to do so for many decades. There's gridlock is what they tell us, even though there's a lot of bipartisanship going on, corporate bipartisanship, but there's gridlock, for our stuff. But this one particular issue does not require Congress. at all. This one particular issue requires one pen. That's it. So I really don't understand. Well, I do get it, but the fact that corporate media doesn't relentlessly pound this every day, this should already been done for this student loan debt to be wiped out. This should already be done. Nobody's stopping them. Literally no one is stopping them. There's no Senate parliamentarian. There's no rotating villain. What is stopping the Democrats, Joe Biden, from wiping away student debt during a pandemic when so many people lost their jobs, so many people have died, so many people are suffering, eviction moratorium lifted, people are being evicted, homeless population is rising. But we can't get student loan debt, that one relief, and healthcare. But that's a separate topic. So my question is, what can we do as the people to get student debt eliminated if the way it's eliminated, the easiest way is eliminated is through an executive order, but that can't happen. In other words, trying to eliminate student debt through legislation, through this system, is laughable. That's like needs to be on Comedy Central. Never gonna happen. So the best way would be for us to elect someone that is for that policy and just to sign this away. And Joe Biden claimed to have been that. So my question to you is, has student debt affected you personally? And what do you think of a politician of a party who doesn't deliver on a promise when it doesn't even require the other side? Like, what, you know what I mean? Like, what level have we reached where there's still people that's willing to support this party, even though this party is not delivering on any promises that doesn't even require Republicans to vote on? So has it affected you personally? I'm going to start with Delilah, the same sort of order. I'm going to start with Delilah. So has it affected you personally? And what do you think it says, or what is your assessment of they don't need Republicans or the other side to do it, that he can just sign it away? So Delilah.
Yes, so student loan debt has affected me and my family. It takes forever to pay it off because of the interest rate. You know, you end up paying 3 times as much as what you borrowed. And it's a capitalistic nightmare for anybody trying to get off of the ground or, you know, get outside of poverty. It's a cruel system that we have in place. I think that every Democrat, everybody who voted for Joe Biden should be holding him accountable for that promise that he didn't deliver on. One thing that I wanted to bring up was that some people are getting their student loans erased or forgiven. But it's normally people that are above a certain tax bracket. The people that I know that have had their student loans forgiven are all fairly well income earners. And I think that they're using that because I consider the Democratic Party a neoliberal establishment that is more than happy to usher in a wave of fascism that, you know, further crushes and oppresses the working and poor classes. So I think that it's being used as a tool to garner support for these neoliberal agendas that often undermine, oppress, and exploit the poor and working classes. I hope that answered it well enough, but I don't know if you all have realized, like, people are having their debts forgiven, but it's only people that make a certain amount of money that I've noticed that are having their debts forgiven. The rest of us poor suckers, we are expected to continue to stay, fully indebted into the system.
Absolutely. And I'm going to go to Jonathan and then Jason. So, Jonathan, same question. Have you been personally affected by student loan debt? And like, what do you think a population of debtors, student loan debtors, can do to force this issue, to force this debt to be wiped away?
Well, first, just to build off what Delilah was just saying about how really only rich people are getting their loans forgiven. Uh, I'm in that box. Look, I'm a public defender, so I'm not like like a hotshot lawyer, but I make a very decent salary. Like I'm comfortable. I can't deny that. And I get public service student loan forgiveness. After 10 years, my student loan debt will be forgiven for working in this field. The judges I appear in front of, if they went from private law and then moved in and became a judge, they get the same thing. If they serve as a judge for 10 years, they get that's public service. They get their loans forgiven. So you're absolutely right. The other thing, the paperwork required is an absolute nightmare. I failed to do it. Again, I'm a lawyer. I passed the bar exam. It took me 9 months to get my public service loan forgiveness paperwork all in the right order with the right bank and the right servicer. It was a nightmare. And like you have to put in a lot of work to make that happen, and then you have to keep it up with it every year. You have to file this, and every month you have to file that. I don't know anyone who has ever gotten it paid off or forgiven in the 10 years. Anyone at all. I don't expect mine will be, but I definitely don't expect that it will be forgiven by Joe Biden. But I also don't expect that I'll get that 10 years that I was promised. This will be paid off in exchange for you doing public service. But something we have to remember is that this is an ongoing issue. People right now are applying to school. People right now are being suckered into this exploitative system. And we need a cultural shift. You can get an education online absolutely free. Sometimes it will be better than the one that you'll get in a lot of colleges. And we need to keep saying that. Knowledge can be accessed now. It couldn't be before. It can also be taught. There's great teachers online. There's ones that you can pay for. There's ones you can get for free. The access, it's not that we don't have access to education, it's that we don't have access to these degrees certifying it. I don't think most people need a degree to certify what they're good at. And I think that we've, again, been tricked into paying huge sums of money to mostly private institutions or profit institutions in order to get these pieces of paper. The reliance on degrees is just absurd, and we have to be talking about that. And what is the effect on a population? You were saying, if you have debt, it's harder to get more debt. And in order to build a life, usually in America, you need to take on debt. You need to take on debt to buy a house, to start a business, any of those things, to make repairs on something. It's a lot harder when you already have all this debt hanging over you. It's harder to make a payment, but it's also harder just to get the loan in the first place. Now, I don't think a lot of libertarians are in favor of Joe Biden, signing the pen and forgiving all the debt. But I think you can make an argument for it. I think that the people who are trapped in this debt cycle have been defrauded, and fraud is a crime, and that these proceeds that the banks are getting, these loans that they own and are selling off and making money and interest on, they're the proceeds of fraud. They can be seized and they can be forgiven. So I would be totally fine. And again, disclaimer, I do have student loan debt, so I might be biased, but I think it's totally acceptable to reclaim the proceeds of this fraud.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say it makes you biased because you want student loan debt. That would be like saying it makes you biased towards healthcare because you're a person. So I wouldn't necessarily, say that. But what I find very ironic is that the same person who made sure that the new bankruptcy law made sure to exclude student loan debt is the same person in office that's refusing to sign this away. Yeah. I don't think that's a coincidence. I don't think that's a coincidence. I think the people, MBNA Joe, I think those people say, hey, it's time for us to pay. It's time for you to pay the residuals for all the stuff we given you over the years. We need to make sure you keep your promise, because Joe Biden, I think Nick says this, Joe Biden could be, maybe Bill Clinton, the worst politician who has had the worst effect on all Americans' lives. Could be Joe Biden through the bankruptcy bill, through the 1994 crime bill. It's him and Bill Clinton together doing this. I think Glass-Steagall was completely removed under Bill Clinton, welfare reform, which at the time, 77% of the recipients of welfare were children. It's children that they reformed welfare for. So it's you know, it's just ironic. I thought that point about him with the bankruptcy bill, I just thought of that bankruptcy bill and he's not signing this. That's connected to me. But let's go. I think I said Jason, and then we will go to Thomas. So Jason, then Thomas. Jason, do you have a student loan debt that personally affect you? Whether it's you, your student loan debt, or a family member that you're helping, and like, what does that say? Like, how do we get this particular issue fixed when it's just a pen that requires it, just the one person that has to do it? So what say you, Jason?
Massive numbers of people in the street is the only way we're ever going to get any change. I didn't have student debt myself, but my wife did have student debt, and they took one of our tax returns because of it. But I would say that the greater effect that it has on me, that it has on all parents, is that I got kids. I've got 3 sons, and one is 25, and he's not going to college. But I've got a 17-year-old and a 15-year-old, and their futures, you know, they're looking at, you know, what am I going to do? What should I do with the future? And they have to take that into account. I've spoken to pharmacists who took out $200,000 worth of student debt and have been paying it off for decades and still owe about $200,000. It's absurd. And if I could, to what Jonathan was saying, the libertarian take could be that it's good for the economy, because if you put money in people's pockets instead of in the banks, then they have more to spend into the economy, and that is how our economy really runs, despite what the politicians will tell you. So what's that?
I think we've all been duped. I think that's the realization in the last 15 years, in particular about education, because they've been telling us, education, get this degree. This is how you're gonna upward mobility, great. You're gonna live great, 401k, all of that stuff. This was an unintended consequences. We have a problem with construction. We don't have construction workers. We don't have truckers. You demonized this vocational work for decades. Demonized it.
Yeah,
and now we don't have people that don't. Now we don't have people that want to do this work.
Yeah,
and they're panicking. You know.
I
So
saw this great post a couple days ago, and it was like, normalize sending your kids to trade school instead of college, and normalize not making them feel like lesser because of it.
Right. That's it.
Not
That's the key part. Making them
students.
feel lesser, because it's like, you didn't go to college. Oh, you went to. Oh, okay. Like, it's that whole sort of thinking behind it. So, but maybe it was all a coordinated attempt to push them there, eliminate it from bankruptcy, and then jack up the educational prices.
Right.
It looks like that was a plan to me. Go ahead, and then we'll go to Terrence. Go ahead.
Your question was, how do I assess somebody who promises to forgive $50,000 in student debt and doesn't? And total criminal. That's my assessment. My assessment is just what you said next was. I think he's probably the politician that's had the worst effect on Americans in my lifetime. And he's got 49 years of working against people and working in favor of banks, working in favor of policing, working in favor of war, working in favor of mass surveillance. He is everything that Democrats pretended Trump was.
How are you saying government is the problem, and you've been in government for 30, 40 years? Like, you did this, Pelosi, Mitch McConnell. Like, who is there to blame for this, where we're at as a country? You've been there like this entire time. Anyway, I'm going to go off on a tangent. Let's go to Terrence. What say you about student debt? Do you personally have student debt, or know someone that is affected by it? And what is your assessment of a person who has the ability to economically make a lot of people's lives better with the stroke of a pen, but won't do it?
Yeah, so to the question of how student debt affected me personally, I talked a little bit in a previous panel about basically. I was fortunate enough to graduate from undergrad without debt. I went back to school for grad school, and basically came to the end of my scheduled payment, I guess, for my education, and I was able to afford it because I was in the tech sector before I went to school, and basically the it was at Boston University, and I was trying to get my thesis together, and basically running into trouble with the department basically not being willing to support a sort of different approach to the subject that was kind of novel, I thought, and basically wanted me to kind of do something more mainstream, and I just couldn't find something that I was interested in. And then they said, oh, by the way, if you want to finish your thesis, you have to pay us more money. And so as a result, I basically said, okay, well, then I'm going to drop out. Thanks for your time. And thanks for taking, a bunch of money out of my wallet for nothing. And the fact is with many products, you can return them if you're not satisfied with it. We don't talk about the fact that there's no sort of customer satisfaction for education where you can say, well, you can take my degree back and I'll take my money back because of... I spoke a little bit yesterday about my sort of dissatisfaction with the education system in this country, and that's just something that I was thinking about listening to this conversation. The notion that we can't, we don't really get a sense of the bang for our buck so often with education, and the idea of being able to say, I'm actually not satisfied with what I got for my money. Can I give it back and get my money back? But in any case, that's neither here nor there. So in terms of the question of what do I think when we have a Democrat in the White House and a Democratic majority in the Senate, albeit slim, as well as the House, and it's just with the stroke of a pen that you can get 50,000 or more of student debt wiped off the map, or whatever the expression would be. The fact is, and I talk about this from time to time, and I think I just need to start screaming it a bit louder, which is basically, the thing about the party establishment, the duopoly establishment, is they think that some level of inequality is savory and worthwhile, and that's the way that the system should function, and that's the way they see it. And I try not to sort of impugn anyone's motives or think negatively of someone's motives, but when that is one of your sort of driving principles that you probably don't say out loud, but is pretty evident if you look at the system, that's something that's what tells me why it is we don't have student debt. Is someone spoke in his ear, and it's like, well, we actually want a little bit of that inequality. That's useful to the system as it is. As to the question of how we can force this issue, I think Jason is right. And by the way, I think Jason and I found a lot of agreement with Jason today, because I think it's in part because we both live in similar rural districts. I was looking at his district, albeit his is a congressional and mine is a state district. But the fact is, yeah, we need to go out on the streets. That's the way that we force this issue, whether it's a general strike or whether it's a focus on debt. And we can talk about that in terms of, I think, by the way, sort of building solidarity between student debt and medical debt. Folks that are facing both of those, that's something that we very much could build solidarity around and build a strike towards. So I'll leave it there for now.
Absolutely. And we're going to be going to John in just a second, but just for the audience, we saw Dr. Jill Stein show up just now, and it was like, wait, she's not supposed to be here yet. So that's what you saw on our faces if you saw a reaction, because she was backstage. And that's because originally her interview was scheduled for 6 Eastern, but we pushed it back so we can have 2 hours for this particular panel.
If she's going to run something again, we can let her in.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe she was here for that. Maybe she was here.
I personally would love to see her run for Congress if she ever wanted to do that.
Well, she'll be on at 7. So if you're watching, I'll make sure I'll put that question in, or put it in the comments, and I'll put that question in. But let's go to John and give John the opportunity to answer this question. Are you personally affected by student debt, whether it's your own debt or sister, mom, brother, a family member, girlfriend, wife, boyfriend? Are you affected by student debt? And what do you think, or what is your assessment of Joe Biden or anyone who has the ability to affect so many people's lives in a good way and just has not done it with the stroke of a pen?
So I am not personally, and nobody directly in my family is affected by student debt. I didn't go to college. I went directly to work after high school. So did my sisters. But it's definitely something that affects people around me. I have a friend, Vince, that will go on for, if anybody would like to have him on their podcast, he is a hell of an advocate for canceling student loan debt. And I think that it's incomprehensible that it hasn't been done by now, but Biden's living up to his nothing will fundamentally change.
Right.
And we knew that there wasn't going to be any radical motives or any radical moves. And so unilaterally doing something that could pull millions of people from the poverty line and give them a foothold isn't something that historically, based on his 40 years in office, that he's shown that he's willing to do. So I don't think it was really expected that he was going to live up to that promise. But I agree with these two guys that way. That the only way we're going to change this is if we get massive numbers of people out in the streets. And as much as I love the idea of a general strike, I don't think we're anywhere near there organizationally yet. We don't have the setup or the infrastructure to support people through that. But we need to see at least a national day of action, something that we can organize on the left to bring massive attention to this, because it's something that is going to affect millions of people directly and immediately.
Absolutely. I think Thomas is the last. Yeah, Thomas will go to for this final for this question here.
Can I add something real quick to the whole student? Just
Sure,
sorry, I don't mean to. So Terrence was on a student debt strike panel with me not that long ago, and we were talking about doing a boycott. And Green Party and GPACs are hosting an Earth Day to May Day strike, and it's just as a combined student debt relief, living wage, Green New Deal, climate crisis, all encompassing strike. So we're going to try and host a few events all around in support of a more direct action and solidarity within the movement. So if you guys do want to participate, let me know and we'll see if we can set something up. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thanks for that. And Thomas, let's go to you for have you personally been affected by student debt, or family member or friend, a story you have? And what do you think of Joe Biden being able to economically during times like a pandemic help so many millions of people by wiping away partial student debt or all of it? Your thoughts?
So executive orders should, in my opinion, only be used to benefit people in times of crisis. So when you consider the pandemic and taxation going up and lockdown people out of income and the like, freezing or forgiving debt of any kind in any way that doesn't have a long-term detriment is obviously something that maybe should be considered. As a libertarian, I appreciate contracts. Right? When you take out a loan, there's a contract. You sign your name. Here's the problem with that. Our educational system is coercive. High school tests, go to college, go to college, go to college, go to college. Our broader news system says you have to go to college. Our broader social dynamic now, because of the generational educational system effects, tells you go to college, go to college, go to college. Here's the problem with that. Not everybody's meant for college. When I went to college, I remember there being students there who couldn't read. I don't think that's wise. Let's give them other help and get them up to collegiate level before we put them in college. Another issue is very, very pertinent to me. I was accepted to Alfred State University for a 4-year architectural program based on not my GPA, which was low, it was an 85, but based on my final projects and my recommendation letters for certain classes. I did get an advanced Regents diploma in New York. I was told by government welfare systems that my college would be funded because of my disability. And that's why I went, because I was poor. My family was poor. We wouldn't be able to afford any of that. And the interesting thing that happened to me was a couple of weeks after I got to college, more than 4 hours from home, dependent on a power wheelchair, they told me we were wrong about how much assistance you qualify for. You have to sign off this loan or you can't be here. And the way it was put forth, it sounded like they were going to kick me out of the street. Now, I'm a naive 18-year-old at that time. I'm thinking, I'm in a power wheelchair. What am I going to do? My family can't afford to just come get me. So I signed it. I did that for a year. I ended up $9,000 in debt while living on SSI. In 2001, that $9,000 would have been roughly equivalent to my annual income. How am I supposed to pay that back? That's why I dropped out after that year. I couldn't do it. I couldn't see going into that much debt, and I couldn't see buying the lies anymore. I mean, I went to college because they told me I would be covered, and I was naive enough to accept it as a good idea. And when I got there, I discovered that a lot of the curriculum-based accessibility needs that were supposed to be provided and that were promised didn't happen. I was expected to draft the pieces of paper that are 3 or 4 times the length of my arm. All they had to do was scale that down. Didn't happen, wouldn't happen. If that's not fraud, I don't know what is. But it is absolutely coercion. And I feel that it doesn't just apply to me. There are so many people who would have so many better options in a trade school. I have a buddy who's an HVAC technician. He actually works on our equipment here in the house, the furnace, and he's making good money. I have another friend who's chair in another county in New York who's looking to start a trade school cooperative. Trades right now, our older population is retiring, and our younger population is not filling in those trades. We're running out of plumbers. We're running out of HVAC technicians. We're running out of contractors. We're running out of masons. And I think it behooves us to recognize that. As far as forgiveness of debt, that's tough. In this case, because of the coercive nature and the fact that we really need people to be able to change paths and adjust for what's needed and what they can do, I don't know as if I would have a problem with it, but I would want to be very careful. Now, the devil is always in the details. We see that with everything. My own debt was forgiven eventually after paying in, I don't even know how much money, for over 10 years. So it could be a boon. I wonder, could we forgive that debt in a way that doesn't cost anybody anything? That would be something to look at. Where did the cost of that come from?
Absolutely. Before we go to you, Professor, actually, I mean, you can be included, but there is another question I have follow up. Is more of a. I'm trying to get an understanding. I'm trying to get the audience to understand. There's been a lot of comments about libertarianism. So I want to go to the libertarian candidates. I think that's Thomas. I think that's Jonathan. Terrence, did you say you were a libertarian, or you said something about
left libertarian?
Left libertarian. So that's the term. So I've heard so many different takes on this. So I got 3 of you here. We're gonna hear 3 different opinions on this from a libertarian. Who considers themselves a left libertarian? Is that just Terrence? And then
right in the middle.
Who just says I'm a libertarian, and the rest of you are just libertarian? Is one of you a right libertarian?
Libertarian
No.
only.
Libertarian only. So
I'm
you
right down the
consider
middle.
yourself a left libertarian, and then the remaining two says libertarian. So I'm gonna start with you, Jonathan. Just your best way, a person who doesn't know anything about politics, the four quadrants that the authoritarian versus this. You see, everybody have seen this quadrant. Like, can you explain to us what is the difference between a right libertarian, left libertarian, or a libertarian, or is there a difference? What is your opinion on this?
I would say that a libertarian is anyone who rejects the use of force in any way to achieve social or political goals. I think the left and right part is more just a social thing. I think if you go off the technical definitions of what a left and right libertarian are, and I've seen different ones, so I'm just going off the most recent one I read. And yeah, Terrence, it's not directed at you. You can identify however you choose. But I think the best example of like a left libertarian group, like far left, are people like the Hutterites. They live out in Montana. They live in a commune with shared property. All the property is communal, but they don't interact with the government. They don't send their kids to government schools. They don't use government contracts. They don't use government courts. So they're like left anarchists, and yet they're very conservative religious community. But all this stuff is communal. So I would call that far left libertarian. A far right libertarian is probably what most big people picture, like some guy up in a cabin with a gun, and a religious text of some kind, or whatever it is, whatever image people have. But I think the basic definition is just you come at every issue from, does this initiate force against other people to achieve social and political goals? And if the answer is yes, you shouldn't do it.
Is being a libertarian different in the United States than anywhere else on the planet?
I don't think so. The chairman of the Russian Libertarian Party, when the invasion of Ukraine began, said that we stand against this. We're totally opposed to this. The people of Ukraine are innocent, but also the people of Russia are innocent. They oppose war. And I'm pretty sure that guy has stopped tweeting and posting because he's probably been harmed for his views. I've met libertarians in many places. There are people who, small L libertarians, they might not have a big L, libertarian party, but it's the same basic idea everywhere. There are people who hijack it. Like, look, I get called, a Koch brother and a Rand Paul. And for a while I was like, no, they were never libertarians. I was like, wait, actually, a Koch brother did run for president as a libertarian. So I had to take that one back. But just the same way that the Democrats will hijack progressive and leftist views in order to get votes from people who believe those things, essentially the Republican Party will just pick and choose from what our views they like and then market themselves that way. So all the Republicans will keep your hands off my gun, my health care, my doctor. The libertarian, that's a libertarian view. And then the Democrats have the keep your hands off my doctor relationship, my medical privacy, all that type of stuff. So just like the progressives get picked from, I think the libertarians get picked from. And then a lot of people will paint us with the brush of the worst representative of our views. As if we're small enough that they often can get away with that. But again, I just think if you're against violence, if you're against force, it's actually a pretty big tent in the Libertarian Party. And even if you don't become a libertarian, at least check out our platform.
Absolutely. And I'll go to Terrence. So Terrence, since you identify as a leftist libertarian, if you're adding that adjective there, that to me says, or it implies that you believe there is a slight difference, or a difference however slight there is. So can you speak to what you believe, or your definition, or how you describe a libertarian versus a leftist libertarian? I'm trying to get your understanding of what the difference is.
Sure. Yeah, totally. So some of the people were on the panel yesterday where I got into it with the chat a little bit, talking about left libertarianism. Basically, I had to kind of rein it in because, folks were saying, well, you can't be libertarian and be for Medicare for all. I am, and it just went a couple of issues that way. And it was probably among them, I just got very frustrated because, there's nothing that frustrates me more than people that are confident in their ignorance, is I believe how I put it yesterday. And so I think it's really important to disambiguate these terms. And I'll admit that I basically I was really struggling back in 2016, 2020 time to kind of find my lane, find my view on politics. I wasn't really interested in domestic politics prior to that. I was aware of it. I was a voter, but I was more focused on international policy. I was in the tech space, that sort of thing. And so I started to kind of cobble together views that I held, and started to write a lot about it. And I actually started a political advocacy project, which I have there in my display name there, Decent Fed Project, short for Decent Federalism Project. And basically, at the end of the day, when I kind of cobbled all of this stuff together, I then kind of went looking for, well, what actually describes my political perspective, and that's how I kind of came about left libertarianism. And I don't fit neatly into a lot of the sort of schools of libertarianism. But the way I described it last night is that I view freedom, security, and equity as my most important values, and I value them in equal measure. And equity is kind of the key thing that I think a lot of folks who look at libertarianism broadly think, well, you can't be interested in equity, but that's very, very important to me. And so I view those things in equal measure, and I'm happy to answer any follow-up questions about that.
No, I think you kind of very well. Let's go to Thomas, and I'm going to start with this question because you had a different reaction. Is there a difference between international libertarians and American libertarians?
So, not only international, but state by state. Libertarianism, most often, if you really pay attention, is trying to address issues where they are. So if you're in a red state, you're probably addressing more social issues. If you're in a blue state, you're probably addressing more fiscal issues. That's often why we get called more Republican than Republicans or more Democrat than liberals. I've been called both. I had a Democratic state committee member in New York tell me that I wanted the poor and disabled to die. I have never, ever been above the poverty level in my life. Most of my family hasn't. It's a misnomer, and I apologize to the gentleman who claims to be a left libertarian, and I apologize to my compatriot Jonathan. But left and right libertarianism does not belong. Does not belong. The party was founded by a collaboration of people from left, right, center, and non-political. And the point was to get a consensus and to address issues, not to bloviate over left, right, liberal, conservative, this or that. It's about to care about the problems and to approach the solutions. That's why I call myself a libertarian, not a left libertarian, not a right libertarian. These are all things that we should care about, and these are all things that the Democrats and Republicans are not doing well.
Absolutely. Okay, so that was a great little side topic. I'm gonna give you one the mic one more time, Terrence, and then we're gonna go to Anthony with his question. Terrence, you wanted to follow up? Go ahead.
Yeah, so I guess at the end of the day, we'll probably have to agree to disagree on that, Thomas, and that's perfectly okay. I'm more than happy to engage on the issues with everyone, and so that's that. The only other thing I wanted to add is to echo something that I did say the other day when talking about this as well, which is I do find that I find myself building solidarity most with folks on the left, with folks that are socialist and further left. And that's where my coalition has started, and I expect to bring along a lot more folks on the left. But building solidarity is very important to me, and so I just wanted to kind of frame it that way. That's why I find myself in such great camaraderie with these folks that are here, is because I see a lot of opportunity for collaboration. I see a lot of opportunity to move things forward. And at the end of the day, it's just a word, right? These are just words. And so I think it's really more in the explanation of those words and in the actual talking of the ideas that kind of spring from those words. So yeah, I'll leave it there.
Can I make
For
one more
me, yeah, you absolutely can. Go ahead.
So, I described the party as being a consensus builder, and that was the way it was founded. And that's mostly true. You could also consider it classically liberal, which is very, very different from what we consider liberal today. These definitions flip-flop generation by generation. We see the two parties flip-flop their positions generation by generation. And the definition of these words are not the same as they were in the 50s to today and any other decade you can pick. It's interesting. That's one of the reasons why I call myself a libertarian. It's because I care about everyone's issues. I don't want to pick and choose one side or the other. I don't want to make anybody feel bad or like I think they're wrong. I'm going to find actual solutions that make our lives better.
Absolutely. Okay, so I think that's everybody's. Did somebody else say they wanted to? If not, then we're going to go to Professor for this final or next question.
Okay.
Professor.
Wow, this is a phenomenal conversation. Thank you to all the candidates and for educating us and me, learning a little bit more here today, which is always wonderful. I want to talk about reparations now. Reparations for foundational Americans, the people who actually built the United States, sometimes referred to as ADOS, American descendants of slavery. These are the people who built Wall Street. These are the people who built the White House. These are the people who built the agricultural infrastructure of the South, of which a huge amount of wealth in the United States to this day has sprung from. And I want to give just a very quick background because we use words and they sometimes don't really reflect the full understanding of what the issue is about. When we talk about reparations, what we're talking about is paying people back for stolen wealth. So if you rob my house and you steal something, part of justice should be restoring that to me that you stole. Since 1619, human beings were kidnapped from Africa and other parts of the world because white people were too lazy to do their own work. And they destroyed lives. This was the first modern genocide that we speak of. But if you think of 500 years, or is it 400? It's 400 years of stolen wealth. How much money has been denied generationally to these families? And what can the United States government do to give all of it back, including taking it from people, white folks, who continue to benefit from it? That's what I'm saying about reparations. Other people may have different ideas. But this is a justice issue. We are a country running, an economy running on stolen wealth. And it wasn't just slavery. Jim Crow after slavery has continued. Joe Biden, one of the most racist presidents in our lifetimes, has continued policies. So is Kamala Harris, another racist, stealing wealth from people by mass incarceration. So this is continuing. My question is, where do you stand on reparations for foundational Americans, those who built this country, and their generational families? I'll throw it out to the group. Let's start with Delilah. You're on the hot seat.
Yeah, that's a really great question. We touched base on it yesterday. I spoke with Brother Nick about it. And I do support reparations, and I think that it's important for the federal government to make amends for the wrongdoings that they've done over several generations of stealing wealth from descendants of slaves. This is so critical to me that we don't conflate issues, because a lot of people will bring up reparations and then try to throw in indigenous people too and say indigenous people will deserve reparations. We're not asking for reparations, and that we would never seek to conflate those issues, okay? Because yes, this is stolen land built up by stolen people, but our communities are asking for different things. So I just want to make sure that I don't keep hearing people say, oh, by the way, I support reparations for indigenous people too, because that conversation doesn't need to happen. And I notice it happen a lot whenever we do bring up reparations, because we're talking about descendants of slavery, not indigenous colonized people. So there's a difference there that I think is a distinct. It's important to not conflate the issues with these two groups. So as what do I think about reparations as far as what can our government do? First and foremost, we could stop jailing and harassing people that are Black and brown and exploiting them. If we talked about this with Nick, and I'll bring it up again because it's very important. If the government gives you a check, how long until they try to get that back from you? If we don't tackle the institutional racism, the institutional white supremacy that is prevalent in our country, these are but band-aid solutions to an open, festering wound. And I think that it's a start. It's a helpful start to pay back what is owed, but it doesn't need to stop there. We really need institutional systemic change to address the root causes of the problem. Segregation is alive and well today. White supremacy, alive and well today. There are many, many people, communities that are being targeted and harmed, and it's an ongoing process. I mean, even if you look at the way Texas is cut up and divided, the way the rail and the highways have been built are firmly based off of segregation, and we've done nothing to address that. So without social policies, I don't see us doing anything. I don't even think that's enough to address the wrongs that have been done to our Black communities.
Thank you, Delilah. And before we move to our next panelist, Jason, giving you a heads up, Jason, I want to add this question. And this is a yes or no. So, Delilah, you can do this, and then we're going to ask it of all the candidates. And therefore, will you loudly, publicly, and vociferously use the word reparations, use the words back pay, and say that your candidacy stands for it?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That was an awesome explanation. On to Jason.
Yes. We spoke about this briefly yesterday. And I think what I said yesterday was that I do support reparations, but I think that it's also kind of a raw deal because, say, Congress passes a $3 trillion reparations bill and divides it between African descendants of slavery, you're going to get a certain amount of money, and then they're going to say, well, we gave you $30,000. What more do you want from us? And then you're going to be screwed. And that's, I think, kind of the same deal that Delilah was just mentioning that Nick said, which is that it's going to go right back to pay for hospital bills and shit like that. So I think that, yes, I will support reparations, and I will say that loudly. But I think that what the Black community is really entitled to is actual economic equality.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Jason. Let's jump around here. Terrence, followed by Jonathan Seahow.
Sure. So to the immediate question, yes, absolutely. And reparations is in my platform. It's very important to me. I mentioned this when we talked about it yesterday. I live in a bit of a white state, and so kind of solving some of these harms is a little bit trickier because people don't see them as visibly, especially in districts like mine. But I do absolutely think that this is a debt owed and an injustice that needs to be righted, and this is the way to do it. Sometimes when I talk with Delilah, it feels like we're in different countries, not just different states. And I feel a lot of solidarity with her, but I'm gonna disagree with her on the question of reparations for indigenous people. The number that I always think of is the average Native American household has 8 cents of wealth for every dollar of wealth for the average American white household. And so I'm welcome. I'm open to being convinced otherwise by my constituents here in Massachusetts that maybe that's not what they want, that they don't want reparations. But it is my sense that there's a debt owed there as well. And I also am a supporter of land back. I think that needs to be done at the federal level, and it's something that I pushed for with what I was mentioning earlier as well, the Decent Federalism Project. But yeah, I do think both of these groups of citizens deserve reparations, and we absolutely have to treat them differently. We absolutely have to have the discussion about what it means to pay that debt to those two different groups of people that had two different very different experiences in the history of our country. But it is important to me, and so that's why it's on my platform.
Thank you, Terrence. Let's go to Jonathan C. Howe, followed by Thomas.
So to answer your question, yes, I do think reparations are important. Will I talk about them loudly, vociferously? I've taken a 2-term pledge. I think that we need to stop the harm first, and I don't think we're going to get the stopping of the harm done in my 2 terms, in my 4 years. So will I talk about them? Will I support them? Will I support a bill that does a reasonable reparations program? Absolutely. I'm in favor of it. It's not at the top of my platform because I don't think it's happening in 4 years, and we need to stop all the rest of it first. If you sue someone who's causing you harm, the first thing you do is you get an injunction to stop them from causing the harm. Then you get damages from them. You get made whole. In theory, that's how it's supposed to work. So first, we need to stop causing the harm. We need to stop the bleeding. We need to completely dismantle the current criminal justice, child protection, and immigration systems. And we talked about this earlier about the war on drugs and ICE and Department of Homeland Security. We need to get rid of all of that. The next step after you stop doing the harm is making people whole. And while I do think it's very important to make whole African descendants of slavery, I think that's very important. I think it's an easier sell and a more direct impact if you start making whole the victims who are here, the ones who are being victimized right now, like the ones who are being victimized today, because that's happening too. If you get arrested and taken to trial and found innocent, and you sat in jail for 2 years, you don't get any restitution for that. If your children, I have this happen every day. If your children are taken from you and you get assigned me as your lawyer, and then we spend a month fighting to get your kids back, and they say, oops, we made a mistake, you're right, you should have your kids back. You don't get anything for that. In fact, you get another year of being supervised by the government. So these are the types of things we need to end first, and we need to be making people whole for those harms that we're causing them right now. If we don't have this system in people's heads that when the government does something wrong and harms people, or when society as a whole does something wrong and harms people, that we have to pay them back, if we can't get people to understand that has to happen now to the stuff that we're doing right now, we're never going to get, because we do technically, in theory, live in a democracy, we're never going to get most people to support reparations for what happened 400 to 200 years ago, which we should be able to do. If we had a proper system of righting wrongs that the government does today, people would already have that idea in their head. So I don't think the robust reparations that I think most people agree are appropriate would happen now. But Larry Sharpe, who's running for governor as a libertarian here in New York, he had a pretty good plan. He put it on his website. I thought it was very, very reasonable, and it's something that you could sell to people who are not just on the fence about reparations, but absolutely no, never reparations. And essentially it's just saying that if a property or a business or anything like that is more than half owned by an African descendant of slavery, the taxes are cut in half. Whether it's your income tax, the tax you have to collect on a sale, the tax on the sale of your business, just cut in half. Any wealth transfer within the family, like if you want to make a gift to a child or you want to bestow something upon them, there shouldn't be any wealth on that or any tax on that. And then obviously all the nonviolent criminal convictions need to be gotten rid of. But this system of reducing the taxes, giving this benefit, it shouldn't be a one-time thing. It shouldn't just be like, oh, we're going to do this for a little while. It should last a literal generation. If you have something like that for a generation, and then once you see like, oh, reparations are something that we can do and they make sense and people aren't just scamming the system, maybe then you can get the traction for real, substantive back pay type reparations. But when people are looking back so many years into the past, I think it's a harder sell until you show them that there's a system that can work and that we can actually get the aid to the people who need it.
Okay, and thank you, Jonathan. We're going to run to Thomas, followed by John. But one quick thing I want to add, two very, very quick things. One is I want to make sure that we change this conversation about the past. It's not the past. It's the fact that the cumulative theft for generations, we're talking for hundreds of years, has resulted in a significant disparity in wealth and a significant privilege just for being born with white skin. And that has to be addressed. But the other thing I wanted to say is, as an expert and someone who's worked in the child welfare field, I can say, yeah, there's a lot of injustices in family court, but there are many times when children are removed or there are issues with custody with fathers who have been brutally abusive to their mothers in front of them, and that can't be lost in that. Not that you were saying it, but I just wanted to add that piece. Let's jump.
No, and it's interesting that, I can't go into any specific case because this is what I do for a living. I represent clients, and I can't go into any of them. But a lot of the times, you'll see the laws that are designed to stop that male partner from harming his partner used against the woman or against the victim.
And I know
you allowed this guy to kick down your door and beat you up for the third time in a row, and you didn't call the police before he got in. Therefore, you failed to protect your kids, and now you lose them. And it's going to take Mr. Howe here a year to get them back.
We should probably connect outside of here. I bet we have a lot to talk about. And thank you, Thomas. What say you?
Well, I want to thank Jonathan for giving most of my answer because we both support Larry Sharp here in New York. Larry's plan is a state level plan. I do agree with it. Now, but there's a problem, right? There's a problem with other means of reparations. If we're talking about giving sums of money to individuals, we need to remember that welfare gap that I discussed earlier. If we just give people a certain sum of money and we're not very, very careful. Remember, I keep saying the devil is in the details. You could see people losing their health care, losing their other benefits that do arguably potentially amount to even more than what they're receiving. And that can be a very, very big detriment if we're not careful. I am in favor at the federal level of saying no income tax per generation on those who are descendants of slaves. The problem with just giving people a lump sum of money is that it has to come from somewhere. And I believe as a libertarian that my rights end the second that they interfere with yours and vice versa. I also believe that two wrongs don't make right. And I know this is a very difficult concept for a lot of people, particularly those who aren't directly affected by the systemic racism that we've seen for the last few hundred years. Why can't we find other ways to fund this? That's what I want to think about. I don't have an exact or firm plan, but we see an awful lot of waste in our government. We see an awful lot of overtaxation. It seems like there must be ways to fund that without detrimenting others. That would be my priority.
Right.
Two wrongs don't make a right. Let's do this without harming anyone else.
Thank you.
Harm rule.
Thank you. Do no harm. Doctors say the same thing. Interesting. I will say that at some point I'm going to talk to CJ, Nick, and Sabs and others about doing more on the RBN network about modern monetary theory and the fact that the United States can find money whenever it wants for whatever it wants. And we always do. That's how we're funding our wars. We'll jump on that right now to the final person of this question, because then CJ's got one before we get to the 7 o'clock hour, which is John.
So I am 100% in reparations for the wealth that we have accumulatively stolen for generations. Here in Springfield, we had the Springfield Race Riot of 1908. And one of the things that I've been working on with an ordinance with City Council is to get the verbiage changed from, and this is something that I picked up when I got back from Tulsa last year for the 100th anniversary of the Tulsa Race Massacre, was that it's important to change the verbiage, to change the conversation, because race riot implies that that people of color that were killed and driven from their homes and homes burned were somehow complicit. So when you change it to massacre, it removes any complicitness on the victims, which allows the conversation of reparations. The ordinance hopefully isn't going to include a exploratory committee for reparations for descendants that were affected by the Springfield Race Massacre. At that point, it was $300,000 in property. At this point, it would be over $6 million, plus the accumulated generational loss of wealth that happened from completely demolishing the strong economy that was thriving here in Springfield. And if I was elected to the federal government, I would be working just as hard to secure reparations for folks all across the country.
Thank you. Before I turn it over to CJ, I want to make one quick comment, and this is this. By the way, I love the panelists. I like that we have different views on this. I just want to say this. I am a person who thinks oh, did you have to finish? Did I interrupt you?
I am sorry, I meant to mention something. If you could turn the names back on. Right now, I have my name set to the Cash App for the Justice for Greenwood Foundation, which is a fantastic organization that's working for reparations, respect, and to rebuild the community that was devastated during the 1921 Tulsa Race Massacre. So if anybody would like to help with what they're doing there, the Cash App is right here. It's cash symbol Greenwood Reparations, and on Venmo, they are at Justice for Greenwood.
Awesome. And I love it. And people who don't know about the 1921 massacre, please learn about it. The only thing I want to say is I love the idea about the income tax. What the libertarians brought up is great. But as far as the question goes about whether we have the money, it's not our fucking money. We stole the money, and generationally, we white people have benefited from it. And when a criminal robs a bank and is forced to pay restitution, he can't argue, I don't have the money. Find the fucking money. It's not our money. We stole the money, and we have to give it back. Anything less than that in full amount is theft. Just my opinion, but I like where we intersect, and I could work with any and all of you. I love you. Thank you.
Hang on. Let me add my opinion. So there's a couple of things. We have to get out of the idea that reparations equal money, because for me, the top thing of reparations need to be the trauma from slavery and the generational trauma. So for me, for example, every descendant of slave should have lifetime free mental health services. That should be lifetime paid. Things like you don't have to deliver people money. So if they're buying a house, buy everybody a house. If they're renting, you pay their rent, just like a Section 8 pays the landlord directly. Funds doesn't have to literally go into a person's hand, even though I don't necessarily have a problem with that. And then to address the other thing, you kind of already talked about it, Professor, is that whether like every single person, every single white person, even if you're the poorest of the poor, has benefited from the wealth, and I mean body wealth, physical wealth that Africans have contributed. And that could be simply the fact that your family lived instead of being killed. Doesn't have to be any money. So it's really not a question about whether the people today feel like they should have to pay. It's irrelevant because you've gained an advantage through that. So it'd be like your ancestors stole money from my ancestors. They kept it in a box. They gave it to you as an inheritance. You didn't steal it. They gave it to you as inheritance. That money is my money. The money that you inherited through my family's labor, you got it from your family, right? That's my money that you got. So that's how the white people of today, it's old, whether you like it or not. You know what I'm saying? Like whether you like it or not, and it's really not, Africans' concern where you get the money. I don't care where you get the money. It's old. You figure that out. That's your business. You know what I'm saying? That's your business where it comes from. But so I just wanted to, say that say that part. That's none of my business where you get this money from. But the bill is due. Just like, Verizon calls you, they don't care where you got their payment from. They just want their payment. I'm Verizon. We're Verizon. Just want the payment wherever you get it from. Put your two nickels together, whatever you do. But the payment is old, and it's not just for the picking of cotton. It's for the injecting of cocaine in my cities. It's the Jim Crow laws. It's the current oppression. It's the occupation by slave patrols, which you call police patrols of my communities. It's the funneling of black bodies to to the military industrial complex in order to gain more cheap labor. In California, there's black bodies fighting fires out here for cents on the dollar. So it's all of that. It's all of that and more. I did want to give my 2 cents on that. But we will be cutting this. What we're gonna do is go around and get everybody's last final words, promote your, where you're at, your website. We have 10 minutes, and I don't want to go over for this interview because we've asked Dr. Stein on here twice. This is her second time. I don't want to have her waiting when she shows back up again. So that's why I'm starting it with the full 10 minutes so that everybody has enough time to talk. But I'm going to go to Professor first. Did you have anything you wanted to add before we go to each candidate and allow them their last
Yeah, my
words?
30 seconds right here. Thank you, CJ. Is this? I may not agree on every single point with everything everybody here has said, but I will tell you this: I'm sitting in a room, a virtual room, with people that are way smarter than me on a bunch of things. I appreciate that. And number two, I can find common ground with each and every one of you on at least a few things. And number three, thank you for running for office, because it is not easy, and I know that you are putting yourselves out there, and I have nothing but profound respect and love for all of you. So thank you so much for being here.
Absolutely. And I echo what he's saying. What RBN is about, and it's going to be more and more, is about having difficult discussions, because not having difficult discussions is the reason why we have so many problems here. So we're about having difficult discussions all the time. If you watch our streams, this is what we do, difficult discussions. And this is reparations is definitely one of them, but third parties, the duopoly, kind of this whole weekend, just having hard conversations. We had leftists on yesterday. People thought that this was just going to be a pro third party. No, we had leftists on a panel, leftists who are against third parties, because we want everybody's view to be represented during this weekend. So that's my final word. I'm going to go to Delilah, then I'll go to Thomas, and then I'll go to Jason, since Jason's been kind of waiting. But Delilah, Thomas, then Jason. You can, use your time. I'll give everybody like 2 minutes. I guess we got 2 minutes. Use your time however you want, whether you want to comment on some more on the topic or you want to throw out your website. But I'm locking everybody to 2 minutes. I'm counting. Okay, I got a timer here, so we want to make sure we get everything done. So go ahead. Go ahead, Delilah.
Thank you so much for inviting me and offering us a platform to speak from, and then just keeping an open mind and open heart about third parties. I think that a lot of us are frustrated with the way things are going and are willing to do what we can with the time that we have to change our trajectory. The climate crisis is important to me. Environmental racism is very important to me, and I want to do everything I can to help better represent and empower our communities. That's really what this whole campaign is about. I'm on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. DelilahForTexas.com is our website. We've got a donor box if you're able to make donations. And we just want to do as much as we can locally and nationally to keep advancing the dialogue for for people to feel empowered to use their direct action and use every tool at their disposal to make the future bright for them. Because I think we're all a bit done with the story that this is how it has to be. Because I think a lot of us know that that's not true. And so I'm here to help. And yeah, I'm just grateful for the time, and I'm really blessed to have been here to talk to all of you. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. And now let's go to Thomas, then Jason. So Thomas, any final words? Also, make sure you shout out any websites, how people can get a hold of you, and all of that.
So I want to echo Anthony. It is hard work. You are putting yourself on the line. It is blood, sweat, and tears. I personally broke bones on the campaign trail and kept going. I want to point out the volunteerism movement that exists within the Libertarian Party. That's where the individual rolled up their sleeves to get things done. I clean parks. I give food away, food that my family produces. We're not buying it. Everybody has an initiative, an ability to do something good in their community. And all of these conversations are great, and we can all try as hard as we can to do as much as we can. But if everybody just rolled up their sleeves and addressed the issues in their community, you could do so much more than any politician. You can do it. Our vice presidential candidate last cycle went around telling everybody, you are the power. And I'm going to add to that. I'm going to say you are the solution. You can do it. You can get involved in politics. You can start a nonprofit. You can volunteer at a food bank. You can do whatever it is that's in your heart to fix something that needs fixing. Doesn't matter what it is. ThomasQueter.us for my website. My policy is on there. And thanks to these fine people, a reparations policy will be going on there within the month. Now, I just want to remind everyone, happiness comes down to liberty or freedom. And what does that mean? I didn't have the freedom and liberty through our healthcare system to receive a life-saving drug when I was 15. I had to find a way around the FDA at the time, and I did. That's freedom. Do yourselves a favor. Stop asking. Start doing.
Great. Thank you, Thomas. And we'll go to Jason, then John, then Jonathan. So Jason.
Okay, so my website is kishnf.com, and I just wanted to add one sentence, but since I have 2 minutes, that gives me a better opportunity. Professor Zenkus kind of touched on it, the how do we pay for it issue, which is taxes don't fund federal spending. Congress issues its own currency. And the reality is that poor people can't save money. So all that money gets spent back into the economy and is actually how our economy is supposed to be running. Inflation is created when we run out of materials, we run out of what we're trying to buy, or we hit 100% employment. Or if, like as we're experiencing now, the employer class just decides to create an artificial scarcity. But giving people who need it money does not create inflation. And I will end with that. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jason. And I said John, then Jonathan, then Terrence. So John.
All right. Well, CJ, Professor Zenkus, thank you so much for having me on this panel. I really enjoyed it. I think with Terrence, I think this is our third panel that we've had together. I know Delilah, Jonathan, and Jason, this is our second. It's been a great time with all of you, great discussions. My website is changethe.us because that's what we're trying to do. My Twitter is @KeatingForChange, and you can see some information on how to donate at my website. I am just really trying to show people in my area that anybody can do this, and that no matter what it is happening, that it's working class solidarity is the most important thing. It's not a left or a right. It's not what the propaganda that the two-party system has been feeding us. It's the issues that affect us in the cities and are the issues that affect folks out in rural Illinois and rural America as well. And until we stop just basing our discussions and going for reactionary topics, we're not going to actually be able to work together and put the class solidarity together that we have to see in order to overthrow the systems that we're fighting against. I thank you again for having me. Change the .us and Keating for Change.
Absolutely. Thank you. And now let's go to Jonathan in New York. Jonathan?
Yeah, thank you. To echo what everyone said, thank you for having us on. I think this type of event is really important. I don't think most people who aren't involved in third parties would expect to see Green Party and far left people on a panel with libertarians agreeing about just about everything. Now, Professor Zinkis and a few others, one got into MMT, and I started chomping at the bit to talk about the Federal Reserve, but we'll say that for another time. I only got 2 minutes, and that will take me 2 hours. Look, I'm running on a platform of peace, justice, and a clean planet through individual liberty. I think that we agree largely, not just people on this panel, but everyone agrees that they want the most good for the most people. We have different approaches to doing it. My approach is a libertarian approach. I have a term limit. I've self-imposed a 2-term limit. So any leverage that I have, I will use. That's the problem. That's why I'm running. The people who are in power, supposed to be the radicals holding power to account, have leverage and don't use it because they need to keep running on the same issues that they ran on to fix. And if they ever fix them, they wouldn't be able to run on them anymore. So please visit my website. It's how2022.com. It's HOWE 2022.com. My opponent, AOC, raised $7 million last quarter. I raised about 1,000. She's already out there with paid petitioners, with advertisements, with Facebook ads. We just need bodies. We just need people to show up and help get signatures. I need about 5,000, 3,500 technically, but we need to far exceed that because we know that the other parties will be petty and try to challenge them. And the last thing I'll say, and that goes for New York and every other state. If you live anywhere and there's a third-party candidate, contact them, help them get on the ballot. It's a lot of work. But the last thing I'll leave you with, if you are in New York, especially if you are in Queens, this month on Saturday, on the 26th, Thomas Creeder and I are going to be at a parade, St. Patrick's Day parade in Bayside, Queens. We're going to be appearing with a whole libertarian ticket. We're going to try to get some of my Green Party friends in there. If anyone knows Edwin DeJesus, we're going to try to bring him along too. And then on April 30th, we're going to do the New York 420 event, Better Late Than Never. Just like New York was late to it, we're going to be 10 days late. It's going to be at the Rikers Island Bridge. We're going to do some crazy stuff. It's going to be around 420. Show up. I don't want to give any spoilers because for various reasons. But 420 on 4:30 at the Rikers Island Bridge, which is in my district. And no, they can't vote for me.
Awesome. Thank you. And last but not least, Terrence.
So the word that keeps coming back to me is grateful. I'm so grateful for this opportunity. I got to be in all 4 of the candidate panels, which has been awesome. And I got to meet a delightful number of folks. And I'm so grateful to RBN for hosting this and Professor Zinkis. It's very nice to meet you. Thank you for joining us on this. It's a shame that we ran out of time, so we didn't get to talk in depth about healthcare and how we get there.
Yeah.
I know that we would have loved to have gotten there, but that's okay. One sort of rhetorical difference I have from some folks is I talk about the fact that we need to make healthcare a human right because human rights are socially constructed and because people really need them. And so we have to, if we just say healthcare is a human right, it's kind of like, okay, well now what? We need to make it a healthcare a human right. That's how we get there. So my name is Terrence Cudney. I'm running for state senate. My social media is Cudney4MA, CUDNEY4MA. My website is cudney4ma.com. And if you're able to give money, my donation platform is donorbox.com/Cudney4MA. One quick thing I'll just say is one of the ways we can break the duopoly is to start thinking about politics more regionally and about borders more democratically. I'd love to talk more with people about that. And I thank you so much for the opportunity. This has been really great. And have a good one, everybody.
Absolutely. And thank you to all of the candidates. I'll be dropping you out. Professor is still here for a couple minutes while we do this transition. Thank you, Thomas. While we do this transition to our final interview, we're coming to the end of the third party summit. We do have one final sort of discussion to go with Dr. Jill Stein. That's coming up next. Let's see who's here. She's here. Nick's here. So, Professor, you're welcome to stay around for this discussion if you would like. You would only add to it, but I know you could be busy and you may have to go. So if you have to go, that's fine. Too. And there goes JB. That's who I was waiting for.
I don't really have a lot to do, nor do I have a busy social calendar. I don't have a lot of friends. There's a whole bunch. I talk to my therapist about it, but I'm happy to stay. And if I have a question, I'll ask. But I'll let you all take the lead.
Absolutely. So Nick is here. I'll let Nick and JB take the lead. I'm going to step out to the restroom, but I'm going to come back for this discussion. But I've been 2 hours waiting, so I need to go do this. But let me, I'll come right back. I promise. So I'll be right back.
All right. Thank you for coming to the RBN special broadcast, the final day of the Third Party Summit. We are here for this hour. I just want to thank you all for being here with us. Please make sure, if you're not have done so, please make sure to give this video a like. Please make sure, if you're not subscribed, what in the world are you doing? Please make sure to give this channel a subscribe. And also, if you wish to subscribe to our Patreon, if you guys want to donate a little something, if you're able to, then you can do that. It's in the description as well below. What's up, Nick?
What's going on, James? Always good to be with Zankis, and we got James on the panel as well.
I think it's my first time with Professor Zinkis. I don't think we've ever been on a panel together, have we?
No, but I watch you all the time, so I feel like you've been in my living room, but we haven't. No, it's our first time, Jay.
All right, thank you so much. It's good to see you as well.
Yeah, so I'm a little tired, but this has been a great event because RBN, we want to take the lead on discussing other alternatives for fighting for working class people instead of the two-party duopoly. And now we're gonna bring back someone I had the honor of voting for in 2016. I had a conversation with her earlier before, but always great to have Dr. Jill Stein join us on Revolutionary Blackout. Thank you for joining us again, Dr. Jill Stein. It's always great to talk to you. Welcome.
Thank you, Nick. Good to meet you, JB. Yeah, my honor. It's really it was awesome to be here once, and it's amazing to be here twice. So I'm really honored. And hi, Professor Zankus.
Hey, Dr. Stein.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So there have been a lot of discussions, a lot of strategies that have been discussed regarding third parties. And I always talk about third parties as a mechanism to build the working class. And I kind of want to get your impression, Jill, because we had you on the panel before. We were talking about a lot of different strategies and why third parties are important. I just want to get your thoughts on different organizing tactics that the left can engage in that can boost third parties. And also you can kind of chime in on what your thoughts you heard from anything from on the summit thus far. So I would love to pass it to Jill, and then we can get JB and Zankis in here as well. Just a very general thought about organizing with third parties and what you think our biggest challenge is. So the floor is yours, Jill. Thanks for joining us again.
Oh, man, thank you. And I guess first I just want to say that I've heard it all tuning in to the summit and the kinds of, strategies and practical, tactics and ideology and theory. You've had it all. And it's just such a, it's like a huge uplift, witness this. I feel like I'm bearing witness to, kind of like a whole new, force, kind of the movement getting recharged and rebooted in this hour of converging existential crisis, kind of could be our last hours here. There could be a false flag in Ukraine or Poland or anything that could suddenly drag NATO into this proxy war going on in Ukraine. And we could be, in the blink of an eye, we could be into World War III and nuclear annihilation. And it's it's kind of like the chickens are coming home to roost right now. It's like disaster capitalism, is on its last legs and it's doing really desperate things. And, no matter what direction you look, crushing economic and racial inequality, or the collapsing climate, or endless war and nuclear annihilation. It's like it's all here, like right now. And I feel like this could be our last chance. These could be our final hours. I hope not. But, I have never felt so urgent about making really transformational change and not beating around the bush, because we don't have time for that. It's like, this is it. Window dressing is not going to do it. We really need transformational change. And whether you call it, end stage capitalism, or if you call it the rapacious oligarchy, or the colonial white supremacist, sexist, whatever, it's all happening right now. And we really need a unified and broad movement. And I love that this conference couldn't be better timed, because it's all about building unity. It's all about bringing us together. And, to my mind, this is what democracy looks like. You're not just like on one track here. You're about really bringing the tracks together, finding our common ground, and finding our power. And I guess I want to sum up my thoughts here by quoting two of my heroes. So one is Frederick Douglass, who said, "Power concedes nothing without a demand. It never has, it never will." That's why we're not going anywhere without third parties, and even if you're in the first party, your hands are tied as a progressive unless there's a challenge from the outside. So we all win by engaging and enabling and lifting up third-party challenge. And the other quote I would put out there is from Alice Walker, who said that the biggest, I'm paraphrasing, but basically the biggest way people give up power is by not knowing we have it to start with. We have it. We got 1,000 movements happening right now all over the planet. And it's all about our refusing to be divided and conquered, because we do have the power. And, we so badly need the media to acknowledge that power. And I feel like that's what Revolutionary Blackout Network is all about. And, we need it in the media. We need it in the streets. We need social movements to really lead the charge, as they always do. We need a general strike, because transformational change really doesn't happen without it. And I will just quickly make note of, this little gathering on Earth Day. We're calling for an Earth Day strike for people, planet, and peace over profit. And there it is, people, planet, and peace over profit. As you look across the, here we go, can't see it on that side, but people, planet, peace over profit, which is bleeding, because, we're bleeding out right now. And, hey, Earth Day, we're supposed to think big. So let's put
we're gonna
Absolutely.
help promote that. We already talked about that, and we definitely do that.
Yeah.
So, go ahead, CJ.
I have a so on a different panel, just having conversations over this weekend, speaking to somebody who was very disaffected, so disaffected with the duopoly that it's a hard sell for a third party for some people, because they're just so beaten down. And I asked, what can a party do? And this person basically broke it down to say they need to be in my community. Like, if they're helping me in my community, if they're there, having free meal programs, if they're there, patrolling the neighborhoods, if they're there helping, clothing, have free tutoring, if they're doing things for the community to build trust, that will be the only way. So my question is, it's sort of like the Black Panthers, but in reverse. So think of the Black Panthers. Imagine if they became a political party, and all the trust they had built up through all the programs that they had, right? But in reverse. So that could be a way for more people to participate in third parties. I just wanted to get your take on that, sort of the Black Panther style of mutual aid as a way of building a political coalition.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I think that's where the action is. It is at the community level. It really is, it's both in service and then it's also in the fights on the front lines, whether it's to shut down a polluting incinerator or or a coal plant that's killing the community, or a mine that's polluting the water, or a pipeline that's running through the indigenous land and the water supply, like the headwaters of the Mississippi River, for example, which is where one of the major pipelines is threatening. It really, that's where, the rubber hits the road. And if those fights aren't happening, and I don't think you can be a political party just coming out as a political party. You've got to be part of the community, and you have to be working with the community. And that's why grassroots stuff is where it's at. You can't do this in a cookie cutter way. It's really got to be community by community. And if I'm not mistaken, the Panthers did start a political party. I think that was the Rainbow Coalition, the origin of the Rainbow Coalition, if I'm not mistaken. And in my home state, in Massachusetts, the Green Party is actually a merger of the Rainbow Coalition Party that Mel King, who was is still, an incredible activist in Boston, ran for mayor of Boston, like 70s, I want to say, was just really pushing the envelope for racial justice in all kinds of ways. And the Green Party became a merger of those two things. And that's very much, I think, built into the DNA of a lot of Greens. Certainly the Greens that I know, are all about decentralization and grassroots action at the level of the community. It's my view, you cannot have credibility as a candidate unless you've already been there at the level of the community, working shoulder to shoulder with people.
And if I could just add one thing, and I think it's important, is that not just swooping in to give people something or to provide a service, which is wonderful in solidarity, but also to dialogue. And I think back to Paulo Freire and Pedagogy of the Oppressed and the importance of dialoguing with communities to really listen and learn about what their priorities, their needs are, because that, instead of coming in and saying, here's what I believe, here's why you should support Medicare for all. Not that you were saying that, but really we learn from that and we are educated by that. And I just wanted to throw that piece in and why it's important.
I mean, I think it's totally about supporting the communities. It's not about, it's about supporting and being a part of the communities and working with communities on community-defined priorities.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Oh,
go ahead.
yeah.
No, I was saying go ahead, Nick. I think he was waiting for me, but
yeah. Okay.
Ahead.
Yeah. Please.
Yeah, I kind of want to get JB in here as well, but we also had a super chat. I don't think we addressed yet. I want to
I
bring
didn't
up
even see that. Yeah.
here. No, that's okay. I wanted to make sure the flow of the conversation was natural, right? So thank you for the $5. I thought Dr. Stein talked about other third parties, that the Libertarian Party isn't a third party because it is corporate. If true, can she elaborate? I would love to speak on this as well, but Jill, do you want to chime in? I think I butchered that, but pretty much he's saying he asking about when you brought up how Libertarian Party, the Yang Party, you don't feel they are third parties. Do you want to clarify your comments on there or what you mean by that?
So what I was saying really is that they are first and second parties. They're corporate parties, and that's not to disparage some really great candidates. And you've had some of them on this weekend. I've heard some of them. They're awesome, but the party itself, accepts corporate money, and they get a lot of it. And I to my mind, third parties are alternative parties. They are alternatives to the corporate political system. They are alternatives to a system which is inherently a pay-to-play system. It's inherently a culture of influence. Money talks, and money gets candidates on the airwaves, and buys organizers and everything. Money is the stuff of political campaigns in this country. It shouldn't be that way. We should have a publicly funded system of elections. We should have free airtime, which is available. This is a public good. It should be available for free to qualified candidates. Money should not rule the day. In my view, it should only be public money, and it should not be the billionaire Michael Bloomberg can throw in whatever it was. Was it $1 billion? I don't know. It was like hundreds of millions. It might have been $1 billion. Just an incredible amount of money. And the political system inherently serves its sponsors who call the shots in overt and covert ways. And, I would love to see the libertarians not run on corporate money. If they were raising small dollar donations and were
They
committed.
take corporate money.
What's that?
Do they take? I don't know that much about.
So they don't have any kind of prohibitions against it, and they don't have an agenda.
Okay. Yikes. Okay. So
I mean, I would love to be proven wrong, but from all of my experience with libertarians, and particularly with Gary Johnson's campaign, they can accept money from large donors, and they don't have a problem with the various forms, super PACs, dark money, stuff like that. Now, I can't tell you for sure what they took from who, but if you look at their agenda, you don't see prohibitions against big money or corporate money. And the same is true for Andrew Yang's Forward Party, which is all about, it's about some electoral reforms, but it is not about getting money out of politics. And that's not part of the libertarians' agenda. Show me where it is. It's not there. And if it's not there, it is hard at work behind the scenes. You can be sure, because
I definitely understand what you're saying. Yeah, I definitely understand what you're saying, because I used to laugh at Andrew Yang in the Forward Party, that joke of attempt of challenging power, where Andrew Yang essentially like, I'm a Zionist and I'm a capitalist. And apparently we need another party that represents those things. Apparently. I'm for the police state. I'm for giving Israel money. I'm for capitalist. Like, what makes you different? So I see a lot of these people, and I think we need to call them out, because they just want to replace the capitalists. They just want to be the imperialists. So I think it's valid, but I want to pass it back to the panel to either CJ or James.
Yes. I do have a question. That's a more fun question, and that is, is it your arrests? Is it Russia? Or are you going to run again? What are you asked about the most? What do people come to you and talk to you, want to talk about? Hey, can you tell me what happened with that arrest with the Democrats? Or is it the whole Russia propaganda? Or is it, are you going to run again? When are you going to run? Like, what do you hear the most from supporters or people?
Well, mostly, above all, I hear from the haters, because there are lots of them out there, and they're really going wild right now, and so all of a sudden, that picture of my sitting at a table at an RT anniversary event, which was really an opportunity to talk to the press and, global press. And I was there to talk to global press. At that table, by the way, there was no translator. So I spent the whole evening talking to a former German elected official who was sitting to my right. That's the only person I talked to at the table. I didn't exchange a word. And the Russian speakers did not communicate with the English speakers. There was no intent. It was just a photo op that somebody set up. There was no communication whatsoever, which was frustrating, because I really wanted to tell Putin a few things. I wanted to tell him, about why we needed a global Green New Deal, and why Russia really needed to move to clean renewable energy and use their amazing wind power, their potential for wind power. And, I wanted to talk about that. And I also wanted to talk about Syria, which Russia had just begun bombing. And I wanted to say, you're just following in the footsteps of
Oh my God.
the
I would
U.S.
love to hear that.
War on terror. But I didn't have a chance to do that. I did have a chance to make a speech, and I did as part of the conference. I had my 10 minutes or whatever, to make my comments, and I talked about three things. I talked about the need for a peace offensive in the Middle East, and for Russia not to follow in the steps of the U.S. in bombing other countries in the Middle East. I wanted to talk about a global Green New Deal, and I wanted to talk about nuclear weapons. And if only, I think this has stood the test of time. But in terms of like what the haters want to talk about, they want to frame me as being a Putin puppet because I went to have a dialogue, And I think John Kennedy at one point, as we were kind of coming out of the Cuban Missile Crisis, I think John Kennedy said something like, "We must not negotiate out of fear, but we must not fear to negotiate." And I really, my very earliest political activism was in part around nuclear weapons, and there were very important strides that were made in the 1980s. What's called the INF Treaty, the Intermediate Nuclear Forces Treaty, which kind of enabled Europe not to be constantly on a hair trigger, and it got rid of tens of thousands of nuclear weapons in Europe. That was achieved because there was people-to-people contact across borders that said, "Hey, we got to tell all those leaders we're not doing this. It's not okay." And this was a global citizens movement that really pushed the envelope on nuclear weapons, and we need to do this again. And it's like that's what the haters want to, they want to silence that. What's that?
Yeah, I'll follow your campaign very closely at the time, and I remember going crazy at that smear. That was one of the reasons why I became such a staunch critic of RussiaGate, because I saw the tool that it was going to become, a tool to punch left and promote neoliberalism, and they use that to attack you. And the reason why I found it very interesting, you said you was going to ask Putin about like his actions in Syria, and if you listen to like liberals' criticisms of Putin. And I mock it all the time because it's really derangement. But that's a legitimate. I would love to hear that, right? I would love to hear like someone from the left criticize Putin for his actions in Syria. But whenever you hear like the liberal establishment go after Putin or go after American adversaries, it's always shouted with a lot of hypocrisy and Western chauvinism. So and I noticed when the whole hysteria, where they were smearing you as a Putin puppet, they would never cover what you just mentioned. The speeches you gave at that event, talking about peace and talking about how Russia can't become the new West. I just find that very interesting if you want to add anything to that.
I would just say that, when I first heard that I was being accused, in the original Steele dossier, I was accused of being basically on the payroll of Putin. And
sorry.
Yeah,
that's hilarious.
And they made the case that I had gone to Russia on Russian funding, and that was part of this deal that was being made. And as like at that point, I knew the whole thing was fake because I knew that wasn't true about me. I made very public that I had to raise money in order to get to Moscow to be a part of this global dialogue. And it's like everything they accused me of, there was public information out there of exactly what I said and who I spoke to and how I got funded to do it. And so these accusations all flew in the face of the public record. And so I knew that if they were lying about me, there were probably lots of other lies in this thing. Mm-hmm. And by the way, in case you don't follow this closely, because otherwise you wouldn't know, because the mainstream press doesn't cover it, but all of the foundations of RussiaGate have crumbled. And that includes the Steele dossier, which was shown by the Inspector General for the Department of Justice guy named Horowitz, who spent 2 years studying it and then put out a report that basically this was essentially internet rumors and gossip was what this amounted to. And then one of the main sources for the information for Christopher Steele's assertions, one of the main sources was then subsequently indicted by the FBI for lying. And, and then the whole, the stuff about the emails that were leaked, the DNC emails that were said to have been stolen by Russia, that was proven when testimony before Congress by CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike was the server that was hosting these, CrowdStrike was the group hired by the DNC to investigate this theft, conveniently hired by the DNC. They gave confidential testimony before Congress, and that was declassified about a year ago. And lo and behold, there was no evidence of this. This was just their assumption, but they didn't have any evidence for it. So one by one, and all the stuff about the social media campaign of Russians and how powerful that was and how that persuaded voters and hoodwinked them into voting for me. The company that did that analysis, whose name is New Knowledge, they went out of business shortly after because they were exposed for doing exactly what they accused Russia of doing. And they were found to have created a false flag, so-called Russian interference campaign in I think it was 2017 Alabama special election, where they pretended they were Russians helping the Republican so as to be able to smear and discredit the Republican to win. So, to presume that their report had any credibility is an absolute and complete joke. But you won't hear that from mainstream media. You won't hear that all these pillars of Russiagate have basically crumbled, because this, if you start connecting the dots, you not only see the run-up of Russiagate to where we are now, basically in a Russia-US proxy war in Ukraine, but you also see a whole series of actions leading up to this. And whether that's NATO's expansion to the east by like 14 countries, they said not 1 inch, but they've gone 14 countries to the east to basically now have nuclear capable missiles 5 minutes from Moscow. So we would be freaking out also, as we did during the Cuban Missile Crisis. So, it's like a joke that these dots are not being connected. And if you really back up and take the big view, then you have to recognize this thing that's called full spectrum dominance.
Yes.
Does that ring a bell to everybody? Full spectrum dominance is the declared military policy. This is official U.S. military policy as established initially by Wolfowitz back in the 1980s, but then in a whole series of formal documents that basically say the U.S. will be guided by a doctrine that says we must dominate, and particularly other major powers. So that means Russia and China. We will dominate, and we will fight in all spheres, not only conventional military, but also information war and economic warfare and sanctions and nuclear, and that we will undertake preemptive war, including preemptive nuclear, in order to do that. And, this was basically an admission that you can't take them at face value about anything that they say, because they are committed to information warfare along with everything else. And how many times have we seen this? WMD, the weapons of mass destruction that did not exist, along with a whole bunch of other things like this Saddam Hussein Al-Qaeda connection, which did not exist. Supposedly the mushroom cloud that we were warned would be rising from Iraq because they had these WMDs. Not only that, but you can look at going back to the Gulf War, where they had this whole campaign about the incubator babies and the savagery of the Iraqi troops and why we wound up massacring them, as they were withdrawing. We just bombed tens of thousands, and eliminated their army. Or you can go back to Vietnam and the whatever it was called, the Gulf of Tonkin resolution, which was based on the destruction of a U.S. warship, which also did not happen. So, you can take Mike Pompeo at his word. He said, we lie, cheat, and steal. We have whole courses in it. And for anyone not to be mindful of that, as we are being drummed into perhaps the most dangerous war ever, is just really mind-boggling. Can the institutional memory be so short? Do we have such bad amnesia? Are we so, just subject to propaganda that we don't recognize it, at the most important possible moment in our existence?
Absolutely. I had something, unless you had something, I do have something I wanted to cover with it. Okay, I'll go. So you mentioned general strike, and this network is all about general strikes. We always talk about general strike, the need for a general strike, like real change that we need is not going to come from the ballot box. It's going to come from the streets. It's going to come from, pounding the pavement. So, but there's some, and maybe I'm one of them, will feel that the American pain, there has to be a more American pain in order to convince more people to join this revolution, because there's still too many people who hasn't felt the effects of this crumbling empire quite yet. But we're getting close here, and I'm getting to that question. I want to talk about American hegemony and the possibility of that fact sort of precipitating or fast pacing, like putting on a fast track that pain coming to the United States shore, right? Can you talk to me about American hegemony sort of ending, like literally in the next 10 years, or if not sooner than that, by the end of this decade, and how that can be the lightning rod for a general strike, or the beginnings of a general strike?
Yeah, and I think there's enormous meaning in what you're saying, and that is really true. But I also, and I'll come back to that in a second. I just also want to acknowledge that lots of people are in pain right now who are not active because they're not aware that there's anything other than these bullshit two parties that have thrown them under the bus. And, that is the largest voting bloc. At least it was in 2016. Maybe in 2020 it was beat back
slightly lower.
It was slightly lower than, I think, Democrats, but it's huge. It's potentially huge. And, so I'm not sure that we have to wait until we're all bleeding in the streets. That will certainly, up the ante, and will activate people like, during the Vietnam era. There was a huge anti-war movement because of the draft and because people were dying, by tens of thousands. And so it was huge. Everybody felt it, in their bones. And now, they've automated warfare so that, it's drones and it's airplanes that drop bombs from far away. And so our mortality is small in wars. It's just all those black and brown people who are falling like flies, but that's over there. So yeah, I really agree with you that the pain really makes it happen. And right now we're sort of protected from that pain, but I don't think for very long. Or I should say many people are protected from that pain, but I don't think for very long, because inflation, because gas prices are hitting the roof, food prices are hitting the roof. And And Russia and China have been bonded by what's going on right now in this proxy war. And there's a lot they can do. And Saudi Arabia, for example, just agreed to start selling oil through the Chinese yen instead of just through dollars. So we can start to kiss goodbye, the oil dollar. And what that means is when oil is no longer purchased through dollars, then we lose an enormous advantage in the economy, and it might be like a 30% decline in our economy. So it's going to go from bad to worse. And I don't think we need to wait for it to happen. It's happening right now. It's happening in real time. And, the fact that Joe Biden could throw an additional $800 million into Ukraine after 13 or 14 billion, in the last budget, when they couldn't fund public health for, public health measures around COVID, but they could fund 13 billion, which is about what they needed for COVID that they couldn't come up with, but they could come up with it, to fund, tools of war and some humanitarian relief thrown in there as well. That's great, but a lot of it is tools of war, and they've been throwing money into weaponizing Ukraine and the civil war and the border conflict for years. In fact, Victoria Nuland, I want to call her the Queen of Hearts because she just
yeah, she's a piece of work. Yeah.
Yeah. She herself noted that we had put $5 billion into democracy promotion in Ukraine. This was this was for 15 years, something like that. So, it's not a huge amount of money over 15 years, but still, that's $5 billion on democracy promotion, and then another 3 billion, 2.7 billion, something like that for weapons. And then, you just pile on and on. So this hurts, there's a war abroad, so there's a war at home, so we can fund that war abroad. And the sooner we get word out, I feel like we don't have to wait for disaster. I mean, the economy already is a disaster. 100,000 people died last year from opioid overdose, and our lifespan is declining thanks to diseases of despair. And if you look at polls of young people, not only is trust of our institutions at an all-time low, but you have something like half of young people describe themselves as hopeless for their future, and a quarter of young people that's in this country say that they have contemplated harming themselves in the past 2 weeks. So,
we're there. We're approaching.
We are there. We are there. And it's especially young people that we need to reach. And in my experience, you can reach young people in the blink of an eye by letting them know that their debt needs to be canceled. You're going to cancel their debt, and that we are working to cancel their debt, and that we are also committed to funding higher education, whether it's college or a community college or a trade school. That should be your birthright, That's just like nuts. It's nuts to think that we raise people up and then throw them to the economic wolves, basically. And then you have to dig your way out. You have to spend the rest of your life digging your way out if you have gotten so embroiled as to get some skills and, get tens of thousands of dollars into debt in order to get those skills. This is like so ass backwards, the whole thing. It's like not rocket science on how to fix this. What's that?
I was saying it's working at design because it seems like it's ass backwards to us because we don't think like capitalists, but they throw young people and they want us to get in debt early so we can't divorce ourselves from the system.
That's right.
So it's ass.
What is their end game? And this is for I'm trying to just understand. You're killing the planet. You're bombing, black and brown people over here. You're oppressing people here. You're killing indigenous, black and brown people here through the police state. You're starving your own people. You got, Appalachian whites. You're not helping same sort of issue in rural white America that there is in urban America. I don't understand what is the end game for these people that's doing this. Like, where's your finish line? Can we get there so we can? I'm just trying to understand that. So Gio, so can you speak to that? Like, what the ruling class, the oligarch, whatever word you want to refer to them as, like, what is their end game here?
And I'm speaking from like people I went to school with, and then people I trained with, who the people who have gone on to positions of power, and they, in my experience, they don't get it. They live in their little glass house, and they're not going to get it. They don't have an end game. They don't even see the end. In my experience, people of great privilege, they're just like asleep at the wheel, and they're going to do their thing, and you're not going to talk them out of it. And this is where the Frederick Douglass thing comes in. Power concedes nothing without a demand. This is about us organizing us based on our strength as a multicultural, multiracial coalition on a whole bunch of issues where we're all fighting and we're all struggling. We have critical mass. And I used to rack my brains over trying to understand why. And then I realized we don't have time to understand why, and we're never going to understand why. We just have to get out there on the street, and we got to start knocking on doors. We got to get to the coalition meetings, be there and support them, and fight these battles in the trenches and on the front lines, whether it's for air and water and food and public schools to keep them open, and getting out of debt, and fighting with the workers, fighting for unions in your community. They're just, we got to fight on all those fronts, fight whatever is hot in your community and be there for it. And let's link arms and, across alternative political parties as well. I think there's a lot we can do. We should be organized across political boundaries as political parties that don't accept corporate money, that are truly alternative to the corporate system. We should be working together, and in social movements, and running candidates for office, because we have to do both.
May I
Go ahead.
interject? Just to piggyback off of Dr. Stein's comment, you asked what is the end game. If you live in a paradise, you have no end game.
Mm-hmm.
The wealthy, ultra wealthy, their paradise is happening right now, and so because of that, their paradise is predicated on our suffering. Mm-hmm. That's how they have their paradise. Mm-hmm. And so for them, it's like, we're living the life.
Right.
What's next is we keep living the life. That's basically what it is. Mm-hmm. And so because their paradise is predicated and is contingent on being on our backs, we do not reap any benefits of it whatsoever, because that means that their paradise is over. That ends their paradise. And so this is the fear. And I hate to put out the little geek in me, but what did Darth Sidious say in Revenge of the Sith in Star Wars? He said, what is a person afraid of is losing their power. The powerful people have their biggest fears is losing their power. So that's basically what the thing is our end game is taking the power away from them. They don't have an end game. So I just wanted to put that out.
And can I piggyback on that to say, you have the super powerful way up there who really pull the strings, who run the show, who can give $600,000 at a pop to a victory fund, there's all this hubbub about how, oh, nobody can contribute more than whatever it is, $5,800 per election, something like that. Those are the rules for regular people. I mean, even that is a huge amount of money. But if you got deep pockets, you can contribute $600,000 at a pop to the DNC and the Joe Biden Victory Fund. Same thing, for Donald Trump. So the wealthy and the powerful, they really pull the strings. But then there's the whole liberal class. The liberal class, they don't have that kind of bucks, but they have enough privilege that they're quite comfortable, and and they're not going to rock the boat, even though they talk the talk, they won't walk the walk. And
the white liberal that Malcolm X and Martin Luther King speaks about. And when I say white liberal, now it doesn't mean literally a white person, because I see the Democrats as the white liberal. You know what I'm saying? I see Eric Adams as the white liberal. It's any person who is trying to tell the oppressed, now is not the time. You know what I mean? Any person that's sort of doing that. But continue, Dr. Stein.
Yeah. So, I think what you're saying is exactly right. And James, what you're saying there, that, they're not going to walk this walk because we ask them nicely. They're going to do this because they have absolutely no choice. And it's like it's our responsibility, it's our burden, it's our privilege to kind of see clearly that this is the only way forward, and that's why we need really clear strategy at the community level. What are we going to do? And what I think one of the things a political party can do is just help provide a set of tools. So if you're going to be fighting, pipelines, or you're going to be fighting school closures, or you're fighting home foreclosures or evictions, it's not, the Koch brothers, I guess it's now just one Koch brother, but the American Legislative Exchange Council, they provide kind of these kind of things, these prototypes, and they say, hey, take it to your legislature. And that's why you see this stuff erupts all over the place, like all this pushback against protests right now, that you have all of a sudden these laws that criminalize protest. If you block a sidewalk, you can get 10 years in jail in some states now, or drivers can freely mow you down and have no culpability. These laws,
they call themselves pro-life, though.
That right, aren't they? These don't come out of nowhere, These are organized by big money, And so we have to do the same thing. We have to share tools and strategies and model legislation and stuff like that. And that's one thing that, in the Green Party we try to do. We try to help provide basics and network across states and regions, and share tools and practices. So yeah, I mean, I completely agree. This, we have to challenge power. You've got to run candidates, in my view, but you also have to fight the fight right there in your community on the street.
Absolutely. And preparing. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I won't be long. I just want to chime in on the previous question on what the end game of the ruling class. I'll be real quick, and this is kind of my point of view, and this is why I give them no benefit of the doubt with their propaganda and their politics as a whole. The ruling class, the billionaire class, the capitalist class, I don't know any other way to put it other than they are psychopaths. And I am a child of history, I'll tell you guys all the time. I was into history before I was into politics, and that kind of what led me to my politics now. And if you read the history of the human race, what is the history of the human race? The history of the human race is the history of empire, the history of war, and the history of oligarchs taking advantage of the lesser men, right? Whether you look at the Mongolian Empire, whether you look at the British Empire, what now is American. I don't want to go into it forever, but it's the same pattern. The people on top dominate the people on bottom with no empathy whatsoever. So what is the mechanism that leaves people like Jeff Bezos to hoard their wealth instead of paying all their Amazon workers a living wage? What how will you even sleep at night? Like, I don't think anyone on this panel will be able to sleep at night if you was responsible for the death and destruction of someone like Joe Biden, or if you were like a weapon defense contractor CEO. Could we really sleep on that blood money? I don't think anyone on this panel could, but they can. They can. And there have been studies that have been shown that the more wealth you get, the more power you get, the billionaire class, they almost have a mental illness in the point that they lack empathy. Like, it's literally not there anymore. So when we ask ourselves, because we actually have empathy, like how can you sell weapons and be complicit with genocides, and how can you, like in Nestle, for example, how can you endorse child slavery, right? Because there's something that is broken in their mind. So once you understand that, you can break away from your propaganda, from their propaganda, because you understand that they're not good faith actors. So when they tell you something, you're like, okay, I know you don't care. I know you're a bad faith actor, so I'm gonna go the other way. So that's my take on it. I don't want to be too long. I'll pass back to CJ or Dr.
No, I was just gonna ask or interject this into the conversation, and that's this question. It seems like with the passing of some of the laws you've spoken about, Jill, and the militarizing of our police state, that the ruling class is preparing for a revolution. They know people are not going to take this forever. So they're preparing, because it doesn't make sense. Like, why do the police need this equipment that they have for domestic use? They don't. Like, you need this when you're writing a ticket. You need this to get a cat out of the tree. Like, we all know the American police don't do much. I mean, what was the statistic? Like 2%. So what I'm saying is, do you believe that the ruling class, or the people who are ruling this world and making all these terrible decisions for the rest of us, do you believe they know? Do you believe they're preparing for a revolution or an uprising against what they're doing?
So let me say that what the rulers do is kind of indistinguishable from what their funders want. And, and who benefits from these weapon sales. I forget the name of the legislation, but there's this bill that enabled communities to get excess military equipment, and that's basically more funding for contractors, for defense contractors, because now they can provide the police as well as the military. And so they have huge sway, the Raytheons and the Lockheed Martins. They have more lobbyists on Capitol Hill than we have representatives. They just have enormous numbers of lobbyists that swarm, and they're always promising jobs, and they've distributed their manufacturing. So they capture lots of electeds who can say, oh, look, I've brought these jobs to Maine because we're building nuclear submarines, and it's other stuff too, it's tanks and it's armored vehicles. And, so it's like, we've become the war economy, and we have, our government is an empire. And do they even think rationally? Do they even think at all? Are they just kind of a self-licking ice cream cone that is just made to keep producing this, this stuff of destruction? So I don't really know what goes on in their brains. I just know that we need to throw the bums out. And I don't really rack my brains over trying to understand them, because I think they are not rational beings. They are puppets of their big funders. And we need to essentially dismantle that whole system. I think your point is really well made, that they are prepared for the revolution, whether by design or by default. They are prepared for the revolution, which is why we have to think very strategically. In 2016, when I was running, I could get arrested, because getting arrested didn't mean that you were going to spend 10 years in jail. And it would mean that now. If you spray painted equipment that was being used on a pipeline, you'd get 10 years, maybe even more. And it's really
Just think of that. You get 10 years for spray painting a pipeline. They can have millions of people lose their homes and they go on vacation.
It's incredible. It's incredible. And it's outrageous. We have to fight it, but we also have to fight it without going to jail. And it's different in every state. In every state, there's a great website called the Protest Law Tracker, which tracks laws in every state. And it's a very, it's a moving target. There are over 100 of these laws that have been proposed. There have been 36 that have been passed. And, so we have to really think strategically about what we can do, which is why the idea of a strike is so, why it's very practical, because you're not going to get thrown in jail for not doing something. Although they may attack you on a picket line, and that definitely happens. And you have to be very careful about where you have your picket line and so on. So it's a very, it's a very precarious battle right now, but it's not impossible, and it can be fought. And there are things we can do that are very, strategic and that are safe and that everyone can do. So, I think the general strike, we need to train for the general strike by supporting workers' strikes all over the place, whether it's Starbucks that's trying to form a union, or workers at Amazon, or the Kellogg workers who finally got through their strike and they did a great job. They all need our help, and they need our support. We need to learn about how they do what they do, how we raise funds, how we provide solidarity and, school packs and holiday gifts and turkey dinners and, all the things that go into making a strike possible. So we got to learn how to do that, and we can do that as we strike.
Yeah, and I think that comes with revolutionary discipline, and this is what we've been stressing on this channel. And when there's not revolutionary discipline, there's this pattern, and I see it happens all the time where people turn leftism to a competition. I look at what I did. I do more than you. Look how much. Look at the activism that I have done, and everyone see what people like Rome does. Right? Rome travels the country, does tour for the poor, does amazing on the ground work. But having revolutionary discipline is understanding not everyone will be able to do that. Like
Right.
even if you're like a single mom and you busy washing your kids, you won't be able to do that. But there may be things you can do for a revolution. And the only reason I'm bringing this up because let's talk about general strikes and strikes in general. What sustains strikes? Strikes are sustained by mutual aid. Direct action is sustained by mutual aid. So let's say you're one of the people that can't do that. You have your place in the movement. Let's say you knit sweaters for people that are showing up at activism where it's cold. Imagine if you're someone who baked pies and you can use that to feed people. These are the kind of strategies that we need to start thinking about instead of having leftism as a competition. But I want to get Anthony in here, and I want to pass it to you to give your thoughts or ask any follow-up questions to Dr. Stein if you want to. I want to pass it to Anthony and get you in here.
Okay. Am I? All right, I'm unmuted. All right.
Yeah.
And so a couple of things, and I think about it when I hear about general strike. I remember we spoke during the general strike summit, which was incredible. And I pictured a pot of boiling water, because if you ever, they say a watch pot never boils, but it does eventually. But what happens is a little bubble pops up here, and then another one, and then another one. And each of them looks like a separate, disconnected event. But at some point, it reaches a critical mass, and then it's all going together. And so I really think it's so important to emphasize what Dr. Stein and what everyone else was saying is the importance of supporting the strikes that are happening now, and not throwing our hands up and saying, well, this isn't a general strike. Although I support them, I'm disappointed. I get it. Nothing ever happens all at once. Like, even if you study, Nick, I know you're a student of history, we look at the snapshot like, oh, Lexington conquered 1775. There was stuff happening for 20, 30 years before that. The civil rights movement didn't start in 1963. It started decades before. So I think these strikes, the Starbucks, I keep getting excited every time I hear about another few
me
Starbucks
too.
that are voting to unionize, and it's a
Mhm.
small store, but it matters. It has an impact. And I'll hold my question for when Dr. Stein comes back. The other piece I do want to say is that I think that although it doesn't help us to spend time wondering what they, being the ruling elite, are thinking, I believe they are terrified. And and by the way, oh,
Yes,
I
sorry,
think
I'm
she's
just trying to my computer is running out of juice, and I'm trying to figure out
oh,
why it's not
it's fine.
charging. So let me
It's
just
yeah. Let her do
yes,
that part.
you weren't on
Let's get
screen.
plugged in
I
first.
can chime in real quick. I have something I want to chime in while Dr. Stein is working on her computer. It's also to continue. It's important to promote strikes, and that's a very powerful tool that the capitalist class is scared of. And I'm excited, just like Anthony, whenever we see a Starbucks start to unionize, and this is why you saw people like Barack Obama super worried about a possible NBA strike. The reason why I say that is because strikes are inherently infectious,
Yes.
right? So when one strike happens, you have other organizations, you have other industries like, yeah, actually, their demand sounds like stuff we should strike for, and that's kind of what started this strike chain. Now you saw Kellogg's workers striking, you saw
Yeah.
Amazon worker organizing, and then you saw Starbucks workers like, wait, the Amazon workers are organizing. They need the stuff that we need. And I saw one organization, they said our demands is we demand a $15 minimum wage, we demand health care for everyone in our company. And then there's some other worker somewhere that sees like, yeah, we need that too. And now you guys see why the capital class need to shut that down before that infection start. But I'll pass it back to Zenkis.
And thank you. And it's, you know, why Eugene V. Debs and so many others talked about it's not just about wages. It's about our relationship to work. It's about work with dignity. And it's about being able to spend time outside of work with our loved ones or in solitude or in nature, if that's available to you. Not everybody has it close by. But I was saying that I do believe that they're terrified. I don't know that they have an end game unless the end game is more. You know, it just seems like they just want more power, more wealth. They don't know where they want to go with it. But I do think they're terrified. And I was there, Dr. Stein, the day you were arrested at Hofstra University on Long Island. Thank you for that. Um, and they did everything they could. We planned protests for the press to just ignore. And there was a lot of people there from Occupy because I was involved with as an organizer with Occupy. And, you know, we basically got closed out. But I was able to get, you know, one of the local papers, and now Long Island has almost 3 million people. So it's a pretty big area. It's like a small city or a medium-sized city, actually. And they asked one of the major paper, you know, at the time newspapers were like, it was even only 10 years ago, but that shifted. And they said, well, why are you here? And I said, because both parties have abandoned the working class. And I think it's not an easy message to get out to people. I wondered, as a professional, you're a physician, right? And I'm a social worker and an educator of social work. And I feel like it's my part of an extension of my activism is an extension of my professional values and ethics. Do you have the opportunity to connect with others? Because I mean, being a doctor isn't just about doing no harm; it's about doing good. And do you see that as particularly relevant in your calling as somebody who's run as a candidate for a third party? And do you think that you see yourself, have you had the opportunity to connect with other professionals to basically say, look, we need to stand up. We could be in a comfortable position. I don't mean financially, but I mean, we could live that life where we're okay and nobody's really picking on us. Cops aren't pulling me over for no reason, right? But when we put ourselves out there, uh, have you been able to work with people to have those conversations about inspiring them to do it? Because it takes more than one brave Jill Stein to do all this work. And I just wondered what your thoughts were about that.
Let's see. So when I first, I was a social activist long before I started to do political work. You know, as I mentioned the other day, I got tricked into running for office. Like after I just became so frustrated trying to do issue-based work on Medicare for all, although at the time we called it single payer. This was like way back. Single payer on the right to health care, basically, and on stop making people sick, through poverty, through pollution, through depriving people of education, all the ways that we disempower and harm people, so I was very involved in a lot of that work, and that got a lot of respect. But the minute I started to run for office, that was not okay. And that's where I really discovered that people who are secure and have privilege, even if they agree with you on the facts and the issue, and even if they're being slammed, they're not going to go there. They're just not. And I discovered that I could talk till I was blue in the face and they were not going to go there. And even 20 years later, they are not going to go there. And most of them really bought into the Russiagate stuff. So I'm like a total persona non grata among my colleagues. I transitioned from, clinical medicine to political medicine about 14 years ago. And, political medicine I regard as like the real medicine. That's how we heal each other. We have to heal our sick and poisonous political system in order to fix all the other things that are literally killing us, air, water, violence, nuclear weapons, etc. These are political sicknesses that we have to fix. And my community would not go there with me. And people that I had worked shoulder to shoulder with for decades, nope. I was like, I betrayed them by going political, by challenging the system. And I just had to give up my previous social networks. They wouldn't go there. And I have not had, it's few and far between. There are a few of them. I used to have a few doctor friends that were supportive. I still have a couple, but they're very few and far between. And, people that I worked with on single payer or Medicare for all, many of them, are very enlightened politically, but the doctors in particular, they're very busy. They're very focused on maintaining their expertise. And so they don't have a political education, and between their privilege and their busyness and their need to kind of constantly absorb their free time by developing and improving their skills, they're not going to go there. And so I've just directed my energies in other more productive directions. And I don't regret it a bit. That's just the way it is.
Can I ask you a question, Dr. Stein? Now, as someone who deals with a chronic illness, I was diagnosed with nephrotic syndrome at a young age as a boy, and I've been doing kidney dialysis almost 15 years.
Oh my goodness! Wow.
And so, first of all, I want to thank you for talking about the political health that we have to deal with within this country and to improve it. Because to be honest with you, we do have a cancer within this society, and it needs to be taken out. And I call it capitalism, but people can call it whatever they want. But one of the things that I was thinking about, and I tend to echo this as much as I possibly can on RBN as well as my channel, but I always say that the people who are the most comfortable, they typically do not have a sense of urgency. And the only way to invoke that sense of urgency is to make them uncomfortable. What say you?
So, it depends how they are made uncomfortable, because many people will just dig in. They'll just get more dug in if they're uncomfortable. I feel like they have to be made uncomfortable by the economy, by illness, by their inability to work the healthcare system, because nobody really can work through it. It's just really predatory and abusive. Yeah, I mean, it really depends where that discomfort comes from. And I kind of share the view that Jay was expressing early on, that, the economy is going to have to go sour to really mobilize people. But I think the shortcut is the fact that there are enough people right now. We don't need privileged people to come over on our side. We want to work with everyday people, with poor people, with oppressed people, with working class people. That's who leads the way in change, and I think it's really important for us not to take the ruling class at their word. Their word is that they are essential to the revolution, that we need them. We don't need them. We need to kiss them goodbye and let them go their merry way. They are going to, the system is going to bite them in a big way too. The floodwaters are not far away. We've got this glacier in the West Antarctic, which is going, like, in 3 to 5 years now. The authorities on Arctic science and glaciers and stuff say that the shelf is going in 3 to 5 years for what's called the Doomsday Glacier. That's going to be gone. 3 to 5 years. It's going really fast. It could be even faster. You probably didn't hear because you guys have been busy this weekend, but there was a 70-degree heat dome in the Antarctic this past week. 70 degrees higher than the temperature normally is. What does that do to the rate of ice melting? And temperature is accelerating. The warming is accelerating. And so this ice shelf that serves like a cork in the bottle that's holding back 2 feet of a glacier, 2 feet of sea level rise in a glacier that could go in a couple decades. I mean, we could see 2 feet of sea level rise maybe in a decade. Maybe it'll be faster than they've predicted because everything else is happening faster than they've predicted. And only now they're admitting that, yes, it's true. Some of us have been saying this based on certain authorities. Jim Hansen, who's like the, kind of the father of climate science, has been saying it could be as soon as 2050 that we see devastating sea level rise. So we got an emergency. It's an emergency now if we want to prevent a 2-foot sea level rise, which is going to devastate coastal communities, even Boston, let alone New York and Manhattan and the Gulf Coast and Louisiana, New Orleans in particular. So shit is going to happen, and it's happening really fast. And that is if we don't get wiped out first by the war. There could be a false flag. Anybody could pull a false flag now in Poland or parts of Ukraine, and could just bring NATO in on a false flag, and then we could be potentially facing a nuclear war. So we don't have time to wait. We've got to organize right now. We got to organize the shit out of where we are in the communities that we're in on the issues that matter, and we've got to double down. This is it. And we have to reject the propaganda that tells us that we are powerless and that makes us hopeless. We are not. We are powerful. We have the numbers. We have the insight. We have the solutions. And all we need is that coalition and some amazing media people like have been congregated here in this conference this weekend to get the word out exactly where it needs to go. Nobody has more credibility than the people who've been on these live streams over these last couple of days. Nobody has more credibility in the communities than we right here. So it's in our hands.
Absolutely. We are going to be wrapping up pretty soon, maybe 10 minutes.
You want to get in the super chats? We have some super chats. Unless you have something else planned.
Yeah, I do have. It's just short.
Yeah, go ahead, CJ. Go ahead.
This is short, but we're here. Are you looking at the? Okay, so we're looking to get contact information because we would love to reach out. He has been by far the person that everybody wants us to have on this network.
One of the most suggested
that we
people.
haven't had yet. You were one of them. When are you gonna have this, Dr. Jill Stein? When are you gonna have Dr. Jill Stein? And then the other one is Ajumu. And
yeah,
we would love to have him on. We have people reaching out to him. But what my question to you is, I mean, we know why we would want to have him on, but why would you suggest a person like him is on a network like this for the sort of topics what we've been talking about? Why would you suggest that?
Yeah, I mean, he's a powerhouse and a teacher and a trailblazer, and he is right in the line of fire right now on the U.S. Russia
yes
war
we see
global this total domination thing that is U.S. policy. So Ajamu, when we finished our race back in 2016, we had to talk about what were we going to do, and Ajamu really wanted to focus on war and empire. And I said, I'm right there with you. I'm going to keep on healthcare and the right to housing. And, I'm just sort of a generalist. I can't stop myself from going down every road that I see. Ajamu really wanted to focus in, and I'm so glad he did, because what he's been able to do with the Black Alliance for Peace has been just amazing. And I think he has, and Black Alliance for Peace, BAP, has really changed the conversation, has really mobilized people. Absolutely. And really changed the understanding of, the intersection of racism, colonialism, and militarism in particular, and capitalism. He's been doing fabulous work. So I thought about trying to bring him in, and then I thought, well, I know he's like really
he is busy probably,
but I think he would jump at the chance, and if he had some time to do some scheduling, I'm sure we could get him easily.
Absolutely. And then the other thing I just wanted to shout out, and then I'll pass it to you, Nick, is this is our next summit. Yeah. I don't think this is the official name, but it's going to be an anti-imperialist summit. Anti-imperialist and international, but it's an international perspective because there's no revolution unless it's the whole world. But just wanted to shout out and let you know this is our next summit. Will be an anti-imperialist summit. It used to be the international summit because we felt like we want to do a general strike summit, but we need to have it include the international community, and this is the name that we have come up with. So I just wanted to make sure you knew that, because that's next month. Actually, at the end of next month, we're working to put this together. Hopefully, we can have Ajamu for that. Maybe we can have him in Cornell West. We're reaching out to get him too. So thank you, and I'll pass it to Nick for the closing.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's the next summit we have planned. And you guys know my friends at International Leftist Coalition, Dr. Kareem Batej, Dr. Peter Beatty. They teach out at the University of Hong Kong, and they teach from an anti-imperialist point of view. They're going to have panels and roundtables of academics, and we're going to discuss it from many points of view. Like I would love to have someone that was a victim, that lived in the Middle East, who was a victim of George Bush and Barack Obama policy in the Middle East. Josana, we talk about this a lot. She's from Brazil. I would love to have the panel with a lot of South American leftists to talk about how they can mobilize and how they can resist U.S. empire. There have been so many ideas I have in my brain. Like you guys know, I talked to Luna Oy. I would love to have a panel with a ton of Southeastern leftists where they can talk about their issues. Because I think the only way we can challenge capitalism and the empire is as a collective international movement. Because neoliberalism is not based in one country. You have alliances, NATO, U.S., UK, Saudi Arabia, Israel. They got alliances, so why wouldn't we do the same thing? So anyway, that's my little pitch on that. I want to get to a little bit of super chats before we move on. Let's see. Here's one from Troy. He's friend of the show. He leaves a lot of super chats, so we appreciate Troy here. Could Dr. Jill Stein comment on Bill Gates and others buying up acres of land and waterways, etc.? So, do you want to comment on that, Jill Stein?
Yeah, real quickly. And also let me just throw in Gerald Horn.
Yes.
Yeah, he's got to be part of your conference. Really just doing amazing work.
Another person that we've been suggested to a lot.
Yeah.
I can't wait to talk to that brother.
Yeah. Oh, he's amazing. And yeah, I mean, Bill Gates and others buying up land and waterways and, and this, for food, they're both buying up, as I understand it, and this is not my area of expertise right now, but I've certainly read about their buying up food producing land. But then also there's this whole thing going on with supposedly preserving natural spaces, and the Amazon and other indigenous lands that they get bought up supposedly in an effort to protect them, so-called protect them, but in doing so they dispossess indigenous people who really are the stewards of that land. So there's just all kinds of ways that indigenous people of color, and the public good is being bought up. And yeah, I mean, it's just this is part of how empire works, is allowing these oligarchs to buy up our scarce resources that all of us depend on. This is not a solution.
I see two rapid fire super chats from Kogel here. He said, "How long will socialists ignore the exploitation of animals for food and the destruction of the environment that comes from it?" I saw he left this one. I'm gonna read the other one. He left as well, or they. I don't want to assume they left as well. Please advocate for veganism for the environmental regeneration in the in the end of the animal enslavement and the health of human health and striving. Sorry, but anyway, Justin, you want to comment on those two back-to-back super chats?
Yeah, so I'll just say that the food system that we have, the corporate food system, which abuses and enslaves animals in huge numbers, is destructive to all of us, to human health, to the environment, and to the, for lack of a better word, humanity of animals. That the kind of animal torture that is built into that system is just horrific. And there's so much that we can do by moving towards veganism, and you don't have to be 100% vegan. I mean, some people will disagree with me on this, but by taking steps toward veganism, you can make huge improvements in the system and reduce our dependency on, in my view, so-called CAFOs, these animal factory farms, are horrible and destructive, and we should abolish them. They're inhumane. They're animal torture. They pollute water and land, and based on animal torture, they produce food which is very unhealthy for us and for the planet. So we can take steps. And one of those big steps is to put an end to industrial animal enslavement and torture. So
yeah, absolutely. One thing I like to add as well, because I always applaud anyone who shook to veganism, and obviously like meat consumption is going to play a giant role to fighting climate change. And obviously, like you said, with factory farming and the way we produce and what big food has done need to be abolished. It need to be taken care of. The only thing I would add is that I usually, right as it is right now, I advocate for top-down approaches. So when we look at the climate change, for example, the top 1% is responsible for like 70% plus of the global emissions. This is a crisis that is caused by the ruling class. So as I applaud, and I do think, and I'm telling you guys up front, I'm willing to make sacrifices for the betterment of humanity. I want to go vegan in order to stop climate change. But once again, this is more from a top-down analysis. I want to see sacrifices for the ruling class before you see sacrifices from the working class. Because the harsh reality of the situation, there are a lot of indigenous people, there are a lot of black and people of color who just simply can't go vegan right now. So instead of putting the onus on them, how about we put the onus on the ruling class? So I think I'm on the same board. I'm on page with you guys, but I think that's a fair caveat to add, right? But anyway, I just want to add that part, and I'll pass it to CJ, and you can take over from here. I know we're gonna wrap up soon.
And I just want to echo that applies not only to your food, but also other uses of energy too.
Yeah.
That, the 1% is the main offender, and the main producer of greenhouse gases. And working class people, especially people in low income countries, they don't produce any, they don't. So this is not about telling working people that you have to make sacrifices. Absolutely. However, as a doctor, I will say that eating less animal food, especially less industrial animal food, is like you get a benefit from that.
Absolutely.
And drink water.
For somebody else.
All right, so I think this is it. I can't believe it. We've made it here, but this is the end of the third party summit. It's been very tiring. I'm dead tired. I'm going to sleep right after this. Literally, I'm going. My bed is right here. I'm not shutting anything down. I'm jumping right there with this jacket on and everything. I had
Turn
4 hours
off
of sleep
the
last night,
lights.
so I am not.
We got
not
Nick
well.
and CJ tomorrow too, man.
Oh, really? That's what you're doing now? You're saying you're bringing that up? Okay. But no, what I would just like to say, thank you, Dr. Jill Stein, for joining us twice. We had you 2 times over this weekend, and it's just been a pleasure, listening to the conversation. You inspired. I mean, you see all the comments. We can't even put up all the good comments about you because it's too many for people. It's too many comments for us to put up. So just wanted to thank you for joining us and give you the final word before we end the stream.
Before I pass it to Jill, I just want to say, I want the reason I was chiming in, I want Stein to have the final word because I did vote for Jill Stein in 2016, and I followed her campaign, and she played a giant role in my development. That's why it was an honor to speak to her over this past few weekends because we've seen a lot of people wedge. We've seen a lot of people cower under massive media smears. I've seen Dr. Stein go through it all, and you still see that she's fighting. So I just want to chime that in because I do have to share because I have looked up for you for a long time, and we appreciate you coming on, and you got a lot to teach us, so we appreciate it. But anyway, last word, Dr. Stein.
I'm going to jump in quick too. I just want to say that it's very quick. Because I want CJ to go to bed, but this gives me hope, and I know that the situation is dire, but I think we always just have to find that hope, and these 3 days give me hope. The panelists, Dr. Stein and everyone else, and the Revolutionary Black Network, it just gives me hope, and all the people chatting and talking there. I just want us to hold on to that. There is hope, and I do believe we will win. I just want to throw that out.
Let's. I know JB might want to talk before we go to, so let's let JB go.
Okay.
Hey, I started it. My bad, y'all.
Yeah, you started it, and I'm gonna finish it. But Dr. Stein, I would like to thank you. The thing is that one of the things that we're learning now is that you cannot be on the left and you cannot be anti-imperialist if you do not have a love for humanity and the earth itself. Yeah. And so because of that, and your unabashed, your bravery in doing that, I appreciate. I also want to say that I appreciate that from all the candidates that spoke at this summit as well as everyone who was a presenter, a commentator, a moderator. The reason being is because ultimately it's because of a love for humanity and for our planet. That's the reason why we're driven to this action. And so I just want to say to anybody who's been watching, please take to heart what you've heard over these last 3 days, and please try to put these words into action. And if you can, please make sure to share this summit on social media. Share it with your friends, share it with people who you don't agree with, share it with people who you do agree with. And just let us know that we are trying to do this to build a coalition so that we can truly bring change to improve the material conditions of everyone around us, including people who we don't know. So thank you very much.
All right, now I believe that you have the floor. Last word.
And I feel like you have said it all. I am so grateful for just having witnessed what's gone on here in this conference over the past 3 days. I am blown away by how you could manage this, how you could be there emceeing this. I mean, I'm exhausted just from 2 conversations, and you've been doing this nonstop, and you're producing memes, and you're doing social media at the same time, and you are juggling the schedule. It's like you guys are absolute giants and heroes. And I want to echo what Anthony was saying, that this is about, for one thing, it's a reality check. I feel like this is like humanity is back, it's here. The corporations pretended that it got sold, it's gone. It's not, it's here, it's thriving. This is it. I really want to encourage people to like and share everything that you've heard this weekend. Support the Revolutionary Blackout Network. This is just too good to be true. I feel like I'm pinching myself. Like, is this real? Is this just a dream? Did all these people just like emerge out of nowhere, and they're not over 60 years old? Oh my God, but they have the wisdom of elders, and and the fresh eyes of Gen Z and Gen Xers and millennials, and you're not kind of constrained by the old ways that older generations just get locked into, and they'll go to their grave, just like acting out things that were true 30 years ago but aren't true anymore. And and we need the fresh vision and the inspiration and the energy that you got going on here. And I'm so glad to have been able to witness this and be a part of it. And I want to echo that this is about, a kind of human revival here. Martin Luther King said we got a choice between chaos and community. Well, this is the alternative right here to the chaos that we got going on all around us right now. And at the end of the day, in my view, we need hope, but more than hope, we need power. And power is what we got. In the words of Alice Walker, the biggest way we give it up is by not knowing that we have it to start with. We have it. We got to use it. We got to be systematic. We need the discipline that Nick was talking about. We need the empathy that JB was talking about. We got to put it all together and keep it happening. And I would love to just stay in touch and continue to support what you're doing and help in any way, because the world needs badly, what you got going here this weekend. And it's really been a joy to be a part of it. Thank you so much. And I really urge everybody to share this around and support the Revolutionary Blackout Network.
Absolutely. So thank you, Jill Stein, again. Thank you for everybody who participated, the RBN family, all of our extensions. Special shout out to Zoya. She was also just a trooper, professor, also helping out for the weekend. We're a community. RBN is here to build this community, expand this community. So join us. And I like to leave with this video as we sign out here. And sign off. So you can drop out if you want. The video will play to the end, and then the stream is over. So everybody have a great rest of your Sunday. And here we go.
Doesn't make any difference what else you have. If you don't have some place to rest your head, you're in bad shape. Here in Harlem, the reason we say that housing is such a key problem, when you live in a poor neighborhood, you're living in an area where you have to have poor schools. When you have poor schools, you have poor teachers. When you have poor teachers, you get a poor education. And when you get a poor education, you are destined to be a poor man and a poor woman the rest of your life. Poor education, you can only work on a poor paying job. And that poor paying job enables you to live again in a poor neighborhood. So it's a very vicious cycle. And usually these bad housing conditions result from the fact, as Mr. Gray has pointed out, of absentee landlords, people who are rich and live downtown and let you and I live up here in the shack. Actually, it's a form of 20th century slavery. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us that our people are scientific